Futures to the downside here as we get the June non-farm payrolls number just out 372,000 versus 268,000 expected there. Again, June non-farm payrolls higher than expected, 372,000 versus 268 for that number. We'll have a look at the other ones. 3.6 on the unemployment rate. That's in line with expectations. So futures to the downside here in a big way off of that number. Again, if you're just joining, June non-farm payrolls, big miss there. To the upside, sending the market lower. We are coming off a higher session yesterday. It was 4 in a row, in fact, for the S&P 500, looking to wrap up its second straight positive week, the S&P that is, as we head into the weekend. Back to the downside here. Not a huge move, though, just 0.3 right now for the S&P. A number of individual names moving around here in the pre-market to talk about. We're going to get to GME, the CFO, out. Coming off a positive day yesterday on the 4-for-1 split. Back to the downside this morning on that note. Upstart, huge move to the downside this morning. Back to recent lows for UPST. Preliminary results, Q2 results, not good for Upstart. Among others to discuss, including Twitter this morning. More speculation looking like this deal maybe could fall apart with Elon. It's Friday, July 8th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Back to the downside we go. 0.4 right now for the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 0.75. The Dow holding up a little bit better. Overall 0.14 still in positive territory. As I said, not a huge move off that number, but big spike to the downside there on the initial report. Bitcoin, Ethereum, crude oil even all in negative territory to kick off a Friday here. Yeah, that was a bit of a miss, to say the least. The unemployment rate, though, not a bad number. 3.6 as expected, in line, guys. Good morning. Arun in for Sean once again today, guys. Big number there on that June report.
Yeah, I mean, so we're going to enter a territory, welcome everybody here, where I think these jobs reports are going to matter a little bit more than they have, because everyone cares about inflation or has cared about inflation. But certainly how aggressive the Fed's going to be able to be is going to depend on that, on the economy and that quote-unquote soft landing. So the job market being strong, obviously sort of keeps them on pace for aggressive behavior and aggressive action. So look, I get it, we just moved down 0.5% and we're still kind of falling right now, but overall, but it is just 0.5%. We were looking like we're going to be up just ever so slightly. A host of names to get to, led by Upstart, which I'm getting this one out of the way because like everybody that was in has already said this. I know, I mean, on the trading floor here has already said it with Upstart. Down this much with that short interest, when it doesn't break below, usually there's only one place for it to go. And we've seen these squeezes happen before, despite the fact that everything about their update, the preliminary results, was pretty ugly for Upstart. And that being said, we're here to trade, and sometimes it can be the squeeze that's on. AMC, GameStop going to be in play, big tech, obviously, and then some of the Chinese names from yesterday still going to be pretty good there, Arun.
Yeah, Bob, I'm making some moves to the downside. Jobs report coming off. Obviously, market's falling off. It's still deciding where to go with this. So one thing I do want to say about this market as it comes off here, this is my kind of read here. I decided to pick up some longs here as the market comes down. Obviously, I'm standing in front of a freight train if this thing falls apart. But here I am taking a shot at the long. We'll see how this one plays out. But again, the risk is fairly tight here. We don't need to let it go too far, but I am long here around these 85, so we'll see how this one goes. But there's going to be a lot of opportunity, especially at the open, given how this market just made a 20-point move to the downside. So with the market falling off 20 points, it's a Friday. There's going to be some volatility. But the thing with days like today in the summertime is volume can die off fairly quickly. So just be aware that if you're trying to make some money, make some moves at the beginning and then expect some slowdowns later on. But for now, a lot of opportunities, some names, as I'm noticing coin falling off, but at the same time, BAC going up, flip inverses there. So pick your poison and then go with it.
See Bitcoin with a bit of a move there to the downside on that number as well. So a revision as per usual to the prior number here as well, 384. On the prior number versus 390 that it came out as. So if you missed it or if you're just joining, guys, 372,000 versus 268 expected there for the June non-farm payrolls number. The unemployment rate in line, 3.6, 3.6, even the last one, 3.6 to the downside. So that's going to be the major catalyst right now. Obviously, the market reacting to that bit of a move back to the downside here overall for futures. A lot of individual names to get to this morning. The guys are talking about Upstart there a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about GameStop here as well. GameStop, an interesting trade yesterday, coming off that note on the 4-for-1 stock split that was approved the prior day. Today we learned the CFO ousted, so a new one already named, which means they were probably planning this for quite some time. But even GME back to the downside here this morning.
Yeah, like that's always, I mean, when you have an immediate replacement, usually that means that something coming there. And Ryan Cohen, I guess, speculated to have his hands on this one, or fingerprint on that move, I suppose, is what we should say. Obviously, people are talking about the turnaround or how that's going or what that even means for GameStop here. And I kind of feel like, we should just almost forget about the fundamentals here for a second. The 4-to-1 stock split, it got a bit of a bounce. Realistically, when that happens, it's going to make it cheaper for options trading. Restructuring, shuffling around and trying to save some money, or also here trying to change leadership to go in a new direction is usually what you want to see in a turnaround. So the positive end to this would be that, hey, if the turnaround man, Ryan Cohen, has a plan and this is part of it, that they needed some fresh blood in there, then that would technically be a good thing. I just look at the way the stock traded yesterday and the sign of strength, like right at the end of the day. And I'm a little bit surprised to see us completely retesting where this thing broke out from at 123, 124. And it's not yet, but certainly in front of testing this. The way we closed at 35, I had fully anticipated we would come in and be above this 130 to 131 area, and just looking to support that, thinking we can break from there. That's on my 15-minute chart. And then on the daily, it just sort of looks like, okay, you bounced off the 50 period, you've broken out of this little tight range it had, trying to get away from it, and then your all systems go above this 130. Instead, it's kind of back to the drawing board for exactly yesterday's price on GameStop, which I wasn't really thinking about, which is those mid-20s, which is 118 support down at your 50 period there, 118 to 120. And then upside, you have to wait until 135 because I don't know how valid that 131 is going to be. So I'm in a weird middle ground here for GameStop, and thinking AMC could be the one that might be a little bit more interesting to trade here today. Just a little bit too much negativity on that news, and trading below the price range we were kind of expecting to hold, that would have at least set it up for a multi-day rally there. So unfortunately, GameStop might be a little bit of a nothing burger today, but I've said that before, and then all of a sudden I look back at 10 o'clock and it's like, ooh, let's go GameStop. It's right at the price we want.
Yeah, and we thought about that yesterday, right? And we're like, oh, okay, well, it's sitting at the price point that we want to kind of work with. It hasn't done a whole lot. Boom, there it goes, all the way up to 136. Now falling off here, coming back into that range. As long as it seems like 120 is going to be the marker. I thought 121 yesterday, but a little bit of slippage overnight. Call it 120 now. 120 down below, so any sort of buy-side activity from pretty much 124 going on down. If there's a reason to go long, and there's a big if you can find a reason to go for a long there, then I think 120 could be in play, and we can play the bottom end of that little support zone. If not, you just stay away from it, right? There's one trade probably to be made here. This can be a support buy. Follow through buying or upside breaks are going to be tough to find, I would think. North of 130, you've got some resistance at 132. Probably not worth the risk at that point, but definitely GameStop, as it comes back down after the nice little run yesterday, as it comes back down, it is going to come back into support. Flip side, I guess there's a flip side trade as well, is 120 break short to the sell side, which is a support break move. So off the one level, you can play in front of it or you can play the break, and be aware, I guess, of both trades being in play. Given how fast GameStop moves, you can get one move or one trade within seconds of the open. So just be aware of that, and 120 is going to be the market to watch.
Just having a look at some of the tech names this morning. Obviously, this week we've seen tech come back to life, especially on the growth side. Some of the I guess not profitable yet growth stocks have definitely come back to life with big moves. Mega cap tech as well, downside here this morning. Here's Apple, 0.8%, bit of a spike to the downside. This rally, as I was saying, this week largely led by the NASDAQ and some of these tech names. I'll show you the 10-year on this number here, a big pop up to 3.08. So rates sharply higher, obviously going to be a bit of a drag for maybe this rally that we've had so far this week, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say drag on a rally, but I kind of feel like there were so many big names that were sort of riding or testing resistance, and whenever you have that at the same time, I think I've said that pretty much every single day, even like before I was off there, when you're talking about, hopefully Apple wants to load up, come on, chart, there we go. You know, as Apple was sort of grinding towards its 50-period moving average, finding overhead resistance. Meta had a very similar thing. You were looking at Tesla, which was trying to break some levels there. So yeah, it's been an impressive rally, but one of the things about a bear market, and I think we did like a video where we talked about this, was, you know, resistance matters more than support when you're in a bear market, obviously, because if a trend is to the downside, you can look at things like rejecting a 50. This is where we got the notion for the Alibaba trade yesterday, was simply something clearly breaking out on that higher time frame, taking out that 200-period moving average. Well, you know, in the case of the last couple of days, you've had some names which have gotten there, we closed above, and now we're basically resting on it for Apple. What's interesting for big tech in particular, I'm looking at Microsoft, because there were points yesterday where that felt like it was relatively weak, and again here today, it does feel relatively weak. It's down 1%, a little bit more than the overall market. Yet we're bouncing off of the 50 period here. It actually has support, so relatively weak name compared to some other big tech. They caught a downgrade, and I guess we'll talk about that as well, but is yet above that 50 period. So it has some natural support down there that I would look to play. And it's about 64 and a half that can be worthwhile. And I think this is the important thing. You've got to be able to look at some of these names, both individually, but then understand when we get to key price levels and the market just starts going sideways, the reason that that's happening, like when Apple gets to its 50 and slows down, well, that's why the ES hits a top. You know, it's as simple as that. And if you're tracking something or you're long a couple of other names going into a move like this, then you got to be able to take profit off. I've been using the futures or some of these big techs as a bit of a barometer for me. And then it goes to what you're saying there, Brennan, with looking at the 10-year as well. So you've got to have all these factors lined up. You can definitely get analysis paralysis there. That's why I try to keep it simple with key levels on some of the bigger names here. I almost don't want to be long in a relatively weak name today, but the more I look at Microsoft, yeah, I'm going to defend that 50 period. If it breaks, fine, fair enough. But that's been a good trade recently, and everything that breaks above it, the upside is usually pretty good there. And just one note on Upstart, it is, I mean, pennies away from its low and at 27. And if it holds this low, and we've said this before, if it holds this low, then I just think it has a chance to squeeze. Of course, it's breaking it right now, which I think gives some cover for those shorts. But always remember the notion of a failed breakdown. And that would simply mean you break the low of the day, you fail to get past a 27 even, because the low right now is, we're sitting at the low of 27 and change. You break below the low, maybe trigger a few stops, which clearly has happened. You then hold a support level, reclaim this, and suddenly you've trapped shorts. It would be even crazier if it broke 27 even, got to like 26.90, trapping more shorts on a 27 break, and then all of a sudden you're holding above there, and then there's just more shorts to be squeezed. That's why I'm not in position long. I'm not in position short in this. That hasn't been, like, unless you're in position short and then you've already taken it out, that's been a game that hasn't really been working overall when a highly shorted name is down 20%. So I'd rather be very, very patient, see how it trades at this low, and if it can hold this bottom, I'm going to look for a tight stop long.
Yeah, well, Upstart, I only looked at Upstart because you mentioned it. If we mark off these levels here, this is on the daily too, right? So we've been bouncing around, trying to at least get back to this 27, 20, call it, what day is that? That is the May 11th, 25.43, that's the low, right? And we've been trying to get close to that back in early, mid-June, again in late June. Couldn't get close enough. Now, overnight, if we're going to get down to that price point, 25.43, and we're sitting at 27, and we did an overnight drop that kind of bounced off these 50s, it's going to be all about that 27 at this point. If you can see if the market decides to get underneath 27 and trade underneath 27, and you get a low risk shot to take a look at that 25.43 low, it's only one day as well. I would it all depends on stability. If you can get underneath and you stay underneath and you trade well underneath, then you go for the short. Otherwise, it could easily be a snapback rally that takes out 29, and up on the bounce we go back up to 33. So Neil's right with the 27. Waiting and seeing how it trades first, I think, is going to be critical on a name like this. But again, if you can also go for the quick shot, but I think that's a little bit more dangerous than just waiting to see how this one trades, given how aggressive the move is already.
All right, Michael Noss, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas, back with us on a Friday to discuss some opportunities, Michael, on the swing side of things. So we'll expand our horizons a little bit, look out a little bit further, because let's face it, it's been a bit of a quiet week, as expected, coming off holiday weekend in the U.S. Good to see you as always. Let's talk MACD, shall we?
Sure. So yeah, this is a new indicator that we've put into the system and built some scans on. You can use, again, I always just like to preface this, I myself am a swing trader. I find that time horizon works best with my personality. I do some day trading as well. I do some long-term investing. So I'm agnostic, I guess, to time frame. But I always like to say that anything that I talk about here, even though it's on the swing time frame, you can always shrink in the same concepts to all of these different time frames, whether you're looking at weekly candles or 1 minute candles. It should all, in theory, be fractal and kind of work the same. So yeah, we're going to talk about the MACD today. So this is a fairly standard indicator. I bet you most of you, if you look at your trading platform, you have access to this. But we've recently started playing with it, started to do some quantitative testing and things like that. And it seems to be a pretty good trend following type of indicator. So here's just MACD, stands for moving average convergence divergence. Everybody's heard of the basic moving average crossover. This is essentially the same kind of thing. In the next slide here, I just kind of talk about roughly how to read this indicator. I know it can be kind of intimidating when you first open it up, but essentially put, it has a zero line, which is the black line where you can see the histogram comes off of, and two moving averages. So if the moving averages are above that zero line, generally considered that you're in a bullish trend. If it's below that zero line, you're generally in a bearish trend. Now, a lot of people will use this indicator when it crosses over and say, okay, if this crosses over to the bullish side, when in a bullish trend, then I'm probably going to get some continuation into that overall bullish trend, and vice versa. If it crosses down when it's under the zero line, I'm going to get some continuation in my bearish trend. And then other people will just say, okay, if the short line, which is yellow in this case, is over the longer term line, which is blue in this case, then I'm in a short-term uptrend and a long-term uptrend. And then maybe I'll use some sort of different indicator or candlestick analysis or support and resistance or whatever to find my entries, just knowing that this is telling me what trend I'm in and what side of the market that I should look at. I have an example here of one of the scan results that came out a few months ago in Ford, which was great. I actually took this one myself. You can see that we are above the zero line with the moving averages. So it said Ford was in a uptrend. We had a crossover while in that bullish condition, saying that it might be time that this pullback in Ford is over and it's time to continue this bullish uptrend. And you can see the nice move that you got out of Ford right there. And as always, a little bit of education, but I'm always going to leave you guys with some ideas for trading today. So I have a handful of charts that I think are looking interesting that came from the scan today. And as always, if you go to Trade Ideas, you get access to the scan here. So one is CRISPR. They do like gene editing. I think it's a Swedish company. They do a lot of gene editing when it comes to, I don't know, making new people or something. So it seems like an exciting company. Big rounded bottom on the daily chart. We recently got into a bullish trend. As you can see, the MACD was below that zero line for a very long time, telling us to stay out or stay short. We crossed above there, and then we recently got the cross yesterday. So if we can get over this prior resistance here, that nice rounded bottom looks like a good pattern to play off of. Next is Bumble. This is a dating app. Same kind of thing. Pulled back for a very long time. The MACD kind of told us to stay out of it. Big rounded bottom here. Again, I was taught to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. This one looks like a nice smiley face, and we got that MACD cross over yesterday on the close. Next here is Mankind, another pharmaceutical healthcare stock. Those seem to be strong right now. Not so much a rounded bottom here, but a lot of sideways action. But you can see the MACD has been crossing above and below the zero line. Now it's above the 0 line, showing that we've entered a bullish trend with a little crossover here. So I'm going to look to see if this one continues. And last but not least, I really like the look of this one. It's run. Air, it's like heating and air conditioning, so it's not that exciting of a story, but long rounded bottom here, recently got a crossover in the bullish condition. The thing I really like about this one is we have a 15% short float on this one. So if this continues higher, maybe those shorts start to get nervous and we can get a little short squeeze on this one.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a lot of these higher time frame charts kind of setting up in that same direction. You know, you're starting to see a little bit of, you know, higher lows and higher highs, in some cases starting to move back in the right direction. As you mentioned, though, you know, an idea like this, definitely take your time, do the back testing, do the work on it before you try to apply this, you know, on an intraday basis. But absolutely a great concept, even on an intraday basis. Had a few people the last time we spoke, Michael, asking about on a swing basis. When you say swing trading, that can be, you know, a very, very wide range, obviously, of time frames. Typically, for you, anyways, what is your swing definition? I guess, is it, you know, 2 days? Is it 3 days? Is it 3 months?
I know it's a cop-out answer for sure, but I wish we'd get rid of the swing trade, day trade investing overall. I know some places like prop firms and things like this, you are limited to that day time frame because of the overnight risk. Myself, I would say my average trade lasts a week or two. However, for me, I want to let the price decide. You know, if I'm in a trade, if I were to buy a run, for example, which we just looked at, and it, you know, crashed back down today, I'd be out today. Right. So that would be an intraday trade because it was a loss. However, if this thing just keeps making higher lows and higher highs and higher lows, I could be in it for 6 months or a year, taking little bits of profits on the way up, just like you guys do with your day trading. You generally will buy a chunk, and then if you get a little move in your direction, you'll pay yourself as it goes. And I'll do the same thing. So I could be in a position for 3 months. I could be in a position for 3 hours, depending on what the price action is. So I would love to kind of get rid of the preconception of I hold stocks for X period of time and just let price decide when it's time to get out.
I love that concept in the sense that, you know, and everyone should obviously have their own exit strategy, just the same as you have your own entry strategy, but having the trade work itself out, have the trade tell you when something has changed and it's no longer valid. A great idea, exactly. Great concept. Have a great weekend. Michael Nosh, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. We'll see you again next week.
All right, have a good one.
Oh, thank you there, Michael. Michael said something that I really like there. The whole, you know, swing, day trading, whatnot. Trading is trading. I think like people always want to put terms out there, put things into a bucket, and like, have it nicely categorized. And I understand that sometimes those distinctions can matter, but when you have a trade setup and a trade idea, nice little plug there. When you have a nice trade idea, sometimes you allow it to play out, and then the time frame becomes a little bit secondary. So even like I'll be in trades that I'll think of as a scalp trade when I look at it, but you know, at the end of the day, suddenly I was sitting in it all day long, and it was a much different type of trade, but it was valid the entire day, and that's what really matters. So, you know, always think about your reasons, your process for getting in, and start from there. The rest of it can become a little bit secondary. Although I always sort of caution, like, if you had reasons which to get in that are more short-term based, and you're not trying to hold it for too long, because once you start getting past multiple days, you get like options expiration, other factors, you get new headline risk as well. So there's things that definitely crowd in there as you get on from like day trading into multi-day type of events. But yeah, I always love having him on, and a fantastic job there going over MACD. The Mac Daddy out there. I was trying to think of something good for Mac Daddy when he got MACD, but I got nothing. It's Friday. I haven't had enough coffee. Upstart, by the way, we talked about this, so I want to quickly just go here. Upstart, it broke that low, held 27. It would have been, like I said, it would have been probably a little bit even more aggressive if it had broken 27, got down to 90, and then trapped some shorts. But I think there were some shorts clearly trapped on the low at daybreak, and then it doesn't break 27. On the recovery back up to the low, that's where I started going long. So basically, I said, it got 27.20. It's got some there in the teens. Already taken a bunch out here in front of the 60. I want to see if I can't work more shares in. Like, as long as we hold that low, I'm going to want to try to defend this again, right? But we're already going to be trying to ring the register on this one and see if we can't get it going to the upside on Upstart despite the disaster. It's just been a pattern we've seen before. And if the low breaks, now it's pretty clean. If 27 goes, I mean, it's simple. My stop is right there. I'm just going to be able to get out. The fact that it's SSR means nothing for covering your longs. If you try to get a 27 break short, however, you're going to need an uptick to get that fill. But for now, this now shouldn't be a loser unless I manage to bungle this pretty poorly. I did get some Affirm, as most people might have guessed. After yesterday and with the market heading down, I like some Affirm shorts today. Part of that is somewhat related to Upstart being in a similar business, but even without Upstart, I was probably looking at some Affirm shorts today regardless.
Yeah, and we'll talk about when I get into the futures, but I'm starting to lean, obviously, and I told you guys initially I was on the long side of the futures, obviously with what they've done now. Starting to flip directions here, and we'll get into it more, but I know Brendan's at the big screen with upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, there it is. Top of the downside today with Upstart. Twitter here as well. Wedbush with the downgrade on Twitter. Some rumblings in the background, if you will, suggesting that maybe this deal with Elon will in fact fall apart. Six Flags, iHeartMedia to the downside as well. Palo Alto on here. There was a couple of announcements, or I guess news stories this week with some breaches, more security breaches. So nothing else too exciting goes on the upside though.
Yeah, not a heck of a lot there. The Twitter thing, I don't know. I kind of feel like every time it comes up, I probably ramble way too much about this because I think it's been an absolute mess for shareholders, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better. But this has essentially been a nothing burger. For some traders out there who have direct market access, there has been ample opportunity to scalp this, especially around that especially shorting at that $40 level has been really good here. But it's had recent support. Just throw it yesterday in the craziness that was there, and there's been a chance to buy this off of 37s as well. I'd throw that out the window for today, especially with that headline coming through, and maybe thinking about if you really want to be trading this because the volume might be okay, you're thinking more like 35s if it does any kind of a big dip. But I don't know. I've been saying for a while now that it just feels like he's trying to get a lower price, and then nothing happens. So I'm gonna stay away from waxing too poetic about it, just to go over it because I got in position in Affirm. Sort of what I like here. Yes, okay. So Upstart lending company, terrible guidance. I mean, that can't be a good thing for BNP, buy now, pay later, or Affirm. But Affirm is another one of these names, and why I said I was probably looking for shorts anyways, rejecting the 50 period on the way through, closed barely above it, and then you're immediately retracing through it this morning, gapping down through that this morning after such a strong day. So that sits at about 23 and change up here. So I want to be shorting this multiple times on Affirm. I'll take it here off of the pre-market highs, and then if it breaks that highs, I'm still thinking short off this 23 area, to that 23 quarter and that 50 period. Anytime you've seen big time moves like this, you understand volatility is going to be high in the stock. So if it's going to move $3.50 yesterday, then I can anticipate we might be able to see at least half that. So $1.50, $2 type moves can be in play for Affirm. That's why I'm anticipating looking at two separate swings on this. I'm not holding a 22.20 short all the way into 23.10. That's just not my style of trade here. We have direct market access. I can make multiple trades. So I'd rather take two swings at this and try to limit risk in case we do get some kind of a squeeze up on Affirm, which is happening over there in Upstart. Upstart already at 27.80 and heading toward 28. It's not always about the fundamentals. I'm not saying anything good about Upstart in terms of what their outlook looks like or that report. It's just a matter of the 34% short interest.
Yeah, I'm not touching Upstart. I've got so many choices right now in front of me, so I don't want to pay too much attention to just one name that's kind of working. We talked about Upstart, we talked about Affirm. Upstart in that 27, that's holding and bouncing. Affirm was another one that's moving around. I'm looking at the big dogs. At this point, the market's kind of, I want to say it's bouncing back into resistance, but the way it's bouncing back, I'm not even too sure. It's one of those confusing situations where you're like, I think this is the read, but I'm going to need some more info to just to get that confirmation of whether this is actually going to act as resistance or not. So for now, we're going to just wait it out and see if we can't grab a little bit more info before we commit more capital to a short on the futures. But I am looking at the equities. I'm looking at the big dog on the equities, right? I'm going to look at the Apples, the Amazons. Microsoft's not really setting up. Apples, the Amazons. I'm also looking at Meta potentially on a short. But again, all of these are kind of conditional on how the futures react here once we get into these 85s and 90s. If we can't maintain strength, then obviously we'll come off a little bit. Shorts make more sense. If we pick up strength, it could just be a false break through the bottom, bouncing back up and taking out the top. So I got to worry about that too. But we'll get into it when we talk about the futures there, Brennan.
Just quickly before we jump into that, I wanted to mention this note from Wedbush on this Twitter nonsense, we'll call it, is kind of interesting in the sense, guys, he breaks it down, this analyst breaks it down into percentages, 60% saying that the deal will go through. So 60% chance he's giving it that it will go through at a price range between 42 and 45, all we've been talking about for weeks and months. Says there's a 35% chance he'll still walk away from the deal and pay the $1 billion in the breakup fee, and then he gives a 5% chance that the 54.20 will still happen. So the 60% at 42.45. So as we were saying, a way to possibly renegotiate some prices here. But interesting note there from Wedbush on this Twitter deal. Continuing, why don't we jump into the futures here, Arun, and get a look at what we need to know today?
Yep. Let's jump right into the futures here. Let's go into the, what am I looking at, the 30-minute? Yeah, we'll go with the 30-minute. I think that covers a lot of bases. Okay, top end level, we've had this marked off for, I think since Tuesday, since I came on, 38.25, that's up top. We were looking for potential fades initially from 85 going on up. But the way the market's been trading, I think we're gonna have to market at this point north of 3,800. And then the bottom end level as of yesterday, so if we were to kind of just come off a little bit yesterday, the bottom end level I was looking at was 75. Not solid, but a little flexible there. On the bottom, 38.75 there, and then 38.30 was the next one up, and then 3,800 was the next one up after that. So these are the levels I had coming into today, knowing that I wanted to work something up top if we got a reason to work the shorts up top. Now, the way it came through overnight, I was like, okay, they're building a nice little base south of 38.90 into the 38.85s. The 75s are right there. We might be able to pick up a low risk long if where the market were to come back into that range, right? So the market dipped into this range. I picked up a long. You'll see it here actually on this chart, on our charts, on the software charts here. I picked up some longs into that 85 using that 75 as the stop. Again, it's at that point at 8:30 in the morning, when the market's this thin, you're not going to step in aggressively. I just wanted to get just enough info, maybe 10, 15 minutes worth of action around 85, even between 85 and 90 to confirm that I wanted to go for the long. I took some early and then you just ran right through the bottom, took out that 75. I'm like, okay, well, they clearly are blowing through this level. 75 is not going to really work for me. I'm going to have to work the original read, which was 85 through 25 up top. So as the market comes back into resistance, I'm taking some shorts here. You see me in Apple, you see me, actually you don't see me in the futures, but the futures short. So this is the initial long, that's the loser. And then this is the short coming up. The reason they're not different colors and they're the same color is because on the futures market, you don't have to tag your orders as short sells. You can just call them sells. So the system only sees them as sells and buys. So that's why they're both yellow. But I am short on the futures here in front of 80 and looking to work into more, but not fully committed to an entire position just yet. I want to see how this area reacts, right? We know on the way down, it was enough to take a shot at the long, but let's see how it reacts on the way up. And that's why I'm looking for potential to add more in the event the market stalls out between 85 and 90. If we catch a bid, and that could very much happen, and that's what I'm worried about here, is that if we were to catch a bid off the open and this great number is a good thing, because in some worlds good numbers are good and in some worlds good numbers are bad depending on where you are in the economic cycle. So in this situation, is this good number a good thing? And we're going to find out at 9:30 on how the market's going to handle this. And if we catch a bid, obviously I'm going to take a hit on the short as well, but I'm okay with that because I'm not fully committed to the full position just yet, right? I want to see how this area reacts. That's what we're waiting for, but I am still working for potential fades here. If we were to now rally up in north of 10s, 39 10s and change, then I'm still looking at that 25, but that's a completely separate trade. This initial read is going to have to be between 85 and 90, depending on how the volume is, how much selling we get. If we catch bids at the open, you just back off completely and move on and figure out what you want to do after that.
Hey, guess what? It's 9 o'clock. Guess what happened the past 3 days on oil at 9 o'clock? Guess what's happening right now again on 9 o'clock at 9 o'clock for crude? Huge volume coming back into the upside once again today. This was yesterday, huge move up, same exact time once again. This buy program kicks in, and here we go again, guys. Back to day highs, anyways. Now up 1.3 on crude futures. Let's have a look at everything else you need to know this morning. Getting into the watch list here if you need it. That is the link, absolutely free. Every single day for you. Make sure you check that out before we come on at 8:30. I mean, we were saying, guys, at the end of the day yesterday, this is a pattern that it's so obvious that is kind of ridiculous and probably won't last very long if it continues, but right on schedule again today.
Yeah, talk about the futures. And I promise we talked about this. You're going to see that I'm in Oxy, but I said I would look into it and figure out what the best way to express that trade was. It actually was on oil futures or the minis. I'll get into why I'm in Oxy in a quick second, but what's being talked about is this 9 o'clock, and then whatever direction that program comes in, if it's sell side at 9 o'clock, there's continuation. This is a 15-minute chart, just so you can see, but wherever sell side continuation, 9 o'clock, sell side continuation, buy side yesterday, today, again, buy side, so a couple of days in a row there. And look, I kind of feel like if you go to the 3-minute chart, like what you would have had here right at 9 when it came through is a break at the pre-market high, and then you essentially maybe you'd be long on like a 104 and then see if you can continue through there, and that's what we've been able to check. Oxy's on our list because Buffett bought more shares of it, and it's set up really well on the daily chart. So corresponding with that spike, I end up in Oxy on a break on a higher time frame, like back above the 50. You've got this 63 level on the 15-minute chart here, which I'll zoom out and just give you a look at why I liked Oxy from here. So it's somewhat related, but it's not directly related. I just got triggered in based on what we just saw over there in the futures. But I like that Oxy trade anyways. The last time we had a breakout similar to this, just as a cautionary note, I actually got it at the open last time a few weeks ago. Actually, it was almost a month ago on the 62 break. It got to about 64, but then before lunchtime, it did a hard reversal. So I'm kind of geared up, understanding that last time we had a breakout in this type of an area on Occidental, in a very similar situation, it was more or less done by lunchtime. So I do want to be taking some profit here. I think I have to give it some room. I think back then I was looking back to 61 as support. In this case, I'm looking back to 62 and thinking, we should be at least getting to that 64 level that we got last time on that break, and I'll take some shares out in front of that. But yeah, I just got triggered in on that oil move. It wasn't specifically me trying to make that 9 o'clock play.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. I mean, like you mentioned it yesterday a few times, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to look at crude later, and I've been so caught up in other things. And I'm like, oh, then you talk about it again. I'm like, oh, yeah, that move on crude. But again, for me, crude, and I will step into the crude futures if I need to, but 105 is going to have to be the top end level. Remember, we looked at 104 yesterday, and it slipped a little bit towards the end of the day. 105 is going to be the new level. It's gone sideways, as you can see. After 2 days down, and then yesterday kind of making a move up, and it going sideways, you got to understand that it's going to be in a range, right? It's kind of just right back in the previous low of the July, I guess late June, 30th and 1st of July. We're not in July. Are we in July? Yeah, we are in July. Yeah, July. So around these 105. So the fact that it's actually coming back here and starting to stall out here, there could actually be a decent trade here on the upside break if you actually get the move and get it stabilized, meaning not just stop runs through the top, but actually gets above, trades above. There would be a decent breakout trade back towards the level that we fell from, which is going to be around that 107.5, 108 area. So definitely keep an eye on crude. It's up 1.19 at the moment, but things can change very, very quickly on crude. And preferably for me, the easier trade, it's not the long, it's going to be the short. The reason being, the shorts are always easier. The reason I say that is because markets fall faster than they go up. So to get an elevated move north of 105 means it needs sustained buying. versus south of 101, everyone just needs to dump. That's it. It's easier to get that done. So 101 break would be the easier trade, but I'm not opposed to the 105 long break as well. So both sides available in the event that crude actually makes a move out of this box.
Uh-oh, the Mamba Trader just put the hex on my Oxy trade there. I'm going to try to make it a thing, Mamba Trader, because everyone thinks you look like Kobe Bryant.
I don't get it. I don't see it. I don't know what you
Rest
guys are
in
talking
peace,
about.
Kobe. But I like Mamba Trader is amazing. It's weird. Like I see it from time to time, but I mean, obviously not directly. But you're a better trader than he was shooting guard. Look at that.
Taking shots.
All right, let's get into the rest here. GME, guys, first on the list here this morning after the CFO gets the heave-ho. Aftermarket yesterday, the company announced this change that was obviously to come as they announced a replacement as well. But big move down, nevertheless, aftermarket on this news yesterday after a good day yesterday on the stock split announcement.
Yeah, look, I feel like we talked about GameStop a little bit earlier, and just
What happened? I still don't see it.
how do you not? It's a structure thing.
All right, whatever, guys.
Facial structure.
All right.
You-
I'll take
okay.
it. It's nothing to be. If you guys want to go down that road, I'll take it, man.
It's
Hey,
Kobe,
that's a
man.
great. Yeah, exactly. That's a great comparison. But
Okay,
I'm
what
like,
you should do, and I'm not saying you got to do this, but it would be fun if you did.
Yeah.
Just
shave my head.
If you shaved your head.
Wait 8 months. I'm heading down that road anyways. So we'll get there eventually. Natural progress, guys.
There we go. The Mamba Trader is here and he is live. And quite frankly, like my read on GameStop, I thought stunk. I liked the initial short yesterday off of the 130 and didn't give it room, so I ended up taking a small win on the short, reversing to a long and losing on the long. So ending up down stock. It was my worst stock yesterday when the initial short off the open was fantastic. 130 down into 125. It was a rune that liked that long down there in those mid-20s. Sorry, check that low 20s. And that's where you got the big run up. So, I mean, if we see those again, I don't know if we're going to see that price here. But yesterday you got the dip at the open. So that's kind of what I'd be waiting around for. Like if you get that price, fantastic. I don't want to be diddling with that 130 after blowing it yesterday. I think if it fails a break at 130, then you can start thinking about that, meaning we get through that price at the open and then immediately reject it. That would give you a stop at the recent high and a short just below 30s. Something like that for a setup could be in the cards. Otherwise, I'm holding out for top or waiting for these 122, 123, somewhere down there to buy a little dip support on GameStop. Just feels like if you're patient with it, you got to be willing to give it some room. And I wasn't willing to give it room yesterday, so be patient with the price and make sure you get a good one.
We talked about this earlier. GameStop, as Prad, I don't even know how this came out. I just randomly said it because somebody else said it around here, and then it turns out Prad's been saying it for a while now. Diddling in the middle. You don't want to diddle in the middle here.
Yeah.
So wherever that comes from, if we can get south of 124 is going to be the only play that I can think of. North of 130 gets dangerous because of the action that we saw, not just yesterday, the fact that we actually got all the way up to 135, 136-ish, and then fell off, but also the fact that we've been hesitating here around that 130 going into, I guess, the close of the 6th. So we actually tried to get up there a few times on the 6th, late session on the 6th, early morning on the 7th. And then we finally got going later on the 7th. So the fact that we've been spending this much time and volume through that 130 makes me say, you know what, 130 break, probably a dangerous trap to go for. But I would prefer, if you're going to go for the long, get it to support, find the long at support versus trying to take the break into resistance or even action levels where there's a ton of action. Preferably, like I said, shorts are always easier to trade. If you can actually take shorts, they're easy to trade just because of how fast they move, right? That's just a straight up market dynamics there. So preferable 120 break, but if you can catch a reason or find a reason to go for the long south of 124, that's available too.
Let's go to Upstart, and a bit of a disaster. Here's all you need to know for Upstart. They came out with this. Preliminary revenue, $228 million for Q2. The forecast was for $295 to $305. They also said Q2 net loss now going to be between $27 and $31 million. That's versus a guidance, prior guidance of between $4 million to actually break even. So not even close for Upstart.
Yeah, that's the best. Not even close. I like that. Not even close. And an absolute mess. But I understand we're here to trade. This is a day trade. I'm not holding Upstart forever. I'm not holding Upstart probably more than 10 o'clock or whatever it might be on a potential squeeze. This is a simple fact that when we've seen a stock gap down too far or gap down very far on a catalyst like this with a high short interest, which this has at about 34%, typically there's only one place for it to go. Now you do have that 25 bottom. So if we get through the lows at 27 and I'm out of this trade, then you have room to get to that bottom. It's short sell restricted, so the 27 break will be hard to get. It's a simple case of, I'll go to the 3-minute, it's easier to show here. Simple case of, if it cannot break the low, only one place to go. We broke that pre-market bottom, bounced right off 27, the first even number, and then found support right back at that pre-market low, went into the long, stop is at that 27 even, and I'm playing the potential squeeze play. And it's not just people that are sitting here short on the way in thinking this is going to flush, and they're short 28s, and I've done this like before so many times where I'm short 28, I'm short 27.5, I'm barely taking anything out because I'm like, this is going to 25. And lots of times that would work. However, recently, what will happen is you break this bottom, you get a few more people shorting it, 27 might even break sometimes, you get more people shorting it, and then you also have people short covering, because remember on the daily chart what this looks like. If you've been short this, and every single pop you've been aggressively shorting and leaning on the stock, which I guarantee you there have been big firms doing it, when it breaks the gap down, there are those that want to cover this and take some bank in front of 25 even. You get that all going together, plus the low short flow, and a lot of times the initial move to the upside is very strong. With Robinhood, it was so strong that it halted up. I remember being in the money on a Robinhood short on their disastrous earnings when everyone thought the company was trash, and that morning, halted upside at the open and squeezed higher. It was a great short eventually, but not until you got blown out. And if we do get any kind of a massive blowout to the upside, I'll look at $30. Yeah, sure, I want to short $30 if I get a chance to do so. But as far as the trade goes, it's a simple structure. It's simply all about risk to reward down here and what pattern I've seen work in the last 2 quarters.
Risk reward, that's all it's about. Most of trading is like that, especially when a name like this comes up with the interest that it has. So 27, you want to get underneath, give me a low risk trade against that 25.43 that we looked at as the actual low from a while ago. Fine, I'll take a shot at that 27 south of 27 against that 25.43 if the risk makes sense and we get the confirmation of the sell side activity, ability to absorb any sort of buy side activity as well. So that's optional in the event. That's an option that we can have in the event that happens. I also have to prepare myself, hey, what happens if we get underneath 27, we catch bids, end up back above 27? Well, I know 25.43 is there, so we'll just say 25 even as your stop. That could be a nice little false move through the 27 on a long and see if we can't get it back to the low 30s, I guess 31, 32. Flip side is, what happens if it gets above 29? Is that a breakout long? Maybe, depending on where the stop is, right? So if you take the 29, you really can't use. It depends if we take the 27 out first. If we take the 29 without taking the 27, you can probably say 27 is a good stop. If you take the 29 after taking the 27s, then you probably have to use the 25s, at which point the risk is too high. So it all depends on how this thing decides to go into the open. Keep in mind, in about 8 minutes, we have NASDAQ imbalances coming out. If Upstart has an imbalance at 25, or 925, then there could be there's gonna be movement on that as well. So a lot of factors coming into play. Also, the big thing I think for this market is, how is this market gonna handle this jobs report? Is this a good thing? Is this not? Is this a good news is good, or is this good news is not so good on a day like today where we know that volume is gonna die off fairly quickly after the market? Well, most of the time that's what tends to happen in the summertime. After the initial flush, maybe you get first 45 minutes of activity, then it quiets down, and then towards the end you get some more activity, right, as we get closer to the close. But we'll see how this one plays out today.
All right, oil back to highs. Here we go. 1.6 now for crude to the upside today. Let's talk about some energy ideas, including this one, Occidental. Buffett back in there buying up 12 million more shares of the company on Tuesday and Wednesday. Worth about 700 million and change. So the buy program for Buffett continuing on Oxy, while the buy program for the futures continuing this morning.
Yeah, it's just like it's a happy coincidence that the program was for 2 days in a row was the sell side on that oil futures, and then today, so yesterday it was to the buy side, today it's to the buy side when Oxy happened to set up for a break potential breakout at least. I mean, I'm in the long, so I can say potential breakout. It was just about 30 cents in the money. I didn't take it, but I will get some out in front of the 63.5. And this is not to say, hey, Buffett buy stock, go long. It's more to do with the fact that when I look at it, that's a decent catalyst, fair enough. But the secondary thing here is it is potentially breaking out on the daily chart past the 63 level. It hasn't gotten to 63 the last couple of times it's tested. It sort of just stopped shy. We had some longs into these levels before that I think I talked about the 15-minute when we went over this in the old number, and you're also breaking the 50 period. So I just love that setup and that multi-day type of breakout on a chart, and then you throw in the Buffett thing, and it's just I'm going to have that pretty much every single time. So 63s, I got some offers in front of 63.5. I definitely think that $2 move that we got in a 62 break a few weeks ago, almost a month ago, that's going to be the target there. So I'm looking basically at that 65 even number for an ultimate target on Occidental. So we'll work out in front of it. And just one more, because I actually forgot to do this, and this is my bad, because the Affirm trade is loosely related. It's related to the market, but it's loosely related to Upstart there. I am on the bid, sort of looking at the initial push we got at the open on Affirm, where it got all the way up to 22, and this is yesterday, and then dipped back into 21.30. I'm kind of looking at that range as where I want to be getting some shares out on any push to the downside. I suspect there might be some buyers down there that might find that for support, and if we break 21.30, then you get acceleration to the downside. So I got a bid in front of 21.50 here to take some out of Affirm to the short side. I just feel like maybe it'll be a lower hanging fruit to be short Affirm than to try to work on Upstart, which has squeeze potential in it. If Upstart goes to the upside, I'm probably put to the test in Affirm. I just feel it's less likely to break my back, not 34% short interest. Such an overextended move yesterday as well. And plus, too, with the market looking like, feeling like it wants to retrace a little bit here this morning, Affirm is a place that I like to go for those shorts. It doesn't mean I won't eventually short Upstart. Heck, if it breaks 27, I'm out of this long, and that's 13 cents from now as it comes back in. I just start with Affirm because it's set up in a better spot.
Yeah, we talked about oil. I already mentioned oil, that 05 level, 105 upside potential. So I'm not going to go into oil again, but I do want to talk about another energy move that's happened yesterday. Today's gone somewhat quiet. Nat gas. Nat gas, we probably don't ever look at nat gas here on the show, but I'm here. I trade futures. Why not take a look at nat gas futures here? So I'm looking at the 605 here. A nice little base is going sideways after a nice little run up from the 570s yesterday. So if we can actually maintain some strength, there could be a decent long. It's down 1.86 on the day, or 1.76 on the day. If we can actually catch a nice little bid in the 610s, 610 to 615s against the 605s, there could be a decent trade back towards the 625, 630. Keep in mind, every penny in nat gas per contract is $100, I believe. So per contract too. So you really don't, even though it's a very tight range as you hear the numbers, but the leverage is there. So you can definitely make a decent amount of money if you've got some contracts going on nat gas. But nat gas looking like it wants to take a nice little rest before an extension. If that's the case, I'll take a look at it. I'll maybe take a look at, like I said, 615, south of 615 into the 610s would be ideal against a 605, but I need to see some more strength here before I commit to a long. But that's my read here. So I've got a read on crude. I've also got a read on nat gas as well, potentially on the long side. So both of them, I'm looking at the long, but also open to the idea of the short. The only thing I would say about the nat gas short, though, the 605 break, I'm not a fan of this one just because of how long we spent around the 595, 6 even. So if we broke 605, we're probably coming back down to 595 and change. Limited downside. So probably not worth the risk at that point, but I would definitely keep an eye on the long potential on nat gas here.
All right, let's go to big tech here to wrap things up. Arun, you were mentioning, the whole concept of when it comes to the jobs number today, is good news good, or is good news bad, or is bad news good and bad? Here's the 10-year. So let's talk about tech stocks here. Here's the 10-year back to the upside today. But we are coming back in here pretty quickly, back to 304, 305 after it topped out at 309 on the jobs report itself. I bring this up simply because growth and tech have led this rally so far this week, but we are seeing a bit of a pullback on this move today.
Yeah, 100%. And I was actually just asked about Amazon in the chat. The same level I like short yesterday, I'm going right back toward it. I mean, you'll see here, I got 2 offers already set up. By the way, Upstart broke 27, so I'm out of that trade. Cannot hold it through that break. The entire theory is that you caught that bounce 20s off of that 27 even. It worked up to about 27.80 or so, but you got to be able to give it up. So I'm out of Upstart, going to hang on to Affirm. That's where I like the short. But Amazon was 115.50 that we liked for the short side trade in Amazon yesterday. And the only difference today, I mean, I like that level. I think you have to give it to 116. So I'm looking at support in the afternoon on Amazon and looking at this channel and saying, I want to short in that channel with a stop up above that 116 area. And I think there's just room to get back to either yesterday's low, 113.50. I think that's one play that we're more likely to get on any kind of a semi-aggressive pop here at the open. I don't think I'm getting Meta. Unfortunately, we like 173 on Meta. I had that in the pre-market. I just don't see any way we're going to get it. It's just such a good level on the daily chart. You can see it there lining up since it failed that 200 level. But it's been really good on this 15. It's just an obvious line of resistance. So anything in front of it, I just want to constantly be shorting every chance that we get on Meta. But that's going to take more aggression. Amazon should be in the pocket at the open.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my positions here. I'm like, I think I'm on the wrong side. This is something makes me feel like this is not going to be good for these 2 shorts that I've got. I've got the Apple short. I've got the future short. It doesn't look too good. I thought that 75 break would actually provide some action here into the 85s. Not as much as I would have liked here on the sell side. So we're gonna. I'm not a fan of cutting trades before they're through their completion. So they actually have to either hit me for a loss or they actually have to work out. I try to keep it as binary as possible before me getting involved in kind of messing up the trade itself. So I'll hold on and wait it through, but it doesn't, that's just my feeling at the moment right now. That means my feelings don't mean anything, but it's just like, I don't know. It's a little uncomfortable the way it's been trading. I think there could be a pop after the open. I would love to be pleasantly surprised with the drop, but we'll see how this one goes. And good thing I'm not fully committed to the short just yet. Brendan.
All right, some small caps to discuss this morning. Here's SRG. Sorry, that's USEA. SRG I was going to mention as well. Feels a little bit more weak than this one so far this morning. Anyways, coming back in. This is that crazy USEA from yesterday. We got up to this 9 area, 850 to 9 at the top end of the range yesterday. Gap up higher, go all the way to 10 at the top so far this morning. Coming back off as well. So this is 9 and then 850. Kind of chopping around in the range right now. Overall, kind of going sideways here. If you look at what has happened so far today, if we do start to hold 850, 875, start working back above 9, I mean, we probably take out the highs. Why not? Remember, 1.4 million share float on this as well. If it does get below this 875, 850, long way to 7 or 650 where it ended yesterday, guys.
Oh man, and that's one that I don't know. I sat down this morning and was looking at the 9 break very, very briefly on USEA.
You're long Oxy, right?
I turned my eye away on that USEA, and then Brendan's like, "Hey man, it's already at 10," and I just wanted to kick myself. But $10 looks like a pretty big level. It's already rejected it once. Just a quick update. Yeah, we'll do this one, line it up, and knock it out. We'll go 2 for 2 here as Occidental makes that break. And obviously, I got helped out by the futures. There's no question about that.
It's a nice imbalance, too.
We did know that imbalances to the upside as well. 190,000 on Occidental. We'll get to that in a quick second. But first target out in front of that 63.50 to get taken out. Got to 42, my favorite number. So able to get some shares out there. I'm still holding some for 64 and then 65 at the open, so hopefully that can work out for us. As I said with Upstart, whether or not it holds this at the open is going to be a separate story, but my stop was at 27. It still has a chance. It's broken the low. It could still reestablish this as support and squeeze, but for me, my trade is done until we get to 930. The Affirm short I will work into some more if that does pop up, though.
Yeah, for anyone asking about imbalances, the reason I asked Neil about Oxy is because that's what was like the 4th name at the top of the list. I was like, it's not even that big, but it's 206,000. It's number 3 now. It's a buy-side imbalance of 207,000 now. It's not that big. You're getting TAL, I believe, is Talisman, also another energy name, if I'm not mistaken. 776, and then WIT, I have no clue what that is, 362. Both on the sell, and then you have ADTX, which keeps popping in and out at 240, and then Oxy's right there at 208. And Neil, your favorite name has an imbalance, Sundial. SNDL is right there, 188 on the sell side, as we are a minute and change, actually, just over a minute from the open, and then we're going to get a pretty good indication how this market wants to play a Friday where the jobs report just came out. So we initially got a move to the downside. Now we're getting a decent run to the upside. Are we going to get a rejection of this run to the upside to back down? If that's the case, then I think the shorts make more sense. You'd be more comfortable with the short. I know I'd be a lot more comfortable with the shorts if they actually came back through the 80s, maybe into the mid 70s as well. But for now, I'm kind of on a holding pattern here. I want to see how this open plays out. If I see enough, I'll step into some more shorts. If not, I'm just going to minimize the damage that's going to happen when this market takes off to the upside, and I'm holding 2 shorts. So we're going to wait a little bit here and see how this market wants to play the first 5 minutes, and then we'll come back in and commit some cash to a trade.
And with 20 seconds to go till the last open of the week, we got Tony on the bell here. Someone asked about Tesla. It's 50 periods in play, 735 as well for resistance on that stock. If you're looking for some short opportunities, I think until it breaks that, these 50 periods, 200 periods have been significant. With 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Tony.
Yes.
As usual, always the aggressive ring there. So immediately I want to be looking at upstart off that 27 level. Looks like we got that reload on a firm to the south side, so we've got that one short. No chance we're taking back that, well, initially no chance we're taking back that 27. I hate talking uncertainty, so it was right to get out there. I think you can play off of this 27 area for some short opportunities. I did not go over AMD, so I want to quickly rectify that here. 78. Pretty good level, 78 to 80. 80 was a huge resistance yesterday. If we cannot break out at the open, only one place to go. Amazon was the one I thought we'd have a chance to get off of this open. Haven't really seen that chance materialize just yet. I still want to be patient, give it a chance to trade above that 115 before I dive in too early there, guys. We want to make sure that we're being very, very patient. That 930 whipsaw action can easily get you to overtrade. I don't want that happening to me. Here comes Upstart screaming back through that 27. So that didn't really take very long. Now you've got yourself a wick off bottom on Upstart. If it then holds that low at the open, it looks like we're 26.80. If it then holds this low with a wick off bottom, you could have a potential squeeze in there. If that happens, I'm likely going to be working into some affirm shorts.
All right, this is it. This has to be it. If we're going to go for a sell, this has to happen right now. The way the market rejected off those 90s, there should be enough to sell. If we can't sell, these shorts aren't going. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on it. But again, it's a minute, it's like 90 seconds into the open, and there's a lot of action on both sides here. So if there's buy-side action that's going to catch these low 80s, then we're going to bounce, and then I'm going to have to figure out how to work my way out of this short. But for now, we're going to stick with it, let the market actually just kind of settle down. The thing with opening volume whipsaws, or on a Friday, especially in the summertime with whipsaws, is that once the volume is kind of done with, dealt with, the market just kind of tapers off and just drifts in a direction. And if this is still in the middle of a range, as we kind of lose the volume, we're probably going to stay in that range and not going to make a breakout until the end of the day. If, however, we make a move to the downside, and that's a big thing, if we make a move to the downside, that opens the door for some actual activity and ability to trade, and it'll bring some volatility. But until that happens, we're not going to do a whole lot. And the one move, damn, okay.
Get anything?
No, but Nat Gas, damn it. Like the one that no one looks at, but at least on the show. Nat Gas, nice little bounce here off the 15s. Okay, but I was looking for between 615 and 610, but at the same time, that's quick bounce here off the 615s. So I don't have a whole lot of names that are ready to go in either direction. I am looking at some shorts, but again, market's not lined up for a short, so I'm going to wait this one out.
What is lined up for short is Affirm. Yeah, you better do it, Affirm. I always miss this, Affirm. When I don't look at the stock in the pre-market, I hate it. But I'm not looking to give horse to mouth. We had a target, a first target that we showed you on the curl, at least the curl that it put in yesterday in the morning, and that was right around that 2150. I just got some shares out in front. It's now screaming down lower. If you're watching Upstart, yes, could you have just shorted Upstart? I get it. Absolutely. You could have easily just had the Upstart short when it rejected 27. To me, the lower hanging fruit and safer play was just go over to Affirm, which didn't have the risk of squeezing on me. So call it a proxy trade. I don't know, whatever you want to call it there. But I am short Affirm. I would work into Upstart if it gives me a shot off this 27 at this point, but this could be getting away from us pretty quickly. I've gone back over to Occidental. It then put in the first leg for profit. Now we're looking to see if we can hold on that dip. I want to be in Oxy throughout the duration of this break, but I've had a stop, and I look at it right below that 62 area. You just go to previous highs and give it a little bit of wiggle room. I want to try to hold this one into the 65 level, but that's a pretty harsh rejection here, and you've got to have a stop throughout those lows. If we get taken out, we get taken out. I do want to come back to that UASA very quickly here. None of the big cap shorts have come in for me, even in the midst of this spike. This is basically trying to hold 9 even. Resistance at 9 even. I think 10 is the more significant level. I'd be watching out for a potential 9 break for a little bit of a squeeze play. And if you're watching GameStop or AMC, GME sliding back down here. It did try to pop to that 130 level we liked earlier, or at least yesterday, and then fading right back in. Low 20s was support and a good jump off point yesterday. I think you'll want to wait out for that. AMC holding nicely at 14. I'm on the bid in front of 1350. I'm not sure that's going to come in. I was thinking dip buy on this just like GameStop. Once again, AMC might be too strong for that and is looking to take out the pre-market highs. Ooh, I don't want to miss this one if it makes that charge to 15, but I was really hoping to get some down around 1350, Brendan.
Some of the EV names busy or moving. Anyways, to start things off here, remember Rivian with a price target increase this morning, but this one, Lucid, guys, starting to go, trying to test these highs from yesterday. Big day up yesterday, if you remember, for Lucid. Decent volume to the upside out of the gate.
Okay, here comes Amazon. About to get Amazon. Chance, I mean, a slight chance to be able to get that meta short. We know we want to be a little bit patient with these, but it's like, it's so easy to get FOMO in that first few minutes, because I'm looking at this pop and I wanted to short the pop in Amazon, but I'm letting this one come to me a little bit. It's going to be the same thing over here for Meta, where I'm waiting almost much more significantly to the upside on Meta. I needed to go a lot further than this before we're able to take any short trades in this. Tesla was the other one that we're looking at. It's getting very close to that 735 top, which could be faded on any kind of a round off. Definitely like the opportunity to go in there. And I see people talking about some individual names. As I try to let these hit, I want to be able to get to them. It is the opening rush still. One of them of interest, it just got thrown out Roblox because it just took the 40 level. And that's a pretty big break. And I had this in the back of my mind, and I'm like, why does this not make the front of the list? Partially because it had this resistance here, just above the 40 break. You have this 40-40 area, but that's the top now, 40-50. So you have a multi-day level break here, potentially on Roblox. The only thing standing against it is the fact that I still feel like I want to be shorting some of these pops. But you look at something relatively strong that has a multi-day level break, watch that Roblox. I just don't like a 40 punch into overhead resistance. That's why I kind of scratched it off my list.
Yeah, I'm just going through my list of names that I can potentially work on the short side if this market breaks through that 80 into the 70s area. So I'm looking at maybe Amazon potential shorts. I'm looking at potential Meta shorts. Again, they're not ready. That's where the only reason I don't have it. And the one that I do have, Apple, is actually running to the upside, catching a nice little bit off the 145 now up to 146. So clearly, strength is still the name of the game right now. So for now, no dice on any of these shorts. Nothing's really confirmed. Nothing's really set up. We're just going to have to work just be patient with the 2 trades that we have, see if we get enough action to actually break these levels. If we don't, I'm looking for longs as well. Potentially, what do I have here on the long? Was it Caterpillar that actually set up? No, not Caterpillar. I think it was CRM, actually CRM. CRM could be a decent long. So I'm preparing myself for some longs as well in the event this market actually stabilizes here. CRM, I'm thinking, man, this move around 174 could actually work out. If this stabilizes, market stabilizes, we could actually get a move back towards 177. So CRM is a potential long candidate for me, dependent entirely on how this market decides to play.
Man, you might have been right about that, like not liking some of those shorts going into the longs. I was just talking Roblox and saying it had overhead resistance on a 40 break and 40-50 was the high. Well, you couldn't even get the 40-50 break. At least I couldn't get it. I just mentioned this and looked at that overall break and just couldn't even catch anything of it. I did get an Amazon short, so we're patient waiting for it. I didn't want to chase that price. First entry at that 115.50 area, so I got 45. I'll short it one more time, but 116 is my stop on Amazon. Want to give it that tight stop. Before we go to Brendan here, quickly, Upstart trying to recover back to this 27 level. So I'm looking at a firm here. I want to look for a reload. If we reject 27, Upstart could be dying a slow death. But every time you see a wick off bottom, my first thought is, again, you might have trapped some shorts. I want to see it trade this 27 level, Brendan.
I'm just noticing some of these Chinese ADRs back on the list this morning as well, back to the upside here on volume. There were some notions or speculation about COVID coming back into play in China. Here's Alibaba up 0.5% already, but pushing back to pre-market highs for BABA.
Oh, hell yeah.
But you just said Snap long.
Yeah.
Snapchat got
No, not Snap. I mean Snap long on Upstart.
Snap long on a lot of these names. Like the move up was violent. And so when I see Upstart make this kind of a push, the first thing you think, of course, is that potential squeeze. Now, Meta is still one that we're looking for, and that is just slowly grinding up. I don't know if we're going to even get this one at 172, 173. It's definitely fading here. Tesla is starting to get into the jailbreak potential at that 735. So it's come to that top. We got to, we have not got to 735. Dark pool wick up there. So we actually have not broken 735. That's still going to be in play. If we get through this, I mean, it's kind of obvious. You have the 50 period. You get above there, you have potential jailbreak. But until it happens, I want to play off of that level to the short side. It's a short till it's not. Upstart's now back below 27. So that's likely to get me into this one to the short side here. I wanted to see how it traded below 27 or above 27 before I jumped into it. But I'm now into Upstart short for the first time today, despite the fact that it was 17% to that downside. But Tesla 735 should be on our radars. Upstart and a firm short at the same time. Ooh, I like to live dangerously.
Yeah, the way the market's been moving around, I'm going to have to add some shorts here. So that CRM trade I was talking about earlier, probably a prime candidate for a long. That's looking much better now around the 175s. Upstart, I was talking about this earlier, the false breakthrough 27 on a snap long. Let's just get some more stability. If we can get some stability north of 27, we can actually get going on Upstart as well. It blows through the stops. Remember, 25.43 was the low off the daily. So if we actually do get that snap long here, north of 27, it doesn't look like it is actually backing off a little bit right now. So if they can catch a secondary bid here and actually get through this high, this initial high, which is around, I guess, 430 something, 2730 or so. If we can catch a secondary bid and get above there, there's a chance for a nice little long. So I'm just lining up the candidates that I want to work with in the event this market either surprising breakdown, highly unlikely, or it actually stabilizes on the way up and we catch some longs here. So I'm open to both sides, but we'll just wait it out. Brennan.
Little one from the hospitality group, a hotel operator, guys, Target Hospitality, another one that raised its sales forecast for the current quarter and the remainder of the year this morning in the pre-market here. Wasn't doing a lot of volume, but just popping up now through $8 there for TH.
Okay, TH, I'll add that one to your list. To be sure, just quickly, Upstart, I just tried to actually, I tried to get more shares of a firm. I ended up getting into Upstart, but did not get the more shares of a firm. But we'll immediately start ringing the register on Upstart. It just had this tank down to 26.50, so that curl back at 27 even. I'm taking some out there. I didn't mention this held $26 even. So that little push at the open down was to 26 even. I think that's any kind of a line in the sand on an even number like that needs to be respected. So taking some profit makes some sense. I had not gotten the Affirm short, and now I just was able to get more shares in here around that same price that we were shorting before. So essentially a reload there. Amazon, first leg came in. It hasn't really done a heck of a lot since. The market's still screaming to the upside. So anything which is holding resistance, we definitely like to continue to maintain that. Oh, Tesla gave the breakout. Shoot. Did I not get Tesla? Nope. Tesla broke that 735 there. Unable to. I thought I had a stop order, and I guess I didn't have the stop on Tesla 735. But I might get a chance to buy that dip anyways. Looks like we are screaming upside here. One of the ones that I liked to find support is still relatively weak. And there's just no getting around this. Microsoft is a bit of a dog here, man. Down 1%, this market bouncing heavily, and Microsoft going nowhere. So the notion of those softy longs, that's like eroding before my eyes. I'm not sure we're going to have anything to do here today. It looks like Tesla's the strongest I can find. And Roblox, I mean, yeah, that 40 break, fair enough. Like, that would have been a good number. I don't like it into overhead resistance. I'm still sitting there with my missed 40-50 break. And I always like catching the multi-day level break as opposed to catching that sort of even 40. But truth be told, there was probably more liquidity at 40 than there was catching the 40-50 breaks. If you got it early, congratulations to you. Sometimes that's the best way to get your shares.
A lot of the times when you catch it early, you're getting run over or you're getting perfect prices. That's what tends to happen when you get it early. But here we are, the market coming up here a little bit. Remember, I'm still in the future short. Obviously, as you can see, I'm in the Apple short too. The reason the futures positions don't show up is because only equity positions show up. U.S. equities are on the board. Futures positions, we don't really take them that much. I'm the only one who actually takes some futures contracts on the show. So I'll talk about it when I'm around. So I'm on the show. If I got a position on, I'll talk about it. But here we are. We're short down here. I knew as soon as it worked through in 85, I knew I was in trouble. So, but like I said, I let my trades finish what they're going to do. If they're going to lose, they're going to lose. I don't interfere with my trades in any way. So if that's the case, and this market's going to rally through the top, it's going to rally through the top, hit me for losses, and then we're going to move on and find some other trades. So for now, we're holding on to these ones here. Let them do their thing. If they're not going to work out, they're not going to work out. It's a binary choice. The trading is, you would think it's either a win or lose, but when you step in and interfere with your trades, and which traders do all the time, the odds shift because of that one thing. So I just try to leave it as binary as possible. Win or lose, let the market tell me depending on what my position is. Obviously, Apple running up strong. CRM, I am looking for potential candidates. On the long side, CRM actually is stabilizing a little bit more. CRM's north of 175, was north of 175. I look over, it's at 174.71. It's there, but it just won't catch enough juice to actually stay above. So CRM still my prime candidate for a long in the event this market fully clears this even level into the 10s. But for now, we are just kind of, again, back. I'm in a waiting pattern. I've got the two positions I want. I don't want to commit any more capital, and I'm just going to wait for this market to give me a read. Either make me lose on this futures position so I can flip reads and go to a long, or come back in and break through the 80, so at which point I'll commit to more longs. That's it.
And that's what you should do. You should be waiting for the prices that you want and not be compromising in that opening rush. At 10 o'clock, you can always just go back to sort of revisiting some of those ideas. When we talk about reloading, sometimes you got to power back up. And a firm, it's actually holding pre-market lows here. So when we hold VWAP at 22, I did take some out there. I reloaded in those 30s on a firm, and I'm going to stay short in front of the pre-market high. It is working for now, as is Upstart. But remember, the market just screamed to that upside. So we do understand, like, the initial momentum has been strong. It has given you the chance to short, but I'm not sure I was even picky enough with my reload. I let it fail at 22.60. And then didn't even get in until 22.30. I should have been tight to 22.50 there for my entry point. A winner's a winner, but you got to be able to try to get a little bit better than that. Amazon, so far so good. I didn't get second leg in Amazon in front of 116, but it's starting to roll over. So that 115 short, trying to break VWAP here. As I say, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I mean, as it breaks 115, that's an opportunity right there for me to ring the register and get some shares out there as we head over to Barrendo again. What's up, bud?
Big move yesterday for Novavax. If you remember, NVAX up huge by the end of the day. It was around the 73, 74 area. Just had a volume alert there trying to get through to pre-market highs anyways. Going again for NVAX, guys.
Oh, man, those have been super strong. Got to warn Prad when he sits down at his desk not to get run over, because he was looking at Moderna, I know, yesterday in particular. Come on, load up chart.
Isn't he shorting one of the strongest names?
I mean, he liked shorting Moderna specifically, and I know that one was super strong in yesterday's trade. Like, look at the chart on Moderna. Like, this has been multi-day rally off that 50 period, and we're like, there's no levels to short in the stock until it gets to like 180 to 185. Well, guess what? We could see some of those prices in here today. The only long I got off the higher time frame looks like it's the only thing that is going to lose. So I like that breakout on Oxy. I like the fact we're trying to get above that 50 period moving average, but you can't trade without a stop. And it looks like we're about to run that bottom. I don't like even dollar stop levels, so I generally bury it below that 62 area, but only by a little bit. So if we can't hold 62 here, you're going to see me out of this. And oddly enough, only in short positions in what seemed like it was going to be a strong market at the open. I was triggered in off that 9 o'clock oil thing, but that had nothing to do with it. I was looking at that after the Berkshire news, to be short. Tesla, by the way, just coming back to that one very quickly for you guys. It looks like that 735 breakout is still ongoing. It dipped back in, didn't get to VWAP actually. So there was no chance to catch it at VWAP, but that 735 holding fort. If we can bounce off that level, then you've got yourself a pretty strong runner. But I want to be patient with Tesla here. I feel like working these shorts until they look invalid is the way to go. And I just never caught Meta Yeah, and Meta never came close. 172 would have been the start entry. 173 is the big level for Meta. Looks like we're not going to get into that one. But Affirm, Amazon, Upstart. I'm actually looking at a reload on Upstart as we speak here. It's about to test right off of that opening range top. I was about to say, and that would be incorrect. I was about to say the pre-market highs, but the opening range top, 27.30, looks like that's about to be tested. If we get through that, gonna have to give up the ghost, but I'll give it one more shot to reload.
Yeah, this market taking another look at that 80, 85-ish, 38, 85, 80-ish level. There's a lot of action here, and this is the area that I wanted to look at, but from the other side, the flip side, which was the resistance look here into these 85s. So now the market, obviously, after taking a look at 3,900, coming back in to that 39.85 and change, there's going to be some buying here because there was initially some buying before, then we broke it, and then you saw how long we spent trying to get through it. Then the market opened. Back and forth, we went for a few minutes, finally took off to 3,900, coming back into that 38, 80, 85-ish. I'm still, like I said, I'm still committed, not committed, fully committed, but I am committed to the first entry on the short because that's just how I trade, man. Once I get into a trade, I will let it work out. So right now, as the market comes back in, I'm looking to see if that 38.80 goes. If that 38.80 goes and we actually slip a little bit, then I know the shorts that I was initially looking at, those are going to be good to go. So I'm immediately going to start sending orders in Amazon, Meta, and there's a few other names that I actually have lined up. So this is where the pre-planning comes into place, where I know that in the market, in the event the market does something, I want to do something. So I'm lining up all the names that I want to take a short on if the market does breaking 80 or does X. As soon as it happens and I'm good with it, all those orders go out, and that's essentially the way I'm going to work this trade here. And actually, if we actually take out 80, I'm actually going to commit to more shorts as well on the futures. Apple coming back in a little bit, but we're not there yet. This market gets snapped back easily off this area because it is still a support area. On the way up, we've shown that it's going to be supported. So this could easily bounce back up. So I'm still wary of the fact that we're down here, but aware that if we break down, I can actually step in and take some more shorts. So still in a holding pattern, but we're not too far off from actually stepping into some more shorts as this market actually is now working into the 80s. Here we go, some volume there, and here we are through 80s. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, the shorts right now for sure working. Two here that I want to go to. NEO, I like 23. I'm not going to get that. People were asking about NEO. It tried to break out. It failed at 23 earlier in the pre-market, or it's actually just the open, 22.5. But I was waiting up at the 23 level. I'll go ahead and cancel those. But I still do love from yesterday Alibaba 125. I remember the top at 125. We're long into that level. Clearly, if it had come to that price, I'd be short there, but it never got that close. I didn't think we'd get there based on where we were at the open, and I apologize for not going into that analysis. Sometimes what will happen is you're going over the names on our watch list here, and then the stocks that are in the pocket, you'll go to those figuring, well, I'm not going to get those other fills. So I neglected 125 from yesterday on Alibaba. I just got some more shares out of Affirm at 21.80, so we're working that short. Still going to be great. Amazon now $1.30 in the money off that 150.50 entry point. Same level we liked yesterday on Amazon for the short trade. Brendo?
This FFIE Faraday has been a wild one all week. Huge day yesterday again, all the way up to 640, 650. Back to the upside, just had some volume go off there as well. At pre-market highs of 7.5 again for FFIE.
All right, I'm setting order. Like I said, I think I like this at this point. Now I'm going to commit to some shorts here. We've got the futures contract or the contracts that are actually in the money now, a couple points, 3 points, 3.5 points. Great. Okay, good. We went for a ride. Now I'm starting to see enough. Now I know Apple's still out of the money, but I actually like Apple at these prices. So I'm going to send some orders, more orders to get some more Apple here. A little bit higher, not at 50. I don't want 50s, but I'll commit to a little bit more, maybe closer to that not opening high, but the pre-market high around 820, 830 before the jobs report. So we'll go with that high as the offer there. And Amazon is still there. You have Amazon, right?
Yeah, I got Amazon.
I was looking at Amazon earlier too, but it wasn't at one. It was at 115 and change, but now we're all the way down at 114, and I don't want to pay 114. So I don't know. I may have missed the boat on Amazon here because of the price move. But okay, we'll find some other names. Amazon's going to be taken off. I'll leave that alone. We'll come back to it. I think AMD, could AMD be worked? I know AMD's
Oh, quickly, just
yeah,
before, I forgot to mention Coinbase. I mean, Brendan had quickly said that on that jobs number, we did head downside in the overall market, but also crypto Bitcoin headed back down, I guess, through 21.5, close to 21 even. But Coinbase has put in a pretty obvious range here, 57 top, 55, and just lower than that, going to be that bottom. So as we work in and out of some of these shorts, I'm only holding now Affirm and Amazon, but I want to short anything close to 57 on Coinbase. But just remember, we don't have free locates there, so I'm going to have to pay for them. Upstart, I get away from the long, obviously because it broke that low. And then we took the short twice off 27. The first time worked, I reloaded it, and then it ran my stop and rejected. So it still looks like it's pretty valid for that short. If I get it again, I think I got to have it a little bit closer to that 27.5. So I at least get a price that I can work into and feel more comfortable with. Over in your meme stop space, I'm going to go ahead and cancel my 1350 on AMC. It looks like if there's going to be a long in this stock, I'm not going to want to wait around for a bottom like that. You want to catch something like that at the open on a quick flush and then a rebound. Right now, we're holding that previous 1380 price that we always liked. So if AMC is going to go, it has a chance to give you that 1380. If we break 14s right now, I'm looking for a bounce off 80s with a relatively tight stop. I just feel like the shorts, for now, they look like the way that we want to be trading in. And we did not talk about the semis after the big rally yesterday. Looks like some weakness here. AMD down 2%. It had that hard rejection off of 80 that we liked. Now all of a sudden, that support that was there at 78, that's seemingly gone. The full gap fill will be down to that 26 where we're grabbing those longs. So I would be fading this 78, hopefully into that 76 level on AMD. I haven't double checked NVIDIA yet, but first things first, I wanted to get into some AMD. If we can hold a bit above 78, then I don't want this trade. I want that previous support turning into resistance. That's the foundation of that trade here in AMD if we get it.
Yeah, remember I mentioned Meta shorts earlier? Meta doesn't look as good anymore. After spending as much time as we did, Meta's chart kind of changed. So we're not going to do a Meta. Meta's down here at support. If I'm going to catch a bid, I'm going to have to catch a bid up here. And it's a dollar move, and then I got to worry about a potential bounce off the bottom. So the risk reward, I would prefer to go for clean breaks or even setups that are actually clean through the bottom. So if I'm going for shorts, I want space to run. And if I know that I want to catch it close to 170, just north of 170, then we're going to have to worry about the 169 immediately because of the fact that it's actually got some support down there. So I'm actually not going to take Meta on the short side. The chart's changed. Not a fan of it anymore. Amazon, like I said, Amazon's chart also has changed. CRM failed. Remember the long candidate that I had? CRM's chart actually failed at that 75. I'm actually looking at this on the flip side now. If 75 can't hold, and we've been running up on CRM since 165 for a couple days now, or a few days now, and we're starting to turn like this, a bounce on CRM could actually work on the short side. So I'm looking at CRM potentially on the short side. What else do we have here? Let me take a quick look at crude. Crude is off of that 104 area. Man, crude is going to go into a range here. Touch the 105s, comes right back into 103, right into the middle of the range. We barely got above, 105.16. Instant turnaround. 101 is next up on crude. And like I said earlier, the short is going to be easier to trade than the long. So I'm going to look at 101 breaks on crude to the short side and see if we can't get that.
Well, you're definitely right about that. The shorts have been easier to trade this morning, even despite that, I should say, despite that big move that we had trying to rally after that number sent us to the downside. It does feel like it's just easier to be in those shorts. All that being said is, look, Affirm and Amazon are in the money. I think you're just managing those positions. What I'm actually seeing set up, and I just talked about this one, was AMC in front of that 1380 to try to take a stab at that long. Look at it go sideways as the market's just curb. And it tried to break 14. I thought that would give the entry point tighter to 1380. Well, guess what has been defended pretty heavily here? It's that 14 level. And the bids have really stepped up in an effective way in front of 14. So I'm going to step in, take a third here in front of 14 even. I just got 03s. And then if I have to wait around for it to fail that level and get some at 90, then I have a slightly worse price. But if 14 holds, at least I've got a piece of the pie. Yesterday I missed this trade altogether while messing around with GameStop because it actually had separate catalysts. Obviously, Adam Aaron with a tweet sending AMC higher yesterday, but I was trading GameStop like a fool. AMC, I'm going to take this one here, giving it to that 1380 level to the downside, and we're now long there. Just got AMD on the short, and it's not the 80 level from yesterday, so this will be a little bit of a different style trade. If we hold above 78 in VWAP, I'm just getting out of this. I'm just looking to short the pop now that you've rejected that breakout from yesterday's trade in AMD and playing into the weakness of the market today. So we get to like 78 and a quarter. I'm out of this one. I don't want to be giving it too much room. If we saw 80s, I'd be all over it, absolutely. And of course, like it's like, you know, at least this time I didn't miss out altogether in AMC, but I wanted more shares in front of 1380, and it's already starting to go. And you better believe when I trade this stock, I cover shares in front of 1420. Why? Because for whatever reason, it's a thing.
As soon as you said I just got AMD shorts, because I had just got AMD shorts, I immediately looked at the price. We're off by a penny. We got our shorts a penny apart. We did not coordinate this. We definitely did not coordinate. I just sent the order. I got 82s. You got 83s on the shorts. On
I mean, same thing.
Same thing. It's just, I just found it hilarious. You're like, oh, I just got AMD shorts.
That.
Yeah, I mean, like we don't talk about our positions as we're taking them. We talk about them after we take them. But right now, AMD up 10 cents. Apple. I picked up more shares on Apple. Remember, I said I was going to get some more in the event we got into these higher. I didn't want to take 50s, but I wanted higher up. Yeah, I got some 79s actually on Apple. So we are sitting at an average price, where does it say that? 145.38 is the average price as this market. Now we have two entries on Apple. Top end of the range near the opening, I guess not opening, the pre-830 high in the pre-market is where I've got the second entry. So here we are kind of not doubling up on our shorts, but actually adding to our shorts and picking up more shorts along the way as the market bounces. Brendan's got what's happening now.
Hey guys, we are downside obviously in negative territory here for North America, but a few things to note here. The Dow, first of all, 0.4, trying to bounce a little bit. Some of the small cap names as well. The Russell here, 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000 showing a little bit of relative strength versus some of the other names. Remember, going back to beginning of the week, it was some of these small caps that were leading. The NASDAQ, though, downside 1% for both at this point, the composite and the 100. As far as tech is concerned. A few things we were talking about this morning in the pre-market. GME, 9% to the downside now. Just made day low there. It looks like back to 122 off this CFO news. It did hold pre-market highs there, 129 or right at the open, back to the downside in a big way on decent volume for GameStop. XOM as well. Yeah, this move in oil kind of fading out, back to the downside a little bit. No follow through as there was yesterday. About to go red. I guess we did go red already here for XOM, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean that's the one that'll stink for me today, which will be Occidental. It's the loser on board that I do have, and it looked like it was working initially. I took a little bit of profit, but overall it's going to be a dog, as you'll see Oxy negative for me. Thank you for the super chat there, Trader84. I hit your daily goal. Patience, yeah, you got to be patient at the open. I think I think we like the shorts, and you had to sort of ride that one out as it spiked the upside, not compromise on your entry prices, and then you get your stops in there, and then you just let them work. But there was also a comment, I wanted to quickly get to this, because several times Forge Rock was asked about in the chat. And because what the market's doing, I wanted to go over this one. I'm like, I don't know a ton about them. It's like a cybersecurity, some kind of, I think they're more on the identity side of cybersecurity, but really expensive. They don't make money. And they still trade at like 7 or 8 times sales, or like 9 times sales. So like really expensive stock, but was breaking out on the daily chart. Like you had a hold of the 50 period, was breaking out here at 24 and trying to make that break into a day where we rug pulled. So a lot of times what you'll see here is for the long term, I think you want to be patient with this because like I said, they're not making money. If you really love them and you like their fundamental, if you like the company and the idea, this is where you only want a dollar cost average because they're not making any coin yet. Allow it to fade back in to that 50 period, maybe even like 20s. You can be patient getting into things like this, but that failed to break and no liquidity, not surprising to see they can drop back down. If we have a negative week next week, then you can probably buy this thing at $20. But don't make money and down 5%. I think that's why you see it here today on that name. What's only going up, or sorry, I shouldn't say what's only going up. The only thing that's looking good for me on the long side was just getting into AMC. I'm still going to stay on that bid and want to get some more shares at $13.90. But this looks like it could be on the way to that run at 15 even. Sometimes on negative days, it can only be those memes and squeezes that go. And GameStop, as Brendan mentioned, and we're going to Brendan right now, at that support from yesterday. Brendo?
Veru, guys, had positive news 2 days ago. Back to the downside in a big way today. 10% now Culper Research out with a short report on VERU.
Be aware. So we were just actually talking about this GameStop yesterday. Now, this is not the same as what we liked yesterday, because yesterday was when you actually had the split news, obviously. And today's a bit of a different story. You know, the shuffling of the CFO, and of course, on top of that, you have the market heading to the downside. So it's not exactly the same thing, but this 122 is where we held the bottom. It just put in a nice little bounce there. So it has me thinking, I'm exposed a little bit to the meme side with an AMC long, but it's a very different story. I do like the notion of this long, but chasing it up here at 24s with a 22 stop, I don't love that. If I can get something a little tighter to that 22, then the risk reward makes a little bit more sense to me, and I would jump over to that name. Veru was absolute gold for some traders on the floor yesterday, and I want to shout out to Brankos, who helps with our watch list in the morning, giving some pretty key levels. None of those are going to come into play today, but one of them was the 14 level. This just feels like it's on a collision course with multi-day support at $11. So you get down to that, and I think that's where you can maybe think about digging into some long opportunities or catching a falling sword here on Veru after Brendan brought that to our attention. I did just bring the register on a little bit of that AMD trade, but I want to call it a slap in the face there, because right after I got out, it spiked right to the pre-market, right down to the lows, and there was a chance to get more out at the absolute bottom, and it looks like we're retracing back into VWAP. So I'm about to reload on AMD, but by getting out some in front of a round number, 77.50, I didn't miss the chance to get those lows. Sometimes you take profit at too obvious a level, and it's not necessarily the best entry point. I'm now reloading into AMD, but this could be a tighter trade. Because I'm only giving it to those quarters, I want to be a bit more aggressive trading around that price range. Amazon, we don't really mind. It's bouncing here a little bit. Bounced off those lows. I'm looking to reload Amazon probably in front of 115. I mean, I just see this as trading this general trend and wanting to participate. If I like a long in one of the tech names, I think it's still going to have to be Tesla, which bounced and has reclaimed that 735. So Tesla looks strong to me, stronger than Amazon, Brendo.
Clovis Oncology, guys, big mover all week long. Back to the upside here, 30% almost here for CLVS. Right out of the gate this morning. Wasn't doing much in the pre-market, but heavy volume right out of the gate to the upside. There was a positive meeting apparently with the FDA for Clovis yesterday, guys.
Clovis and this market, this market. Still finding stability south of 80. What is going on? Okay. We are in shorts, obviously. We've committed to the shorts. I actually don't mind the shorts. It's just annoying to see this market actually finding stability south of 80, because the majority of the action should be around mid 80s to high 80s. So, damn it, market. Let's just kind of let this 80 level go. I don't care if you work the 70s, but let the 80s go. Leave them be at this point. Futures, back to the 80s, 78.5 right now. Apple still catching a bid. This is surprising, given that the market as a whole kind of dipped and Apple really didn't. So relative strength in Apple. What is Apple up on the day, or is it, what is Apple on the day? Down 0.14. NASDAQ is down 1% and Apple is down 0.14. So that tells you relative strength is in Apple, and Tesla too, because Tesla is actually positive on the day. Rest of them, Microsoft, Amazon down 1.5 and change, and then you've got Meta and Nvidia down 2%. So clearly some weak names there, but Apple and Tesla are holding up well against the market that's actually trying to go down, can't go down, held up by Apple, Tesla.
Yeah, exactly. And a few things that just coming back to affirm, it's diddling in the middle, so I'm not going to do much of anything with it at $22. I'm either shorting in front of the pre-market highs, or I'm covering shares in front of those lows. Otherwise, there's not a heck of a lot to do outside of just monitor the trade and then work it, sort of work out of it if we continue to flush down. Amazon, same thing. It's about $1 in the money, stalling out just a little bit. I got the reload on AMD, and I look over at Tesla. Make sure, we're still bouncing overall in the market. There was just a chance to maybe get 36s on a dip buy, and I wasn't very aggressive, actually trying to get something a little bit tighter to VWAP here. If I take a long, it's not like AMC or potentially GameStop. It does feel like it might be Tesla here, and GameStop bounced right off that 122, and like I said, I didn't want to chase it. Well, chasing it obviously would have worked out, so I'm kind of kicking myself over that one, although not really. Chasing is just foolish. I see you guys talking about it, and when I don't take Mullen off of $1, this is what happens. When I left before camping, what I was basically saying is every time Mullen holds $1, just sort of sit in it in front of $1. And it's just like a risk to reward trade. And yesterday, you would have only gotten 103s because you see it, fail to break 103s, and it did nothing for you. At the end of the day, you got 08. It's not bad. It's like 5% or 4.5%. And then today, of course, it opens up that same 03 price. Your stop is at $1, but that's come and gone. So all I can do is say, what is the next trade? Dip to 110. Right, like this was previous support at 110. I know Trader Pratt had that one the day it held 110. When it broke down below that 110, it was resistance on those longs. It was 1 to 110. So I'm buying Mullen in front of 110. It's just a simple technical trade. Maybe there's a catalyst today I'm unaware of. If it's a positive one, great. If there isn't one, I don't care. I want to buy it in front of 110 here because that $1 trade is come and gone. And it's left without me. AMD, as I said, we got the reload, but I will rinse and repeat this. Getting some shares out in front of that 78, covering some in front of that 77.50, and just going scout mode over in AMD. If you're still watching that USEA, it does feel like this one's going the other way. Like that $10 level to fade, probably not going to happen at $7 here today. If something's going to rally, it's what you're talking. It's that Clovis that Brendan mentioned here. Like this is what looks actually strong to me for potential to break. You look at that daily chart. This $3 level incoming here, monster level, overhead resistance, but there's room to 330. So you can take a 3 break, understanding that you might be scalping it. It's a good level on the daily chart, but there is some overhead resistance once you get past it. I do always love the notion of trading 97s and 98s short before breakout long. So if we get in the mid 90s, you will see me short Clovis, but that's a really tight stop.
Yeah, I'm looking at the names that are just popping off that aren't actually down, with the market being down 0.9 or almost just underneath the percent. On the NASDAQ, I'm like, oh, what's not going down? What's actually running up against this market? Roblox? What? It actually broke through 40.5, which was the high going back, or just about underneath the high going back to the 5th. And it actually did a nice breakout, and you're like, oh, breakout trade to the upside in a weak market on Roblox? Ooh. I don't know, but it looks pretty good, and Roblox has done its own thing before, and here it is up 4.71% after finding a nice little base around 36, and Roblox actually had been working that 38.50, had been working that 37 and that 36 area earlier. We talked about this, I think it was around here. When Sean was here, it was like, oh, well, a 36 break would have been great if we had seen it. I didn't see it. We talked about it after. But after making that break, it just went sideways for a few days and then took another leg to the upside. So keep an eye on Roblox because it is going into a step fashion to the upside. But at the same time, you got to look at the daily. What does the daily bring? So far, so good on the way the resistance levels are. Next up is going to be probably the mid 40s, 45, 46 on Roblox for resistance, but it's got some space to the upside. The way it's moving, it definitely wants to move. It looks like at least right now. So I'm committed to the shorts at this point. I like the market on the short, the way it's been moving around. So I'm only looking for short candidates. Not a fan of going for the longs at the moment. So I'm still looking for shorts. I know you guys are talking about PayPal on the short side. I looked at PayPal earlier, but you had to catch it at the right price.
Yeah.
Right, the way it's at right now, or the way it's moving right now, and where it's trading at, I wouldn't go for the shorts there, but if you had caught it earlier, that would have been a great short. What else? I've got obviously AMD and Apple, no other pending offers. A couple other names, Boeing was a name that, Baba, yeah, if you caught Baba, damn. Baba's up $2 on the day. Imagine going short on Baba and having this happen to you. Like, oh, this is looking like a short right here at 123 because they're stalling out. Boom, 124.75, looking at 125 high.
So, I just got into Alibaba short, but if you remember yesterday, we liked the 125. First of all, the 121 long, that's yesterday's play. It did actually give this to you at the open. It dipped, got to 120, 120, but now that 125 is firmly on our sights. And it's as soon as I get the short, we're immediately, give me a break. I'm in the short for I can't even go through the thought process before I'm immediately reversed on the 125 break it. You've got to be kidding me. Sometimes life comes at you really fast when you're trading. But I was short there very quickly off the 125 level. Obviously, we liked the longs yesterday off 121. I didn't get it here today. But you still are breaking out off that 200-period moving average. It was just that even dollar 125 top. And once you clear that, Well, there goes your resistance, and now we're into a breakout trade once again. So this is exactly the same thing that happened in 121. I was short in front of it, and then we broke out that long trade. I've scalped some out in front of 125 quarter at 125 quarter. Now we're just looking for the upside, and God knows where it's going to go. I have no clue. You do have this previous level where it rejected the 200 period, but that's 125.67. You can take some shares out there and try to let it ride. I think that makes a lot of sense for me to do. But 125 was simple. I wanted to short in front of it. I like the breakout because this stock, to me, is breaking that 200 period and is an upward trend. And that just means I'll short key levels and key levels only. But when it makes that break, you got to get the heck out of Dodge, which we have done on BABA.
All right, well, to be fair, the way I'm trading right now and the way I'm positioning my entries, it's either going to be a great day or it's going to be a very expensive day. I'll tell you that much, because I'm actually going to look into more shorts on the futures as we bounce back into these high 90s. So committed, we're already in Apple. That's still out of the money as it runs up. Exit's going to be just north of 147. At that point, I'm probably going to have to cut it. 147 on Apple. We've got AMD as well. Both Neil and I both have AMD at 82 and 83. That's out 40 cents. And then as we're fading any sort of up movement, I'm also looking at more futures contracts as we get closer to 90. So like I said, it could be a very good day or a very bad day. And if we catch a bid, I am, in one word, screwed. Brendan.
ADTX, little penny stock popping up. I mean, it was up huge in the pre-market, but I'll give you a look at the reason why. They had a positive clinical trial on psoriasis treatment for people. So ADTX here, 88% back to the upside.
Oh, wow. Okay, ADTX. I actually know that name. We've traded it before. Amazon, I'm looking to get a bit of a curl here. That 115 just rejected. So I've been sitting in this. It went about a couple of bucks in the money, but I still believe in the short, and we're going to reload on that one if we can get it. My stop on AMD is really close to being hit, but watch out for those apes, man. Like, they're going strong here on AMC. It just got to the pre-market, it just got to the high of the day, the opening range top, 1445 or so, and then bit of a rejection of that level. I now want to buy in front of that 1420, so forget about 1380. I think that ship has sailed. Thankfully, after I saw 14 even hold so well, I did get into the trade there at the 14 price at 03s, and now I want to just add to this trend trade. It looks like we're headed upside overall. We just got to be able to ride the wave. I'm now out of that AMD. That was going to be a tighter stop trade for me. It's not like Amazon or potentially Meta where I wanted to give it a ton of room. And speaking of, as the market tries to bounce here, Meta, I'm just going to go ahead and cancel the 173 short. The thing is, if I get the 173 short on Meta, a lot has obviously changed, and too much has changed in that case. I want to work with things that are making some sense still. Affirm is starting to get back to that pre-market high stop price. We have made sure to take profit on the way here. I'll give it one more chance. I've shorted it 3 times around this level. One more time for good measure, but if the market continues to go here, this is going to start to look like one of those form a wedge and breakout style trades. So if we can get a curl off 2260, I'll reload one more time, hopefully at a better price than we got the last couple on Affirm, and then give up the ghost. It looks like Alibaba does continue its scream to the upside. You can probably figure this one out. 120 yesterday, 121 to 125. I'm not thinking this, the market doesn't seem strong enough for this to go to 130 today. So I'm kind of eyeballing that 127.5, which is halfway 25, 230. We just took some shares out. That will seem random, but if you pull it back to the daily chart, that's simply that high that we had June 9th. So I got out in front of that high. I mean, at this point, it's just sort of off to the races on a breakout style trade. And with breakouts, I'm always aggressive taking profit in the initial. And then if we continue the trend, I'll try to hold it for the day for the stronger part of the move. That's what we did yesterday with Alibaba. And much like yesterday, we had to sit through a short right in front of that resistance before reversing into a long. It's that reversal that ends up working twice in a row.
All right, entries. New entry on the futures, more contracts here, just in front of 90. So now our average price is 84 as this market. Now we got some 80s, we got some just underneath 80, just underneath 90. Now we're sitting at an 84 average. So we're sitting right about here where the cursor is on the average price. Exactly where I want the price to be. The reason being because the majority of the volume that I wanted to work with was between 84, 85, and 90. So the fact that I'm positioned right in the middle of that, I'm okay with in terms of pricing. So we're good to go. I like the price. Yeah, it sucks it's going against you, but that's part of the game, right? There's going to be tons of fluctuation. So we've picked up more shorts there on the futures. I've got AMD obviously out, Apple obviously out. I'm also picking up, I'm going to see if I can't grab some Boeing shorts as well on the pop. As you can see, and as I've mentioned, we're using this bounce to get some shorts. So there's going to be a great outcome or a very bad outcome as this market comes up into these 90s, preferably as it dips back. But we'll see how much selling there is up here. There should be some, but looking like they want to grind some more. I'm still looking at other names too. Caterpillar is one option there, 1.82% to the downside. Caterpillar as it actually is going down. But the problem with Caterpillar is that it's actually got a support base. The couple right here at 176. So if we can actually get underneath it, I got to worry about the 174.50, 175. So essentially, there's a lot that needs to happen for Caterpillar to work out, but it has to get underneath, bounce back up into the high 170, so 179-ish, and then there's a short there. But it's a name that I've got marked off, but there's a lot that needs to happen for Caterpillar. Boeing, like I said, I've got some offers out, see if we can't get some Boeing shorts. AMD, we've got Caterpillar is the other name. Meta was one name. I only have like 6 names marked off here that I actually want to work with right now at least, and Meta is the other one. And Meta, we talked about it. Shorts were great up here, not so much down here in support. If we actually, there we go, there's Boeing. If we actually get a bounce into the 171, 172, there could be an option there on the short side, but play this one out. We'll see how this one goes, but Meta could come back in play if we get high enough and we start to fail out. And that's a very critical thing because given that we're bouncing off support, this could easily be a long too that runs right through the top, right? So I got to be aware of that. But north of 171, there could be a play to be made on Meta, but that's probably my last one left. I think with the 3 shorts on equities, the one futures short that I've got here at an 84 average, I'm pretty good at this point. I think my risk profile is high enough with all these positions that I just got to kind of back off a little bit and let them work.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. And I was not nearly aggressive enough trying to get that Tesla long. You know, look, I like the long on Tesla. I said it was relatively strong, and I didn't really do much about it except try to catch a bounce off VWAP after it had bounced off VWAP, and it then made the clean break through the high of the day. I just jumped on, give me a break. I was just in the chat saying I was going to stand in front of 750. I just jumped on the offer in front of 748 there. Just look, it's a round number, just an obvious sort of risk reward type of trade there, shorting in front of 750, and that's just playing the pullback. I mean, the market's not breaking out the highs. Tesla this strong usually is good for a little bit of a dip off 750, but if I've missed it, then I'll move on. And just we're about to go to Brendan for the small cap recap. That reload on Amazon, as it works down, I want to see it break VWAP, get down to about 114.5. And then get out of some shares. If this ends up holding the low of the day and we have an inside day, then I do need to consider taking this off at that low of the day. It's now twice held 114, and I should respect that. If it wants to give me $2.50 or wants to give me $1.50 to $2 and no more, then I should take that trade. Time for your small cap recap. You see, I see. Brendan sees, you see. I see that one up there making some moves.
Hey guys, yeah, I wish I saw it better today because what an opportunity that was for USEA. Wild one yesterday, if you remember, on very low float, 1.4, 1.5 million shares on the floor. It was up again here today. So showing all kinds of strength in the pre-market, gets all the way to 10. I was talking about this range. It was kind of chopping around here in the pre-market or just before the open. Tried it long initially at the open. There was a huge seller that showed up from 875 up to 9, just kept selling and selling and selling. So got out of that initially, flipped that short, but it gave you $1, 875, 860, even 850. We're at 7 now, so $1.50 straight to the downside. There's no bounce in this thing yet. I was sitting here waiting for maybe a test of 8 or something to get back in, but no bounce whatsoever in USEA to this point. SRG, I was talking about in the pre-market here, this was feeling anyways a little bit more weak than the rest in the pre-market anyways, but we're in a range here, very, very clear range from 9 at the bottom up to 950, 960 at the top end, starting to fail here again. So just chopping around in a range for SRG so far. It is easy to borrow and a relatively low float as well, so be careful with that one, guys.
That is very key. Easy to borrow with a low float. Can portend to be trouble for a day trader, because what that essentially means is you have a really crowded style trade, which lends itself to squeezes more. So day traders covering as their intraday stops get hit, and then you have a cascading effect. We saw that with Veru at one point. I forget the other one off the top of my head, but I want to quickly just go to Upstart. I am reloaded in Affirm. It's not really doing a heck of a lot, but you have Upstart, which wicked me out of that short and then is working towards the bottom. This is what kind of gives me the reason to hold on to Affirm, keep on reloading, because if that flushes, I want some exposure to be able to capitalize on that. Now, one of the shorts that we just got the reload on in Amazon, I just went over saying I want to get some shares out of 114.50, and it's only about 25 to 30 cents difference. But then someone popped up on the bid at 14.80 in front of VWAP for about 20,000 shares. I'm like, I'll just get out in front of that because it might bounce back up, and then I can reload 15s. Of course, the second I get out in front of it, that order fills and we flush lower. So I just cost myself 30 cents, but this short, I want to see if we can hold on to for dear life. It is working out rather nicely. Tesla, that 750, it gave you one shot here at about 748 down to 45, and now it looks like it really wants to test 50 itself. And if I don't get that first curl, then the only short I'm taking in front of 750 is literally 750. Like, I'm not, like, you don't want to compromise on price too much with this because it'll run you over, man. So I am short now, literally at 44s. I'm risking $1 on this trade, and that's with slippage. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only risk reward I like. I should be long the stock. It sucks. I should be long Roblox, but my stop was not aggressive enough on the 40-50 break, and that is super strong. So any shorts near tops until we actually find a good curl or slow down the momentum are really tight stops. And I got reloaded in Alibaba at 125, by the way. So still staying relatively aggressive with the Alibaba break, but Tesla on a collision course with the 750. If I can scalp off this for a short trade, I'll be pretty happy to have done so. But this stock is going in the other direction and the other direction fast. If I'm risking less than $1, then I want to make sure I'm taking some out when it gets to that 1-to-1, or at least a little bit better than that. But Tesla is just a screaming rocket ship to the upside as it's about to challenge that 750 level. I'm getting a look at it, about 60,000 shares on the offer at 750, which is sizable for Tesla, but trust me, if it wants to go through, that won't be a problem.
All right, market's going up. Shout out to
goes.
Tony Mirza. Tony Mirza, right? Thank you so much for the super chat there. In terms of futures levels, 9 a.m. I am on every morning when I'm not here at the office. I do come on at 9 a.m. giving you guys the futures levels that I'm looking at. So pretty much the same reads that I'm giving you guys right now. You just see my trades today. That's all. That's the only real difference. But at 9 a.m. come on. You'll see the levels that I'm going to be working at with for the day. This market double bottom bounce off the 75s. Okay, here we are bouncing off the 75 once again, and here we are. Remember, I've got my shorts here mid 80s on the average price here. So waiting 10 points out, 12 points out as this market takes off to the upside now. And as you can see my board, it is pretty loaded with shorts. And I'm okay sticking with the shorts. If this is going to get expensive, it's going to get expensive. It is what it is, right? This is how trading happens. So here we are kind of just working the shorts. I'm not going to add any more. Clearly, this market's got some more strength. Back off once again. I like the prices that I initially got. I got the stocks that I wanted to play on the short side. It just so happens that this market wants to run strong once again. So we are just kind of waiting on the three positions that we've got, futures as well. I know you guys are taking a look at
AMC just went.
AMC just went. Oh, this is the one that Brad wanted to trade but never traded yesterday.
So a few things. One, AMC just went 14.50 on the break. I do have shares at 14, but see, again, like, it's just like Upstart. Like, I tried catching that break. I didn't get the shares. I'm on bid at 52, so obviously not aggressive enough. If it comes back, we'll take that. Affirm just took out the pre-market high, so that reload, the last trade in Affirm, it was forming that wedge. We reloaded a little bit tighter this time at 22.50, but it looks like it wants to take out that top. Try the scalp into 23. I do still like the option to look at the short up at yesterday's tops. But this market now starting to rebound here. You can't ignore that fact. We only have AMC on a scalp trade, hopefully Affirm here, and Alibaba to the long side. And I just reloaded Alibaba off that 125 on the break, and we're instantly 125.50 just comes right back into play here. So Baba's still screaming. I may not be in the Tesla long, but at least we're able to get this Alibaba and get it going to the upside. Amazon, where we're able to get some shares out of that short, is now testing its high one more time. I still like 116 as eventual stop on Amazon. So this has a chance for me to still work into it one more time at about 115.50. I can play that one pretty, I don't want to say safely, but relative weakness is definitely there. And then Meta, I mean, this market, we're 12-1 in the NASDAQ and like 0.3 down. Only the ES is about to go green and just broke 3,900. And Meta is $2.50 away from my resistance level. So I'm not even sure there is a short for me to catch on Meta, despite the fact that it's relatively weak. I got to figure out a way to get into this. It's definitely super weak, but I don't want to give it $2.50 worth of risk and jump into a short right now. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to be doing over here in Meta. Like we said, sometimes you've just got to take the reversal. Affirm broke that pre-market high. It's already at that 23 level. So I said I wanted to scalp it to 23. I'm scalping it to 23. Affirm will be a positive stock for me, but I can tell you right now, I felt like if we'd held this market to the downside, Affirm would have been breaking 21 and heading $20. So the upside to me was bigger potential on a flush, but either way, you've got to be able to have a stop level. We reloaded many times in front of it. When it breaks, and you got to cover and then just get out. AMC never got that reload. Never got to 1420 on the dip, never got VWAP on the dip, still haven't even gotten any 50s on the break. It looks like we are headed toward that 15 level we talked about yesterday. So that came at us quickly. I said that could happen next week, not necessarily today. Didn't think that would happen this Friday, but we're halfway there from 14 to 15 on AMC. That one's screaming to the upside.
Screaming to the upside, and my bank account is screaming as well, not to the upside. This is the market's just taking off here now. Secondary move north of 3,900, and we're taking a look at the highs. Remember, highs from not even overnight. Overnight highs are just underneath 10, but the high that we're going to pay attention to is going to be this 14 from yesterday. Probably some stops north of yesterday's high, but again, this is an area we failed a few times, so we should be, if you're looking for shorts, good location, I guess. I don't know. At this point, I'm just locked in. Once I lock in, I just leave it be. I let it do its thing. Apple is still going strong, and Apple's been the relative strength here in this market, even with the NASDAQ still negative. S&P is almost positive, but NASDAQ still negative. Apple's up 0.33, and then Tesla's the other one, up 2.6% and still going. And ever since Tesla took that 710 out, it's just been on fire, right? The multi-day consolidation here at in front of that 705, 710 break. And then once we took that out, it was boom, up to 725. Rest day, come back to 725 after we hit 730 something, come down. Secondary move now north of 750. And what do we got next up? I mean, they've cleared 750. I'm not even sure what's next up here north of 750, but Tesla absolutely on fire. Makes perfect sense given how long we went sideways, the fact that we're actually breaking up. It makes sense, but in this market, I'm just surprised at the strength of Tesla. The Lone Star out here at almost 3%, on
Star.
Tesla.
You just said Lone Star.
The Lone Star, yeah.
So I had to say Lone Star because it's Spaceballs, man. I'm a nerd. I like it. Tesla's to the moon. 780 is a big resistance level. I don't think that's the next place that we stop, but on the higher time frame, that's what we see. We love to see this chart because I see a couple of names in there that I love on the social sentiment. Let's get over to Brennan right now, one of my favorite segments.
Hey guys, yeah, a quick look at what people are talking about on social media when it comes to stocks so far today. I highlighted this big gray box with nothing in it because that is the SPY. Trust me when I tell you, because I'm not sure why the symbol's not working today, but anytime you see a gray box on this board, it just means it's kind of half and half, so half positive, half negative. So basically flat on the sentiment but that is the SPY. Trust me when I tell you. A little bit of oil action in the same sense, flat today as well. Mullen upside, EVFM, ENDP, Clovis on here as well, ADTX. All being talked about to the upside today, along with, the big one, Tesla. What a move today. So strong for Tesla. Twitter downside on these rumors. I mean, it was one Wedbush analyst, essentially, that came out and said the deals may not happen. Apple upside here as well. CEI, Cambridge Energy back to the upside. DWAC on here. It's been a rough couple of days for DWAC on some headlines. Baba Ride and PSNY. I saw a headline on PSNY. They're coming out with an e-bike, so popping up on that news today. I wanted to point out here, AABB.PK's ping sheets, obviously, OTC markets. There's Luckin Coffee, one we haven't talked about for a while, but LKNCY on the OTC markets as well. But there you go, guys. A look at what's happening on social media so far.
Yeah, I mean, Clovis and Mullen, two super strong ones. Obviously, Mullen we talked about at the dollar and that $1.10. And oh my God, Tesla. Sorry, I got the Tesla chart up and it's like, oh my God, wow, that's super strong. I'm still bidding in front of 110 on Mullen. I don't think we're going to be able to see that. Clovis makes that break at 3. Head screaming toward that overhead resistance. So that's like 315 to 320. I sort of talked about that being a significant level on the daily chart. So your 3 break is a scalp trade to me till that level. And it got to 14s here and looks like it's putting in a tiny bit of a curl. But that's what I would expect to see. That 15 to 20 level would be where you look for that reversal. AMC looks like it's continuing to bounce. By the way, I'd short off that 20 level on Clovis because it's gone this far. I mean, the 3 break definitely gave you some good return, but you got to look for that next trade. AMC, I just took some shares out at 60s. That's still the 14 trade. So as we head to the upside and then do this one for AMC and anyone that got that bid, I'm now in the 50 break. So I want to play this to that $15 level. I mean, if we get to 15, yeah, will I be on the offer at 95, 96, 97? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I always do it. So if we get to 15, I'll do the same thing. Got to be out of a long before I would even try that trade. But AMC just screaming to that upside. Amazon looks like the last of the shorts, at least until Meta, back in that 116 level, now under threat. So this is one that I definitely was trying to hold all day long. I scalped a bit out, then was trying to hold for the bottom break and then for a free fall Friday, thinking you're going to get the monster winner. Instead, we're reversing. It looks like it's the longs are going to work out for us here that we're holding on to, long and strong, and BABA, which is about $1 in the money. But I'm about to lose about 50 to 60 pennies on that reload if 116 does not hold on AMC. On AMZN, almost at AMC there. As far as Tesla goes, people were asking about where can it go. I mean, if I try to zoom back on the 15-minute chart, like you've already cleared through end of the month, we had some resistance at 755. We're through that. That's why I kind of casually threw out 780 because through this level, there's really not that much up there. 775 to 780 kind of feels like the next stop to the upside. Tesla is an absolute freight train, and that's left me at the station. I got some AMC, I got some BABA, but Tesla was maybe even lower hanging fruit when I think about it.
Can you actually take this?
Oh, no worries. Everyone there. I just want to quickly come back over to Affirm. I scalped out of Affirm on the long side of the trade. And this has nothing to do with the fact that it's an upward trend. That's a bullish look to get a wick off bottom like this and then put in a higher low. But anytime I see a break like this and you still have overhead resistance, and I'm talking about yesterday's high, that 2350, I want to take the profit and run because I'm still thinking Affirm shorts if we get to yesterday's highs. When I look at this chart, I see overextension. I see that 24 as being your next breakout price, and I want to be able to short that move. So I'm going to stick with that thesis on Affirm and be very, very patient with it. Ooh, Amazon did not take out my stop. So we're still in one short after all, Brendo.
Saw crypto's back to the upside here, or Bitcoin anyways, back above 21.5. Mara and RIOT just popping up on a volume alert. There was also this one, Western Digital. Look at this volume spike that just came in at day highs there. Apparently a lot of call action going on right now in WDC.
Ooh, spicy meatball WDC. You get call buying, you want to back off on that one in terms of making any aggressive reversal style trades till after 11 o'clock. So I'll be very patient with any looks over in Western Digital if that's the catalyst behind it. Just looking at Clovis here, it broke that 315 and got to that 320 level. Then the slight pullback here, I just grabbed 17s. This could be the shortest lived offensive of all time. By offensive, I mean defensive, because I wanted to catch that price range and that price range only. So I got 17s, it then broke that 20 stop. And this is the thing you've got to be able to do when you're pressing like this, is if you try to play these correction style plays or reversal style plays, what I've noticed is do not try to take it at the most obvious level. Don't try to take the first or second move. Go to the big level on the daily chart and then be willing to stop out at the high. So I might take multiple shots at this in front of 330, but I'm giving it to the high each time. I'm really not trying to be a hero with Clovis up 50% after that kind of a breakout. So we are out of that. Why did I just get double triggered on Amazon? Amazon stopped me out there at 116. For some reason, I had two stops. accidental long, this could go to 120 as far as I'm concerned, but if I got an accidental long, I'm getting out of it right away. So Amazon going to be out for me. Unfortunately, that's going to be a hit. Our longs are the only thing we got left on. We got AMC all the way to that $15 level. And don't get me wrong, like you can see me hit like, fine, I'll hit you some good ones like this, like the Brennan Goat for AMC. But I'd much rather be going over, okay, we're in trouble on Amazon, we're getting out of that one. I'm getting stopped out on Clovis. This is the reason I'm getting out. This is the next trade we're gonna make. AMC is working. Like there's no need to dwell on it when it's working at this point, but you see where it is. It's at 15 bucks, and I can't short 15 if I'm long. So 14 into 15 has worked. I'll just check back in on NEO, which, oh goodness. NEO just broke 23.40, sorry, 23.10, and I did not see that one coming that quick. This is the breakout of yesterday's high on NIO. Yep, I've had that one in for a while since this morning. We don't like anything until we got that breakout. That just came in. I didn't think we were going to get there till the afternoon, but the break of yesterday's high on NEO incoming. It's got more room to run than a firm on its breakout, so we want to see if we can hold on to this one a little bit deeper. The longs are working. The longs are strong. This is the ES as well, breaking right towards its wick top that we got in yesterday's trade. So 39.15. I actually have some of the levels that Arun drew from yesterday. 39.25, also overhead resistance on the futures. The NASDAQ firmly above 12.10, now testing the afternoon high. Sorry, yesterday's highs as well. You might get a slight dip, so you got to think about where you're going to be taking profits next, as you might get a slight dip off some of that resistance. But for now, as you can see, it is the longs that are working. AMC 15, like it didn't even. AMC didn't even try to slow down at 15 even. I mean, I'm out of it at 14.90, and it's at 15.08 on the next candle. However, you have a wick top through 15.10, and if we do fail back through that price, you can still catch a bit of a curl. It's just not how I would have liked to see, which is you get out at like 90, you see a big size at 15 even, you short 98s or 99s in front of it, and Bob's your uncle. There was nothing there at 15 even to even short in front of. So I am out of the long. I am looking for a short here, but it's just a different structure. There was no size at the even dollar level that we could have played off of. So I might just have to take this short off the high of the day. I want to see it curl here. I want to see at least some resistance get put up. But right now I just see bids forming back up at 99. If we get back to 97, 98, there we go. Might get some 99s now. Give it to the high of the day. Very tight risk to reward, and not try to be too much of a hero when it comes to AMC. And if you go back over to the mothership, which is leading this chart, which is Tesla, like if I could have told you, yeah, Tesla's going to stop here at 763, and that's like, I have no idea. I said 775, 780 because those are bigger levels on the chart. But clearly, this one is on its own path here, and there's no levels to work off of, unfortunately, for Tesla. At least none that I can see, which are too obvious. So you'll see me back away from that one. But this strong move in the market has given us one silver lining for potential shorts, and that's Meta. Meta's getting pretty close to that 172 top, which is close enough to that 73 resistance that I can finally start thinking about going Meta short. I thought that was completely out of the cards, and all of a sudden we have this opportunity here lingering in Meta, which is to short off that 72 because of the market strength. So yeah, I guess you're just patient enough and the market comes to you, and we go to Brendan for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, have a look at the S&P 500 here. We'll show you a very mixed board. We are positive, but only just there, 0.1-ish. For the S&P 500, we are still seeing a lot of negativity, unfortunately. Consumer discretionary and industrial shares, to point out the obvious, to say the least. Some of the travel names back in negative territory. The hotels leading today versus some of the cruise lines and airlines that we saw over the past couple of days. Retail stocks, the entire thing basically in negative territory once again. If you're wondering, that big green box there is Tesla. I know it's hard to see, but Tesla up 2.5% on the day, dragging GM and Ford along with it so far. Industrial shares, as I said, back to the downside. Here's the airlines down in this corner versus UNP and SC&C SX. So some of the rail operators getting hit a little bit today. So industrial and consumer discretionary names offsetting some positivity over here. Worth noting, some consumer staple names back in positive territory. But Look at this group, healthcare, all in positive territory, led by Moderna again today, 4.5% to the upside. NVAX we talked about a little bit with some positivity as well. So some of the vaccine names showing strength, all basically of the healthcare equipment makers to the upside today as well. This is the tech sector down here. ENPH 3%. Everything else basically in the semiconductor group lower outside of Micron there, 0.8%. Hardware equipment makers and some of the software names, including PayPal, downside once again. So very, very mixed to end the week, guys. But we are, hey, in positive territory. So there's that. Back over to you.
He said positive territory, and I'm looking at my screen going, no, not positive territory.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be ugly. Okay, so Apple, we've actually gotten out of Apple. Well, I stepped out. As soon as they took out 117, you see that pop all the way up to, what is that, 16 or so? Anyways, I'm out of Apple. That will end up being a loser. Remember, we had two entries on Apple, right? We had the initial 145, then we had 145.79, and then full out at 147. So Apple's done. We've still got the other two here, Boeing and AMD. Absolutely getting run over. So is the futures market running up strong. The only hope at this point of this working out is that we actually find more resistance at the top end of this range, and then we kind of like go into a box or go into a range, and we actually end up working the short off the top end of the range. But again, I'm not holding my breath for that because this market has found clear buying. But again, I have my stops in place. I know where I want to get out. When the market gets to a certain price, I'm like, you know what? It didn't work out. I can walk away from it. Until that happens, I'll let it do its thing because you never know. And that's just how I trade. It's worked out, so we'll let it work out. But right now, it is just catching waves and waves of buying. I don't know if this is shorts getting out or longs picking up bids, but whatever it is, there's definitely a decent amount of buying coming through. AMD also taking a look here. We got lost short right here, south of 77.90, and here we are north of 79 even and still going strong. So a lot of reversals in a lot of names. Remember earlier, even when the market was down, we're like, oh, Apple's the relative strength here. Apple and Tesla are the relative strengths because it's not down as much as the market is. As a whole, Apple turns out 0.46 to the upside, and Tesla 3.5. We know how big that beast was. But the other one that I'm noticing, Roku up 3.39% on the day. And this one, once the market turned 94 to the upside, now into taking out the 96 and working 97s. Damn, Roku. This is one of those moves where if you're watching it, probably a clean trade to take and easy money to make. But again, Roku up there 3.5%. We got Tesla up there at 3.5%, and then Cisco is positive, and so is Apple. So decent runs, and this is not over yet. Remember, on a summertime Friday, once the market picks its direction up, it just tends to drift in that direction up, I guess. So here we are kind of just European closing in about 45 minutes, and here we are still heading to the upside, working the top end of the range. So these shorts are not going to be fun.
No, and certainly someone just said in the chat, they're like, you're gonna get run over or destroyed something shorting AMC. I mean, not really, because as I said, a tight stop if you're ever making this trade. It's a 15 level. It's just like Tesla, right? Like in front of that 750. Like Tesla's run what, like $20, $30 today? Like I risked $1 and change. AMC, I risked it to that 15.10 high, and that's the sort of thing. Stop at high of the day. Not I'm thinking about getting out if it gets to the high of the day. Not I'll see what happens. But no, it's like hard stop at 15.10, and if that's a top wick, I don't care. It was a good long trade, but I'm not sitting here dwelling on the long trade. Because of what is next? I saw it get to that 15 level. I saw it fail to break at 15. I shorted 99s when it looked like it was. My stop is at the high of the day. That's a trade that I look at a move like this, and if I put it on 10 times out of 10 and make sure I adhere to my stop and take my profit down to about 14.70 or so aggressively enough, it just works as a day trader. But it's not something where you're going to your grave on there. That's idiotic in my opinion. The long that I didn't think was going to be in play, whatever. It's just I didn't think this was going to be in play. Obviously, we started out with the short trades. Thankfully, we were able to bank and reverse on the ones that we reversed on Amazon. Sorry, we reversed on Baba. That's working. We reversed on Affirm and scalped it. Fair enough. Amazon, we took enough profit that ends up not being the end of the world. But this neo long on off yesterday's high. That seemed for all the world like there was no chance it was going to happen. Now we are in breakout territory. I have scalped some of it out. I think it runs into resistance at this 2350, so I want to make sure we're getting profit into it. And if this market can actually break out the highs, which it hasn't done yet, can break out the highs and extend, then NEO can get to that 24 level and has some more room to go. We've seen what can happen with these and when they get going. But I do have to remember that I'm in a NEO breakout late, and I'm still in a 125 break in Alibaba. If they both start to reverse and we come back in and fail this level, then I'm just sitting here and I'm throwing away profits on both. And that's why you got to be aggressive taking it here. If I was just sitting in only one, loaded in that one, yeah, then fine, fair enough. We can hold on to it a little bit more gingerly or more eagerly. But I just feel like if we do reverse here, I'm exposed not just to two names breaking out through highs, but two names which likely could have painful reversals even if the market doesn't pull back. And that's because they are the Chinese names and they might have their own juice to them. It's great when they're strong relative to the market, but it plays in both directions here. The market could continue to break out, and we could just reverse on these anyways because the buy programs decide to shut off for whatever reason. We've seen it happen. I finally got into Meta. We didn't think we'd have Meta shorts today, but yeah, we do. So Meta gets to the pre-market highs. I'm playing off the pre-market highs, which I had to do yesterday because 173 basically didn't come in at any point. So I'm going to play off the pre-market highs here. It's still down on the session 0.5%. So as ES went green and the NASDAQ, checks notes, just went green as well. Still relative weakness in Meta, which means I still think it's a short up until it gets to that 173 price. I had no ideas for the longs there. I thought there were better opportunities. And 2 days in a row, GameStop has bounced off the same level. 2 days in a row, don't have it. But there's 131. This is yesterday's high on GME. Sorry, not yesterday's high. Yesterday's morning high on GameStop was that 131 before it did a secondary break. If it breaks through this level now, you're looking at that 135 top. I think I'd probably play a 34, 70 short, 80 short, something really tight to that high at 135.50 or so. But until it gets there, hopefully you can find support at 130. I'm not going long there. I'd much rather try to find some longs getting back in on a dip in AMC. And as I mentioned to you guys, if I made the top wick and now it flushes, fair enough. It might come down into like VWAP or 1475, but I'm not jumping at that one again. As a matter of fact, I think that's still strong enough that I'd be looking for some long plays here. I took my swing and missed on GameStop. Now I got a meta short, which I feel much better about because that's one thing I wanted short 2 days in a row, and the market just gave it to me.
Talk about the market giving you something. Coin. I noticed it because somebody put up Mara. It looks like Bitcoin is just going nuts, or crypto is going nuts because Coin's up, Riot's up, and Mara's up, and they're absolutely going nuts here. Coin, taking a look at that 60 even after a low of 55. Mara running, Riot running, so there's a lot of activity there. So if anybody who wants scalp, just immediate scalps, you want to play that fast game, there you go. You know where you want to be when you want to just step in and take a few pennies here and there and take breaks and whatnot. So Mara, Coin, Riot, all available to you for potential trades. Long, short, whatever. You guys make up your mind on that. But the fact that it's moving provides a lot of opportunity. Another name that I want to bring up, and this is because I remember this because there was a super chat yesterday about, AMAT, and then it's like, what's the next read? And I mentioned UNH. UNH was up even when the market was down earlier today, and we talked about that 520 mark on UNH, and UNH is just gone, upside, right through 528. Even if it comes down now, you have a low risk shot here. 520, if you get a bid at some point, there's going to be some action here around this 520 going on down and all the way essentially down to 510. You have a ton of space here with volume. So for anyone wondering, hey, what about another call like AMAT? Take a look at UNH. There's a trade to be made there. It's up to you to figure out where you want to make it, but there's definitely some action here around that 520 given how we've traded it for like a few days now before we actually made the break today against the weak market. That says a lot about how UNH has been trading. And we're going to go to Brendan with Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, here is that move that Rune was just talking about. There's Bitcoin right now back to 21.8. So getting through some of this, that's an hourly chart, by the way, getting through some of that consolidation area back to the upside right now after the initial move down today on that jobs number earlier on this morning. Big move back higher right now for Bitcoin. You can see 0.6 back to 21,750, 22 might be a bit of a problem. Ethereum struggling, however, worth noting, 1,225. Down a full % for Ethereum. Rest of the currencies on this board today, a little bit more quiet than we've seen so far this week. We had a big move early in the week in the dollar, and then the UK, the British pound, I should say, back higher again, but it was down significantly over the past couple of days with what happened with Boris Johnson over in the UK. But 120 seemingly holding for now. Anyways, back to the upside for the pound. Canadian dollar back above 77 as well. We got down to 76.5 early on this week. Back to 77.2 right now for the Canadian dollar. Euro higher. DXY slightly lower at this point on a Friday, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, after the chat mentioned it, my position board is off. I should not be in Apple. It should not show me in Apple because I'm not in Apple. I actually got out, as you can see on this chart here, I got out when we broke 147. So top wick, close to top. As it comes back down to 146.5, yeah, of course. But I am out, so that position is not accurate. But the other two are Boeing short at 138.95 and AMD short at 77.82. Those are accurate. And then, of course, the futures trade, that's actually not on there. But the Apple trade is not. We'll get it fixed shortly, but the Apple trade should not be there on the screen.
And I'm hitting it because, yeah, Brendan just mentioned crypto, so congratulations if you got that move. What a strong bounce up there. So Coinbase, a big mover. And that's why we have that segment, so you don't miss out on what is moving. Meta, I just took some out, I said in the chat, they're 170.75. I want to play some of this out into VWAP, just taking profit because the market is strong, right? So I like to short. I'll reload it time and time again in front of 72s. If it breaks 72s, I'll short it at 73. It's that simple for Meta. This is the one we like for a couple of days in a row now. But we talked about possible pullbacks in some of the Chinese names. Well, here you go.
Apparently there's some news out of Russia.
Neo's been finding a top at 23.25, and I just got another leg out for a small scalp trade, partly because of what Alibaba did. Alibaba just turned around, couldn't get through 126. We haven't been able to get more than $1 out of this trade, unfortunately, and now it's retesting its breakout. And I do not want this rolling back over past like to this 85 level. So, you know, if we end up getting stopped out and trailed out on Baba and can hold on to Neo, that's fine. But I do not want to get caught holding both of these names as the market rejects that potential top. So here we go. I mean, you said something I didn't see about Russia there.
No,
but,
I was just told by somebody else.
Did that cause a turn there in the market? Is that
yeah,
what it was?
the market fell off a few points. Russian foreign minister says it is in talks with Lithuania and EU about transit to Kaliningrad, and there's something else. We have been assured that the issue will be resolved in the nearest future. Russian foreign ministry says it's the same thing. Something about Lithuania and EU about a transit to Kaliningrad. I don't know what that means. I don't know how that matters, but I'm just going to let the market tell me what to do with it.
Okay, from Brendan, nothing significant. Brendan says it's not significant.
Okay.
Then I say it's not significant.
There you go.
And look, one of the values of the program obviously is we're live trading, giving you our thoughts and ideas, the levels that we think are important. But Brendan's giving you live news. One of the things he does fantastically is if it's important, he gets it to you and he'll tell you the story and he gets it right. Not like everybody else who sometimes just wants to be first. No, Brendan actually gives a damn and tries to get it right. And I'm not saying that to harp on other people, but we've seen Bloomberg. But we've seen, Brendan, you're chuckling, but we've seen these Bloomberg reports. We've seen these, oh, sorry, he's laughing at Lucas, but we've seen these Bloomberg sometimes, that just like anything will hit the terminal and it'll move the market, and then 20 minutes later it's like, oh, sorry, that was wrong. Everybody that just took a move off that trade is getting screwed. And so you don't want that to have happen to you. So it's more important to get it right. And one more thing before we get out of here. We haven't done a lights call. I know we got to 1,000, we're at 1,200 here, but we got some work to do. Because I promised you guys to drop some bars if we hit our targets. We didn't even, before these guys are done in the midday, we better be over that 2K mark for the like. So take a chance to hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're going to have Trader Luca and Prad going to be on here in about 4 minutes. But the afternoon show needs to get to 1 as well. And if you want to see some big pun at the end of the show today, then you better hit that number, guys. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I got something prepared for you. And speaking of things that are punishing the shorts, Mullen, now 125. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that 110 bid because if I get filled at 110, it would probably really suck at this point. Mullen consolidates and just screaming upside here. And I don't know what you can say about this except for the fact that you got the 50 period looming or already breaking as we speak and not a lot of resistance till 150 and 175. I wasn't aggressive enough trying to catch dips. I should have just been sitting every single day when it reclaimed and held $1. I should have just sat in front of it at 2s and 3s like we were doing last week. Huge mistake, because essentially you take 3-4% winners and then hold on in case it jailbreaks. Today was the jailbreak on Mullen, and it's run without me.
When Neil does drop bars, and he said he's been preparing this, so it's going to be a lot better than his UC when Brendan was at the screen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to be better because you've been working on it.
When I say, no, actually, I'm not really working on it. But when I say prepare, it's because most of the things that I remember are not clean versions of songs. It's about the only preparation I did is go over in my head, like the bar that I want to drop, and clean it up a little bit. So I know what I'm going to say instead of like having our producer yell at me. So that's all I've done. Like, I don't sit there in front of a mirror or anything. I just make sure I don't curse, which is about the only preparation I need.
There you go. He's going to spit off the dome, but not really off the dome. So here we are.
Freestyling, man.
I mean, you can. We should get you. Or you should do it. You should just come up with something, random topic. Fahad should just throw a random word out there and just spit some lines about that.
The level of skill it takes to, like, I'll tell you this right now, like, dudes that can do that, mad respect. Because that is ridiculously hard to do off the cuff and sound good. There's a reason why these people watch these battle rappers, because it's an incredible talent. Like, you watch him do it, like you see Exhibit's pretty good at it as well. Rakim there's like videotapes of him on the streets in like the 80s and 90s just going off the dome at random, sort of random people wanting to battle the God MC. It's impressive. I can't do it, so I'm not going to bother trying. I stay in my lane, man.
All right, we're almost done too. Well, 90 seconds, Prad is going to be here. And let's see if today's choice for Prad is, let's go long on the weakest names that we're working with. Because Prad yesterday was shorting Moderna in one of the strongest trends. Oh, he wants to play with Upstart today. You know how that's going to go. So be prepared for Prad and Upstart in about a minute or so, as this market is looking like, hey, you know what, Russia, we can move on from that. We can just move on that for today, because that went as low as 0.2 quarter. Now we are back north of 10, pretty much where we were when we fell off, and now back to the upside. So picking up strength, still continuing its strength. Keep in mind, half an hour, we've got European closes in half an hour, and then that's about it for now until we get to the close. So if this market decides to go quiet going into or after Europe closes, it's a real possibility. So just be aware of that, the fact that Europe's about to close in half an hour. Half an hour.
Yeah, about to close in half an hour. We're about to get out of here in 20 seconds. I reloaded on Meta, just playing off that same pre-market high. And we'll rinse and repeat this trade until it either gets to VWAP or takes out that top. And if it does, I'm back in at 173 anyways. And thank you guys for all the support. I've had a lot of fun trading this week. Rune doing a fantastic job, and he's back for the close as well. Sean will be back next week. But I'll tell you, Luca looks like he's locked and loaded, ready to go. Both these cats got the hats on backwards, like they're ready to do some battle. So should be a good midday show for you. Let's get right over to Trader Prad and Luca. Go get them.
Welcome to the midday show. It is the last day of the week, sadly, but we are here for some fun, for some entertainment in the market. Let's get the party started. I'm Trader Prad. This is Luca.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great morning. And Neil, I'm not sure if you caught this in the comments. Somebody said, I think it was Call for Duty, and they're like, I'm not a trader, but I crush a lot, to your big pun. So I found that kind of funny. That was pretty awesome. And absolutely, just before we get started here trading, I want to say one thing. For anybody who hasn't seen Harry Mack, freestyles off the top. He goes on Omegle and people throw him words, and he just kind of freestyles right off the top. This guy is an absolute legend. You don't want to be on Omegle, though, because that's... Well, but I mean, he's an absolute legend, this guy. So, anybody who hasn't seen him, go watch him. It's pretty interesting, and, mad respect to anybody that can freestyle like that off the top of their head. That's very, very impressive. But yeah, looking at markets, we got some nice setups, actually. Some decent levels to play off of. For anybody watching yesterday, I had quite a bit of shorts going, and they didn't really work for me. And I was trying like a new strategy. I was like, let me try like a basket as opposed to certain names. And it was just very difficult to manage. So I'm back to focusing in on the ones that I like to see. And Brian Thompson, Luca, we want to see you freestyle. I don't have skill, so that'll just be embarrassing for me. So I'm just gonna stay away from that. But guys, AMC today, kind of wild. Up at 15, broke 15. I was looking at this, I said to myself, like, if we break 15, this thing will be fireworks. Like, we'll see where we go. And we're getting these kind of wick off tops here. So, like, maybe get a nice short going. When you see these kind of flushes down, right, like really exhaust itself, break that 15 level, does a lot of volume, exhaust itself back down, trying again. But when you get these kind of setups here, for anybody looking at it right now, you get these setups where it's sort of like wick off top, wick off top, wick off top. This is a setup where you could try this like a few times, like just with stop order, taking it short for the move back down if you anticipate that to happen. So, maybe, I want to see this go a little bit higher. The last thing I want is like these like slow moves and then we don't get like the violent move down that I want to see. So I'll be patient with this one. Hopefully, it continues to make new highs. So that would be something on my radar. And also Apple 147, kind of interesting. Maybe, up 50 beeps today. Like, is this going to 148? Like, market's strong and moving higher, but maybe a decent level to play off. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one as well. And I'm not too sure. Tesla, an absolute like just wrecking train to the upside. This thing like clean break at the 750 for anybody who had that. Clean break at the 760 level for anybody who had that. This thing just held trend the whole way up. Super clean. I think it breaks 705 yesterday, and like now we're at 760, right? So it's like, where's this going? Like, is it going to keep going? Like, definitely interesting. So definitely on my radar as well. I don't want to short this thing. I kind of get myself in trouble every time I get involved in a short here. So I'm going to be patient on this one and see if anything sets up.
Hey, man, don't worry about that because I'm here to do that for you. I'm here to take all the trouble, take all the pain, and give you all the gain because right now it has been painful, as you said it, to short Apple a little bit. Been a little careful, so cut down my sizing on this one. I am currently in a winning position, but Apple obviously pushing back to the upside, not looking good. Along with Apple, the other stock, Meta was actually a lot weaker than Apple, still is weaker. Meta is down on the day. Took a couple losses on the shorts, couple wins on the shorts, and now the shorts are once again getting burnt as the market clearly trying to push right back to yesterday's highs at 39.15 on the S&P 500. Just these are the only two trades I have on board for today. I thought for a second Ian was behind you. It's like your hands were going back there.
Getting a nice stretch in, yeah.
But yeah, it's just waiting to see if the market can pay me out on the short side over here. I'm bearish based on the 39.15 area. If 39.15 area goes in the market, then we'll probably just take the loss on Meta and Apple and just stop with the bear direction. And since I did make that UPST joke, we might as well take a look at it. UPST getting slacked to the downside today, 20%. Anytime a stock is down more than 10% to the downside, it triggers a SSR system, which is basically kind of making the stock a little bit harder to short, not really unable to short, but you can still short it. It just makes it so you're not allowed to pile in on the short side by just everyone smashing the bids. If you want to get short now on Upstart, you have to wait for the stock to go up as it is right now, closer to this 27.50 area, 27.40 area. Looks like a good area to load in on the short, but I like the way how Upstart is holding up near VWAP all day. Doesn't really want to break the 26 level to the downside. Looks like buyers do want to step up over here, even with bad earnings report, especially after Upstart used to be ridiculous amounts of ridiculous prices up there. I think if I remember 200 or so, or even higher. Let me just pull back
I
here.
think it was at like 420. Yeah, 420.
420.
Upstart, absolutely insane. And I think somebody like maybe a couple weeks ago asked me, and this isn't me tooting my own horn or anything, but they're like, where do you think Upstart is going? And I'm like, I have no idea. Like, I have no idea where this is going. But I found it funny because I was looking at the chart. I was like, well, it's clearly going down. So like, it's going down. It's making new lows. Like, what is this going to go to like $25 just as like the psychological level? And, I'm like, whatever. I don't even remember where I think I was in the backyard yesterday just enjoying an espresso. And then I get a message that comes through and I see Upstart 25 or like 28. I just start laughing. I'm like, oh, my God, this thing, where are we going now? Are we going to 10? Where's the bottom? Where's the bottom going to come in on these names, right? So, yeah, I didn't actually trade Upstart today. I just figured, I was looking for, are we going to be, really, really weak? And it was pay for shorts. And, I said to myself, is it going to be extremely weak, or are we going to get this kind of sideways action when you get these names down significant amounts? Maybe you get that initial sell-off. And I think you're able to punch short in the pre-market before it actually triggers SSR. So, a good look here could be, take the short, and then, I was watching the tape right off the open, and as soon as this opened, you had the kind of SSR action where everybody piles in on the offer. So, for traders who can't get involved in the pre-market, if you're able to get involved in the pre-market, maybe, that could be a little setup that you kind of work on where it's like, you're getting short and then everybody else gets short. So you have that kind of follow through and then you cover onto that. It could be a good look. I saw somebody ask, what do I mean by a clean break? So for example, I said Tesla 750 is like a clean break. So essentially a clean break is like you have a level, and I'm just saying 750 as like, psychological level, 750 more psychological than, for example, 747. And, it runs to 750 and you have like some size at 750, just being an even dollar. And then it breaks that level and it just like instantly runs like $2. So for example, like take the 760 as an example. It's like this broke 760 and popped $2 and did not look back. Whereas like, some other levels, it's like it breaks, it comes back, it dances around, it breaks, it comes back, makes new lows, then goes back, then makes a new high. So like, obviously as a trader, you want to be in the money right away. Those are probably going to be your best trades unless you're scaling into something and you have a plan to do that. And, it's nice to, find setups where you're in the money right away, right? So, it's not going to be like that all the time. It's a very rare occurrence that things are in the money right away. So when they are, it's a nice clean break. That's what I mean by that. So for example, even yesterday, the 705, like nice and clean, like $2 in the money.
Look what you got these guys doing over there, man. They're not even working now. They're listening to Harry Mack in the back over there.
Oh,
like,
are you?
Yeah, I'm just watching
yeah.
to the screens in between, and they're just listening to all the rap music that you were just talking about, all the freestyles.
You could get lost on his page. Like you just like spend like hours over there. Yeah, guys. So I actually just to talk about my meta short here. So I'm short meta. I'm short basically off this 172 area. I was in the money. I didn't cover any. I'm thinking maybe we'll get a flush down. But, market's holding up. And, this is kind of the same theme, like playing off that 172, 173 ideology. Maybe we do break 172. I'm not going to cover if we break 172. I think, maybe we break 172 and then we come back down. I want to really see how it interacts at this price. Like if we can't break right now, then we're going lower. And maybe this is like, like a very nice setup, hold the short. But, this is towards high of day, if not high of day, you could argue. And, on the daily, if you look at it, 172, 173, solid. You can recycle that multiple times. I think Neil's covered this many times. So, I like the short here. Not really sure where my target would be on this one. But, I'm going to be patient. We'll see where this goes in the next hour or two. And, maybe get a nice couple recycling opportunities.
Yeah, let's go look at market's actually pushing up right here, right now, as we're looking at it. So the shorts that I am in, not looking that good anymore. Let's go talk about SRJ. SRJ being called out by, I believe it was Kai. Bears versus Bull brought it up that Kai wanted us to take a look at it. Let me quickly just manage my position here. You want to take over real quick?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So, just still with the whole meta theme, something I want to cover is, when I would say, I would argue most capitulations come at a point where there's some size and sometimes even dollars, right? So it's like, if you're going to get this sort of kind of break of 172, break the high and then come back right through and then dance around, then go lower. Like this is like a good, like a potential reversal point based on like previous levels that were already in place. So, if you are thinking to yourself, like I want to short this, the last thing you want to do is put a stop above 172. Unless you're saying to yourself, like, I'm going to short it and then stop myself out and then short it again, stop myself out, and then short it the third time, and let's say the third time works, and then you go for like the $1, $2 move, and it's like, okay, you risked 5 cents 2 times, so you lost 10 cents, but then you made $1, like that's a 10-to-1 still, right? So different types of execution styles that you can do. If you are doing like that kind of over-under execution style, just keep in mind that like you're going to, pay more commission if you're with a broker that you're paying a lot. And, factor in slippage, obviously, depending on the size that you're taking. Probably, like the more patient style, the more like calm style would be to just, have your level, have like a wider stop, and that kind of thing. So, still looking at this and, the fact that the market's ripping higher and this still can't get over 172, like I sort of want to see it break 172 before I like add another position here, but maybe just add a smaller position and then like see if we break. So we'll see if we can get another fill here. There we go. So second fill there. I mean, market's breaking higher and this can't break. So like as soon as market turns, if it does turn, then this will probably be the first to turn. So we'll see what happens here. We'll definitely keep our eyes here. And somebody said, yeah, Tesla broke 760. And Tesla at this point, like this is me just, kind of thinking out loud to myself. Like now it's kind of high. Like I don't think it's going to get to 780 today. But if we get to like 780 today, then like there's got to be some type of gamma squeeze potential that could come into play. So like I don't know if it's going to get higher, but again, I'm not really interested in shorting this because it's every it's up so much. Every opportunity that it comes down, maybe there's some people that are stuck, so they're reloading the bids. So just some stuff to think about. And yeah, I see somebody else. SPY looks clear until 393. Good strength.
We're good.
Yeah. Huh?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, SRG. SRG was what I wanted to talk about for one of our viewers that got called out. Seritage Growth Properties up pretty good amount, 66%, 67% at the moment. Market clearly wants to take off to the upside. NASDAQ up 3.3%, not 3%, LOL. Up to 0.3%. S&P 500 also up 0.3% after actually starting the market down on the day. I was prepared for it to be a free fall Friday, but clearly market is not ready to present us with those opportunities. So here are the stocks that are actually booming to the upside. SRG being one of them, 41 million shares traded today so far. Let me quickly see if I can find any catalyst on this. Oh, there it is. Trading higher after updating its current strategic review process. The company filed its preliminary proxy materials as well. So good catalyst coming in, obviously helping in the stock to the upside. I like the way how it got back above VWAP over here. Now let's see if we can actually test the high of day. Well, I guess we are at high of day right now, but test the pre-market high at $10.60 or so, with a possible volume spike coming in later on, or even now. The volume's still there in the stock. Probably the number one volume leader today, or pretty close to it. SRG actually, if you ignore the ETFs or the 3-time leverage QQQ ETFs, it's at number 2 volume leader with about 205 relative volume, and that looks like it's the number 1 relative volume leader too. If I was just to look over here, not sure why it's not here on this list. It should be with the 205 relative volume overall. SRG, lots of fun over there. I want to go talk about a Canadian stock for a quick second. Not a lot of people probably even care about this, but Rogers, connection service outage all over Canada or nationwide, I think, for the most part. A lot of places out, and people are struggling without any internet. We almost got into a trouble. Thankfully, our company is smart enough to have more than one ISPs just in case we run into these issues. So Rogers, fix your stuff. Come on, man. The fact that I have to wake up and ask my Alexa for what weather is, and she can't answer to me because she can't go to the internet, that's a problem right there. Now look at me. It's hot outside. I'm wearing an Adidas jacket. This sucks.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, guys, I sat in this morning and I was like, all right, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to short Rogers. I'm like, how do I do this? And I'm like, I don't know if this translates, but that was just me. I'm just being silly. But,
Sorry?
Who's saying this? AMD trying to push 80. Let's have a look here at AMD. And yeah, guys, just to, so I'm recycling here, being responsible, taking some off Meta and trying to hold for my targets. But, obviously, in this kind of market, things bounce around. Like if this wants to hold this level and then break, the last thing you want is it looks like the short is good, and then it does one of these candles where it rips up. If this broke 172, then you could argue this is a good idea to stop yourself out and then try it again if we come back through. The reason I say that is because, at this level, it's sort of consolidating, it's kind of slow. Then it looks like the short's working, it bounces off the moving average, then it breaks moving average, so now maybe more people are piling into the shorts. When it reclaims, the move to the upside could be violent, but held on. We didn't break 172, so I'm still in. 25 cents in the money, but on Meta, that's basically nothing. So, going to see if we can get a 171 test if this wants to consolidate and then move lower. But definitely be cognizant of that 172 now that it looks like it's working. So the last thing I want is, it looks like it's working, then it moves against me. Then it could get very violent to the upside and, maybe provide another opportunity to get short at a better price if it's still in place. So, yeah, keeping my eyes over there. And yeah, let's have a look at AMD. AMD, someone said AMD trying to push 80. Yeah, AMD slowly making its way to 80. Not as, I'm assuming it'll test 80. We didn't come all this way to not take 80, right? Or is this the top? I don't know. We'll see. But see if we can get an interesting trade going. Kind of moving slow, but yeah, I don't know. I'll make a decision if we get over 79.90. Maybe decision to be made. But for now, just chilling.
Look at AMC today, man. I said AMC yesterday that I don't really care about the move above 14 because I don't see it going too much further. But I also did say that we could just see AMC go up to 1460s, 1470s. Look at the high on AMC yesterday, 1470. So I guess I should have just held my last few shares for that 1470 level just in case it came into play. Later on in the day, we got the break of trend line, which pushed AMC right back to VWAP to find support. And look at AMC AMC today, man. I did try a small little short opportunity near 1460s, 1470s. Did not work out, obviously, as AMC pushes towards 1570s, 1523 being the high a day. With 20 million shares traded, the apes are back in the market. They are ready to disturb the market once again and burn Melvin Capital for the 7th time. Well, he's probably liquidated now because we don't see him anymore. But if he is, man, they're coming for you, Melvin. You better close shop for the 7th time here. Thankfully for everyone who was long, the market does seem to want to keep going up. Apple does not want to go below 147. And Meta Platform, does not want to go above 172. Not sure what's going on with that one. I want to go with the chat over here for a quick second. Melvin's already closed. Yeah.
They're already, they are.
Yeah, for like 7th time, right?
No, they actually did. They liquidated. They sent their apology letter, and they're probably going to come out with a new fund. And because when you draw down that much, it's like the high watermark doesn't make any sense. They're not going to get paid, so they're like, oh, we're sorry, we'll open a new fund. Invest in us if you want. And by the way, fresh high watermark, so we're gonna collect
Real
our
quick,
money.
I like the hat. It's not the Puma hat for once.
It's
so
not.
let's go.
Yeah, you guys
Let's
gave me crap, so I switched it up. Now listen, I don't really fish. But these Bass Pro hats for the
They're pretty fresh, man.
for the price point, and put this one on. I'll show you here. Change the camera if you want. Yeah, there we go.
If you want.
We got the Bass Pro, and solid hat. You guys can take a guess the price on this one. I might buy myself 10 of these, just all different colors, because I think this is a solid hat.
Yeah, but does your hat say
no?
Doge to the moon?
That's a hat to have. See, you got some sick hats. You got
Doge
this one,
to
the
the moon.
AMC one too.
Yeah.
That's actually sick. Yeah, guys, Meta being very slow, still hasn't broke that 172. I'm actually looking at Apple again around, it's like dancing around 147, right? And it looks like we got the blow off top here. So if the market wants to now turn and maybe go for a retest of 3,900, especially NASDAQ here, it's up. It's obviously holding trend, but we're at that point in the day where, European close is approaching. Market might go a little bit sideways for the next 10, 20 minutes, then pick a direction, right? And we already had this kind of dip down move, right? Maybe we go sideways. Are we really going to continue upwards? I don't know. I don't think so. I almost want to favor the short side. So if we actually get that sideways action, then pick a direction and then go lower for a potential test of the not so much pre-market, but this time high. So 12, 121. Or even 3,900 on the ES, then these areas to short off could be good. So I'm eyeing that Apple 147, but I think patience is key. Maybe scale into this one very, very slowly. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let's scale into this one very, very slowly and see if we can get some prices here. I kind of like this, and if we go now and we run and break the highs and break 147.50, then okay, I'm wrong, is what it is. But I'll scale into this one. I think I got to give myself some time because it's probably going to whip around for at least 10 minutes, maybe, if I had to guess. So I don't want to hold too much size while it's deciding going sideways. Make my job more difficult. I don't want to try to keep the stress low today. It's Friday. Good day.
Yeah, for someone asking, do I have the F1 qualifiers in the background? I do for sure. Without that, I probably wouldn't be even able to trade at the moment. Okay, that's a stupid joke. But yeah, I have the F1 qualifiers running in the background. As you already know, Latifi already in the danger zone. Who would have guessed that one? I want to go to Jimmy. Jimmy over here, sadly down on the day still, while his girlfriend Amy is just launching to the upside. Jimmy, though, looks like it wants to follow AMC over here to the upside and turn green. I don't know if we can actually turn green, but let's see how far AMC can go today, as we not too long ago cleared 130 to the upside. It looks like Apple wants to wake up now too, so a little scary for my Apple short and the Meta short and my future short. So just patiently waiting over here as the market can move around for me. Let's see where we go. Minions are back in theaters too. That's true. The AMC has a lot of reasons for the market to start moving around. The Minions movie. One of the coworkers here actually saw the Top Gun movie yesterday and said that was an amazing movie to watch. So we know how that one played out for AMC overall. So yeah, a lot of reasons for AMC to actually be doing what it's doing. Not sure what Jimmy will do eventually. We also do know that Jimmy has a negative catalyst, I believe, which dropped not too long ago. Maybe it was today, actually. The firing of the CFO. Firing of CFO catalyst coming in for GME pushed it down, but GME trying to turn that around completely as the market tries to take out the high day for NASDAQ.
Guys, so AMD just broke 80, and you know, somebody in the chat was, you know, like a Luca and his didn't come all this way. What did I say though? Didn't come all this way to not take the fresh size at 80, and you know, there is some follow through. You know, still not back through. A lot of the times when I look, and we got some size at 80.10, so maybe somebody, you know, it's kind of interesting. It's like, you know, there's no size, whatever, and then all of a sudden it breaks the level, and now you got like 400 lots at like 80.10, like chasing it up. So, you know, maybe somebody like stuck and they didn't anticipate this move, and then it broke, and they're like, okay, I got to get out of this. Maybe that's a hedge, who knows? But, you know, it's probably better not to think too much about the reasons why, just kind of trade accordingly. I wanted to take this short if we came back through 80, but now we didn't and we're holding, so I'm going to actually remove that order. You know, I figured like maybe we get like an 80 test and then kind of reverse, and for like a quick scalp of like 20, 30 cents back to the downside, back in the range that it kind of created. And this is basically what I'm seeing, right? This is obviously holding trend. This is more of like a scalp idea that I thought of. Like if we broke 80 and came back through, take it short, come back into this range here, test again, then retest 80 again. So like a little quick like 20-cent scalp, like risking not too much. But the fact that we're holding now, that trade is basically gone. So I'm not really sure what to do with this one. And just kind of holding trend and you know, going to the upside, So, you know, obviously I got to be careful on my shorts here. But guys, Meta, this thing still has not broken 172. Yeah. But people are bidding at 171.50. So there's bids over there, you know. So it's like, I mean, look, I could have recycled so many more times. I didn't, right? So I may have, you know, probably would have made more money if I recycled a little bit more. But, you know, at this point, the fact that market's, you know, going back up, Meta still holding below that 172, like definitely a solid level to play off. You know, as opposed to Apple. Like I said to myself, like I need to be very patient with this one. You know, I'm gonna add over here. You know, let some time pass and then see if we can get another ad going. And you know, for a potential 147 breakdown, and then like maybe you get this kind of move like again, right? You get like a replication of this move again. And you know, if it doesn't, then like whatever. I mean, if we continue to inch higher, then you know maybe I won't add. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes there. And I'm actually wondering where Neo is too. You know, Neil back in that 23-24 range. Neil strong today.
He's in the matrix, dude.
Yeah, he's in the matrix. And Alibaba, 125. Anybody who swung Alibaba long at the 100 level, solid trade. Solid trade, and if you're still in that, solid hold. You know, that's a solid 25% in like a couple weeks. You know, can't complain on that one. In terms of a day trade, I mean, that 125 was actually pretty clean to the upside. I'm not sure if anybody had it. I think Neil was actually talking about it. I'm not sure if he took it. But yeah, that 125 to the upside, you know, clean break, right? You take the 125 long, like looks like it's a little strong, and breaks to the upside. That gives you like 50 cents, you know, and if you're patient to hold on the pullback and then kind of scale out over here, yeah, it's actually a solid trade. But now, you know, kind of going back to VWAP, maybe this holds VWAP and good reload. But for me, I'm going to stay away. I mean, kind of arbitrary levels over here. Maybe if we get back to 125 and reject, then maybe think short, but you know, probably just stay away.
I want to go over to BTC as someone in the chat was talking about Mara with relative strength. Actually, here goes Facebook above 172. So we're watching Facebook closely as NASDAQ takes out the high day. Apple is trying to take out the high day. Market clearly wants to metro boom to the north side. So Facebook above 172 as Luca was talking about it. We have our eyes on it. I'm going to flip right back over to Bitcoin over here as Bitcoin is now at 21,000. Someone mentioned Mara with the relative strength or relative volume. Not sure exactly what you said, but yeah, you're not wrong. Look at this move, 23% to the upside today for Mara. Insane moves coming in across the board for certain stocks over here. I want to go see if Coinbase was able to do anything off of this Bitcoin getting above 21K over there. It looks like Coinbase did take advantage of that. Look at Coinbase over here, 8% move to the north side for Coinbase, taking out 62 not too long ago. What a trade. Double bottom over here near 55. Fail bottom of 55 to the downside, also only to 54.74, and now the high of 62.50 coming in for Coinbase as the NASDAQ market took out the high day not too long ago, and looks like S&P 500 will be doing the same shortly.
Yeah, guys, so I'm stopped out on that meta trade. So, you know, it is what it is. And I made a mistake, actually. I added a little bit too much size here for the potential back through. So I just stopped myself out of that. But, you know, like definitely keep my eye on this one. If we come back through 172, then it's, you know, potential, you know, good area to re-add. But, you know, got to be patient with this one. You know, it sucks when you make a little mistake, but, you know, it is what it is. no big deal. Maybe just need a little bit more coffee.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out a couple stops here for Meta and for Apple as the market clearly wants to go up here. Most likely just going to take the losses on these shorts as S&P 500 is currently turning, well, it has been green, but it's trying to take out the 3920 level. There it goes, 3920 level gone. S&P 500 wants to keep on ripping, so the longs are clearly in play today. Just going to take these losses on Apple and not Microsoft. I keep trying to say Microsoft, but Meta, and walk away from these trades, man. What an insane turnaround on the market overall. Longs are the direction that everyone should be in, basically. And the reason why I was thinking short for the market here, I'll just show you the reason why. You know, yesterday's high also coincides with a couple of other levels pretty close to where the market has turned around before, especially on the 24th of June and on the 27th of June, even though the high on the 27th of June happens to be around 39.47. So now that the market clearing 39.20 over here, if it wants to keep on going, I think we could see that move to 39.50 on the S&P 500 before actually seeing any rejection coming in. So now I'm just going to wait for that level to come into play before possibly reloading on the shorts on any of these stocks. But you know, as the market just stalling over here, not really elevating too much further to the north side, not sure if the shorts are actually in yet or not, yeah, exactly. The shorts are in yet. To be starting here or not, as we still have 30 minutes before the lunchtime starts.
Yeah, guys, you know, if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong. And somebody in the chat, you know, they're like, oh, I love the side angle. I could see Arun yawning in the background at this market. That kind of made me laugh. Yeah, and somebody else said coin just booming to the upside. Coin up 10%. Extra strong, extra strong. And where was Bitcoin actually?
21K?
21, yeah. So with Bitcoin, you know, maybe a little bit moving in tandem with Bitcoin there. But yeah, definitely a very strong move from 55 to like 63 here. You know, had that sort of sideways action, broke pre-market, broke the highs, and let's see here, yeah, broke highs, broke pre-market highs, and just never looked back. You know, some traders when they're, you know, they look for like maybe like a high of day break, a low of day break. Doesn't necessarily work all the time, but you know, on this one, for anybody that had it, that was like super clean. I mean, you broke like basically going into 157 long, and this thing just did not look back. And this has been holding trend the whole way. Like this actually is kind of insane, like to see like this kind of move. It's like sometimes you see this on Tesla, but very rarely do you see this this kind of move where it's like holding trend the whole way, just having like a very strong like 7-point move, 10% move, like very, very strong. But yeah, all crypto names are up. You know, Riot as well, same thing, Mara as well. You know, these names are all going to move together. I guess, you know, you could argue today like, you know, strong, but maybe coin just a little bit stronger.
We're going to send it over to Bendo at the big screen for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, strong jobs report this morning, strong market today, strong social sentiment today as well. This is what people are talking about on social media right now. AMC, really nice day jumping off the board here. Getting bigger, in fact, since the last time we had a look at that. The SPY has gone green. If you remember the last time, it was still gray on the day, but green on this board anyways. Tesla, Mullen here as well to the upside. There's Clovis with a huge move today. EVFM with a huge move today. A lot of people talking about that. So just to explain again, the intensity of the color, so the darker green versus the lighter green just means how positive, or the more positive it's being mentioned, and then the size of the box as well. The frequency in which it's being mentioned. GameStop to the downside so far today. OCGN, haven't seen that one on here, but a few people still talking about that. I mentioned a couple of OTC stocks on here today for the first time in a long time. SIMPQ, I know it's hard to see. AABB and Luckin, LKNCY, all OTC names positive today, guys. Back over to you.
NCY, Luckin Coffee on OTC. Let's go check out this one. LKNCY on Pink Sheets, which is OTC market, over-the-counter market, I believe is what it's called for anyone who doesn't know. Up 3.3% today, near $15. Trying to take out 15 right now. Pink Sheets, not too much experience with trading Pink Sheets. Honestly, I've only traded Pink Sheets when I was looking at what's it called, the cryptocurrency market as a GBTC and ETHC. On Pink Sheets were a lot of fun to trade. This was before Bitcoin ETFs were on the market. So those were the only couple ways that I could have really traded cryptocurrency moves back in the day. I've gone away from these a little bit, so I just want to take a quick look at this. Do you know what the ticker for DD is?
DIDIY on the pink sheets?
DIDIY, yeah, DIDIY is indeed correct on pink sheets. Also, a stock that's very profitable on the floor recently, has been moving around quite a bit, down 2.65% currently, and we know why DD is currently in the pink sheets, right? We knew how the delisting was playing out and how the government really pushed for the delisting of that stock and moving it away from our market. Oh snap! I thought you wanted to take a look at Snap, but you had a sentence besides that. AMC 16? No way. Okay, I thought you were talking about it being at 16 right now. I guess, it's not that far away from it. We'll see if it can get to 16 today. Pretty good move in AMC already today. 5% to the north side. High a day of 1532, and clearly does not want to go to the downside. We've been holding VWAP all day today. Every time we do come down, looks a lot like yesterday's move over here before the launch off starts. So it looks like AMC was just preparing its jets. The launch off has begun, and now we only stop when we achieve at least $2 or $3 to the north side. So just waiting for that move to come in on AMC here.
I see Nathan saying Tesla is up because Bitcoin is up. Recall that Tesla has a large Bitcoin holding. So keep in mind that, Tesla is, I don't know if they're a $1 trillion company. But they're basically around that mark, like they're huge, right? Or like 700 billion, something like that. Whereas the amount of Bitcoin that they're holding is like not, I would say it's significantly less relative to their market cap. So yes, there is some type of correlation, like a small correlation, but not a huge correlation. So just keep that in mind, it's, you could argue that, but also at the same time, I think that as well, but at the same time, it's very small relative to the kind of overall size of the company. So, although yes to the correlation, smaller, not very strong correlation.
760 billion.
Yeah, so 760 billion, and I want to say I'm not sure how much Bitcoin they're holding, but I think it's like a billion. It's like a billion, 10,000 Bitcoin. Is it 10,000 Bitcoin? Maybe 10,000 Bitcoin, whatever that works out to, or maybe I know Master had like 21.
It was around a billion.
But yeah, so I think it might be like a billion they're holding. So obviously 700 bill market cap, 1 bill Bitcoin position. It's just not that strong, right? And I'd like to know Luca's thought on pineapple on pizza. For me, it's a no. For me, it's a no. I'm not a huge fan.
This guy's a super sata and olives pizza guy.
My go-to for anybody that has not tried this, black olives, sopressata, get the pizza well done, and amazing. That's definitely my go-to pizza. No pineapple. I'm not, somebody asked me, they're like, what are my thoughts on pineapple? I was like,
That's because Neil's favorite pizza. He always orders it anytime he goes anywhere. Any restaurant that has pineapple pizza on the menu, that's the one he directly runs to. So that's why they were asking your opinion for it.
For me, it's, I'm more, sopressata black, give it a try. For anybody who hasn't tried it, give it a try, get well done. It's amazing, I love it.
Taco pizzas with refried beans. Okay, never heard of that one. Maybe I gotta try that one. No anchovies. Yeah, I didn't even know what anchovies was until my buddy made me try it on a pizza, and he's no longer my friend anymore. So yeah, that's how it works now. You make me try bad stuff, you're no longer my friend. I cut you off the circle. Let's get back into the market. As the market has been kind of hanging around over here near the highs, we're still waiting to see if the shorts play out or the longs play out. 39.22 came out to be the high day on the S&P 500, making it up 0.36 on the market. Reload on AMC, says Brian James. Looks like you want to go longer on AMC. Let's see if the reload can come into play. I personally will not be reloading anywhere close to 15. If we do go back to VWAP or even the $14 level, I will gladly go long over there, but I'm not going long anywhere here. I'm not diddling in the middle on AMC. I'll wait for the perfect levels. That way I can take as much size as I want. Something that I did take, as you guys saw earlier on my position boards, probably. It's crazy how you and I, Luca, have the exact same positions. That's pretty funny. Apple and Meta, sure. We're both our Apple and Meta short.
Oh yeah,
we both are wearing hat backwards. And I saw someone call us the Hat Bros. Luca, the Mario and Luigi back at work over here, not just in a different video game. We are playing a video game over here. At the end of the day, it's just numbers. That's how I rationalize in my head. It's just numbers. We're playing a video game, and I'm trying to be the best at it. Unluckily, I'm not the best yet.
Well, you're always working towards something, right? You gotta
This meta short's playing out.
Yeah, I was gonna say every day is practice, right? Every day is practice. Same as trading, you know. It's like approach the game, like, you know, have your strategy. Every day is practice. You know, some days you win, some days you lose. Just make sure that you continue to do the work, and you know, don't beat yourself up when you lose, and don't get too excited when you win, because you're gonna lose again. And it's just a constant cycle.
I put Super Sata and black olives in my Cheerios. Is that a good combo?
No, that's weird. That's you know, everybody's got their own thing. I say keep doing you know, keep doing whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, exactly. You want to talk about MetaTrade?
I mean, I added back to the MetaTrade. We'll see where this one goes. If it can hold below 172, then maybe I'll add back for the move that I was initially looking for. I see people saying AMC, potential capitulation. You know, the move past 15 kind of made that extra high, and now the real question is, are we going lower? Like, I haven't actually watched the tape on this one, so I'm not really 100% sure. But, you know, if you're watching this and you see like that kind of blow off top and then it kind of breaks the level and there's like quite a bit of selling, but like a significant amount of selling. Like going back to the other time we were there, this is what I was referring to. Like when we were at like 1450 area, and sorry, let me just remove these fills. When we were at like the 1450 area over here, like we literally ran into this level, smoked all the stops, slammed back down, and there was like a sort of like a death candle. So it was like on that candle, the amount of selling was absolutely insane. So that kind of gave you the tell that like, okay, this is now like the top and like we're going lower, right? But like, so now it's like, you know, like we had the strong move, kind of sympathy play to GME, and now we moved higher, like over 15. You know, is this going to hold above 15? I personally don't think that it's going to continue to do enough volume to hold above 15. So, you know, maybe good area to initiate a short. But the thing is, from a day trading perspective, you know, for me right now, looking at this, it's like, maybe this is, you know, like I want to give this a little bit more time. I would love for this to like continue to try to get back up here. Like if we can get back up, reject, then come back lower, then maybe we get the move lower. But, you know, when AMC is like strong on the day, like these robots are savage. They will not let this thing go down. So, you know, I don't want to get too aggressive on the short because you just offside right away. And, you know, been there, done that. And
I needed the short, man. This meta short now, 47 cents in the money. I needed the short, especially after being down on meta. I might just be able to turn this position absolutely to flat and then maybe make some money on it. And if meta is pushing down, you know, Luca mentioned this. My partner in crime did mention this to you, that if this stock was if the market was going to start trading down, meta is going to be the one that pushes harder than other stocks such as Apple. Apple right now, I am in the money, only 8 pennies, not really moving down too much in my favor. But, you know, if market can push down over here, we'll see Apple push down with it. And Meta is right now currently 50 cents in the money, almost 60 cents in the money. Let's see how far can we turn this into profit. Douglas keeps asking, what is Super Sata? So it's basically just a spicy sliced meat, right?
Yeah, so it's like, you know, here, I'll Google it for you just to show you. But essentially, like, you know, you make sopressata. It's basically like pig and cured meat, essentially. So this is, I like the visuals. The visuals are a lot easier just to kind of show you. So if you've ever seen this before, if you've ever had it on pizza, or, you know, you can eat it just kind of raw like this. Essentially, you know, you grind up like a bunch of different meats, you know, whatever, pig, and then you stuff it, you let it cure, you let it sit, and then it kind of dries it, you dry it out, and then, you know, you cut it and serve it like this, but tastes extra good on pizza. You know, if you're making like a homemade pizza, put this on top of the pizza, then throw it in the oven, and, you know, it's extremely salty. So, yeah, it really adds flavor to the pizza, and, you know, you could eat it both ways. I love both ways. Both is good. Yeah, so I'm continually adding to my meta short here.
Nice.
You know, if we're not going to now get back over 172, I think, like, you know, we were in this range. We popped. We dropped. Now we go sideways just a little bit more, and then maybe we drop again. These are my expectations if this kind of sets itself up. And, you know, now we're Europe's closed. So now maybe we kind of go sideways and you know, reverse. If we don't reverse, I'll be wrong again. And, you know, it is what it is. You know, this is the business of being wrong all the time. So, you know, you just got to constantly be wrong, but manage risk accordingly. And guy to LAX. Luca, do you deliver to LA? No. Yeah, that would be a long trip. I'd love to come out to LA one time. You know, that would be awesome. But, you know, until then, and then you show me a good pizza place around there. That would be awesome. But yeah, no, until then, you know, just chilling over here.
Yeah, listen, I don't get to eat lunch till 2 o'clock. Let's stop with the food topic. You get to be lucky and eat at 12:30. I'm going to move right back into the market and something that's actually finally working for me. It's the shorts, man. The shorts are finally back in play. So is my future shorts. You know, get burnt once is not enough for me. I got to go 4 times, as you guys saw yesterday. But thankfully, even though I've been getting burnt, I've been scalping the profits on the way out, cutting my losses down. So in case the short does work out for me, that'll be good. But right now, what I am noticing on the S&P 500 futures is this trend line that the market is, you know, supposedly holding. Arun doesn't like trend lines, so that's why I don't want to mention it too loud. But it looks like it wants to follow that trend line. We'll see if that trend can finally break for my favor so we can push this market right back to VWAP, allowing me to make a bunch of money over here that I am actually doing on Meta. Meta, being my worst stock on the day, is about to be very flat, 74 cents in the money. Let's take some more profits, fix our stop in loss for here, and looking over at Apple. Firstly, I apologize for talking about the same 2 stocks going back and forth between Luca and myself. It sucks that we're trading the same positions. But now let's look at some other stocks instead. Amazon, I see at a quick glance in the chat. AMZN being talked about in the chat. Let's go see what this one's doing today. Amazon down on the day. Okay, that's actually pretty surprising to me. You know, Amazon had a pretty good day yesterday. Here's Amazon's chart. I saw actually Buddy yesterday, Spencer, got long, I think, at the low of day and held all of his shares all the way till the end of the day. What an insane trade over there. Good job on that one, Spencer. But the Amazon today, I expected it to do something similar to that, but maybe not. You know, market started off down on the day, and then eventually we turned positive, and now looking like we might just go back to VWAP turning negative, which will pay me on the shorts. But here's Amazon absolutely flat. It looks like it's going to be absolutely flat Friday today on the market across the board, as the longs are failing to push longer and the shorts are failing to push shorter.
I see somebody asking, let's look at CLVS doing, you know, 60, 70 mil volume today, up 45%. Not sure if there's a potential catalyst on this, but let me just quickly zoom out to check kind of where this came from and if there was any other days. And at the same time, I'm going to check Float Checker to see the float on this one. So for anybody that doesn't know, you know, free website, Float Checker, you could check the float on these small cap names. Any name, but, you know, for the most part, you're looking at small caps. CLVS. Biotech name. So we got, okay, so 140 million. Okay, so, you know, basically what I look for, CLVS FDA meeting. Okay, so they had an FDA meeting today. Okay, that makes sense, you know, up 45%. You know, for anybody wondering, you check the float on these names. If it's like a 4 mil float, like a very low float, those are the ones that go wild. Those are the ones that, like, they break levels, they keep going higher, they fly. With a float of, like, you know, like plus 100, maybe 200 mil, there's more shares that are floating around, right? So there's probably more overhead in terms of, like, you know, like this thing is going to break a level, it's going to make a new high. Like, there's just going to be, like, more liquidity. The book is going to be more thick. And what I mean by that is, I'll show you this over here. You know, like, the book is more thick. It's like you see 200, you see 48. If this was a low float, you'll see nothing. You'll see a bunch of ones. You'll see maybe, like, size pop up, and it's, like, whipping around. So, you know, I basically gauge this in terms of, like, if you're trading this, manage your expectations. You know, if you're long, just be more patient. If you're short, be more patient. You know, as opposed to, like, those low floats that are, like, just definitely don't be patient with those ones unless you kind of have your own strategy. But, like, you know, if it's moving against you, I don't know if holding it is the right move per se. And Andrea saying, Luca, are you Italian? Yes, I am Italian. Born in Canada, but, you know, Italian background. You know, love the Italian culture, love food, and love making people laugh and bringing people together. That's the best thing.
Are you the type of guy with Italy wins like FIFA World Cup? You're running around downtown with the Italy flag?
I love parades,
yeah,
and, like, yeah. Like, definitely 100%. Like, I'm not a huge soccer fan,
yeah,
but, like, for sure 100%. If
did Italy make it this year?
Let's just move on to, like, whatever we can talk about.
Just have to hit you with that one.
This meta short is 65 cents in the money. Look at this meta short, everyone. Let's not talk about that. This meta short is in the money.
You could have hit me with has India made it ever. You could have hit me back with has India made it ever. Listen, there's a joke that we can't even afford the soccer shoes, you know? So you could have hit me back with that one. I was waiting for a little jab back, but it's all fun and games. I want to see if how far Canada makes it in the World Cup over here. You know, my brother was the one who, when India won the World Cup for cricket, he was parading all downtown with the Indian flag on the cars all over the place and having a lot of fun. I was like, yeah, you do that. I'm gonna stay indoors, play my video games, and have fun that way instead. Speaking of video games, man, Tarkov, yesterday's raids were fun. Sadly, not for Ian, who will be on later. We can talk about it then. Market indeed pushing down here, thankfully for myself, as at Meta platform short now a full $1 in the money, and Apple short only 15 cents in the money, sadly, but good amount of recovery coming into my P&L over here. No longer am I sweating from my palms. Now I get to wipe off the sweat and focus on more trades that can possibly help me to turn this around and get back to the standing that I was to start off my day. Pratt outfit looks like an Eastern European style. Yeah, I was playing Tarkov yesterday, so I felt like dressing like a scav, and figured this Adidas jacket would be the best fit to look like Killa. Killa from what was the map again? Interchange, I think.
Yeah, so people saying like, Luca, you don't like soccer. So I love the sport. I grew up playing soccer. I played like 10 years of soccer, 10, 15 years of soccer, but I wasn't good enough to make it pro. So is what it is. We can't all be the best there. But yeah, no, I love the game. I don't like watch it religiously. Like I don't have like a team per se, but like obviously like I love the game. It's a great game. And I love watching World Cup where everybody comes together. They're really battling. There's a lot of passion there, so it's really exciting to watch. And I see
World Cup.
will AMD bounce off 79.70? I have no idea. Let's have a look here at AMD. Where is this? Okay, so now back below 80, and actually a clean break. So like the clean break back below 80, and this is essentially what I figured. It's like 80 of the level, kind of break off 80, move higher. It's unfortunate that my plan was to take the short back through if we came back through, but I removed it because I thought maybe we'll get an 80 bounce. But I guess because we didn't, and the market, deciding that maybe now it wants to roll over, our shorts are starting to work. Slowly taking profits on Meta. I'm going to take some more in front of VWAP. Maybe that's the right move. Maybe we'll see what happens if we get there. But Meta's the one name that like this could probably go back to 169. Like if the market keeps going down, like this is the name that's going to go back to like low day. Whereas I'm in this Apple short as well. But this one, I'm not sure this one's going to get back to low day. So this one, I'm in the money now.
As
maybe
you say
25 cents on this one. But I didn't even add to this. And this one, I don't even know if I'm going to add at this point. Like, this is probably like just hold what I have and, take profits maybe if we get to VWAP. It just kind of feels like a little stronger. It's a weird, we held up for a little bit longer, not really flushing the way that I thought that it could. But if the whole market's going to continue to now go lower, maybe get like 2 5-minute candles of red, that would be like great for the shorts that we're holding.
Yeah, baby. Just as you say that, this market kind of absolutely turning around for my favor and helping me out. My shorts all across the board are now green. I am absolutely flat in the day, getting ready to now start making some profits as being the bear trader that I am. But, be ready for this market to whip right back to the highs after bouncing this 3,900 or VWAP level. Hence, I am looking to just take these scalps out and then maybe look for some longs or get back into shorts if the shorts are in play. Right now, as the market did push right back to 39.05, we are turning flat instead of being up 0.3% on the S&P 500. Sorry, not NASDAQ. I'm used to talking about NASDAQ too much. That's why. And NASDAQ over here still up on the day 0.15, but it is indeed pushing down. I personally thought that the market was going to break 12K to the downside. Hence, I was so bearish to begin the day with. But looks like clearly the market wanted to go back to 12,000, 1,100 and even stick above 12,000 and 1,100 for a little while to show us trading above there. And right now, I'm just covering some of my trades across the board to cut down my losses that I've incurred on the short side, and now also trying to see what other opportunities we can get. Let's see. Well, maybe ES will bounce off of 3,900. Yeah, that's a possibility. That's something that I mentioned not too long ago. The 50-period EMA also happens to be near 3,900, so it is very, very easily could bounce off of that level. I'm actually going to cover my short over here, and I'll get back into the shorts near the highs if it does pop. And I believe that it will pop. If it doesn't, and it goes to VWAP, whatever, I'll cry about my execution later live in front of 15 million people. But at least I don't want to watch it go all the way back up and then get told that I told you so by 15 million people.
I told you so. Yeah, in this business, everybody wants to say I told you so, but nobody wants to trade, put their money where their mouth is, and go through the pain, all pain, no gain in the beginning. Then the gain rolls in and the pain subsides. and it's stress-free trading and smooth sailing. So
You're rapping right now? Jeez.
That's just me, yeah.
Off the dome.
Off the dome, but I ain't a rapper though. And people saying BA shorts rolling in. I saw somebody in the chat say that I don't know if this is true, but China's said they will not buy another Boeing airplane ever again. So that's kind of negative, but I mean the price didn't really I guess I don't know if that's
make their own or Airbus.
I don't know if that's accurate. Somebody said that. I mean that I don't know the landscape, so I'm not really going to comment on that. But Boeing, to my understanding, that 140 to 141, if I'm not mistaken, level, still potentially in play. It kind of moved towards 145 last I checked, but then maybe back down here. Let's take a look here. Pull up the hourly. This is kind of like a recycle level. I think I actually tried that one time. I didn't do well on it, so I didn't really go back to the name. But this has kind of been in the range, and there's only one day from what I see here, one day that it actually broke above 143 and had that kind of push higher. Yeah, here we go. So this kind of range, this is definitely a recycle range, right? And now kind of feels like it is towards the top of the range, so that 140 to 142 area. I'm not really sure if this is, it's definitely a slow mover. So to think that this can flush down to 136, maybe that'll be like a relatively large move. But, within this range towards the top of the range, maybe you kind of get a potential short there. For me personally, I'm going to stay away from this. It's a little bit of a slow mover. I'm not really, I'm working on my patience, but I'm not really that patient. So and it already looks like it broke down here, so I don't think there's any trade here. But, anybody looking from a day trading perspective, if you're playing a sort of 140, over under, kind of using 141 as if we get there, then I'm wrong. Maybe you get some short-term resistance at 140 to 140.40 area. Now that it kind of broke down, maybe we test and then test VWAP again and go lower if that's the kind of trade you're looking for. For me, it's definitely a no trade. And somebody's saying EVFM and Apple calls baby. Best of luck, EVFM. Let's look at EVFM. Yesterday we had, we broke above the 150 level, and today could not get back above there. Actually test 145. I think this was a solid short opportunity for anybody that was looking at this today. Didn't catch my eye. I wasn't really focused on it. I would have loved for this to kind of really go higher. Yesterday was solid. You had that 150, couldn't hold up. Then when it finally broke VWAP, flushed all the way down to 122. So clearly that 150 level is solid. And, for whoever has calls there, look for that 150. If 150 can't hold and it can't get above that level, then it's that's obviously a very significant level of resistance. And, then, what are the odds that it goes higher if it can't even break that, as it's so close? It'll probably go back down to 1, right? But if we get over 150, 160, maybe we get a move to 2. But keep in mind that there's a relatively large shelf on this one. So, just keeping that in mind, they're going to use volume anytime it comes in. So today, volume kind of light, but if volume does come in randomly, sometime next week, that's always in the back of my head. So for me personally, I'm favoring the short mean reversion type trade, but it's a no trade for me unless it really starts moving. I would love to see this get to $2.
I'm just looking at NVIDIA right now as a potential stock to possibly get into shorts later on. Just layering some shorts over here in front of 160 all the way up to the high day of 160.36. Obviously, NVIDIA dropped down a little bit with the overall market drop that we saw not too long ago. Before that, NVIDIA was actually up on the day slightly and had a weak break of 160. Not sure what this candle is, but you guys mention this candle all the time, where the exhaustion comes in front of 160. You see the clear backside coming into SOXX, which is the semiconductor ETF on NASDAQ. Was something that I always like to take a look at when trading said basket of stocks such as AMD, NVIDIA, and so on. SOXX down on the day, I believe. Ooh, never mind. Up on the day, and it looks a lot like the NVIDIA chart. AMD not looking like the ETFs overall, I believe. But let's quickly go over. No, AMD. That's SOXX. AMD looks the exact same like the ETFs too. So never mind. I was. For some reason, I thought AMD looked different. Maybe I was confused with AMC's chart instead.
Yeah, guys, I'm adding back to this meta short. Popped back into this the lower end of that previous range. If this thing wants to continue
Hamilton's in the wall, though.
Huh?
Sorry, Hamilton's in the wall, so that's a GG for Hamilton's race. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying I'm adding back, but maybe I'll be wrong on this one and I'll have to get out of it. So I'm just gonna keep an eye on this one.
Keeping an eye on AIM, on Meta, yeah, for sure. I don't want to reload just yet, but I will for sure be looking for an opportunity to reload on Meta above 172 to 172.50s in case those numbers do come into play. We'll see if market clearly wants to bounce as off those levels that I covered. MES/M222, sorry, not M22, that's the old contract. Look at my cover, look at how market wants to whip right back to the upside. I feel good about that cover now. As the market pushes back up, I kind of want to maybe cut down the size on this trade because I don't know if the shorts are in play at all today, because even Meta platforms bounce off of that VWAP over there, push right back to the upside. Apple never even went to VWAP and started pushing right back to the upside along with the rest of the market. So a little question mark in my head playing out right now as even NVIDIA moving from 158 bottoms right back to the 159 highs. I might actually remove that 159.50 order because it looks stupid at the moment. Gonna remove that order, gonna put it around 159.75 or so, and we'll see if we can start scaling in from there to the high day on the NVIDIA shorts. And we're still holding our Apple and Meta shorts still, as the market might just take them back to the higher days, at which point we'll think about loading a little bit more on that position.
Yeah, you got to be patient. Obviously, it kind of gives the feel that obviously, the market is up. This move is very strong to the upside. So even though you get these kind of down moves and then you get the bounce, and I think if I pull up ES here just to show you kind of what I'm referring to, you get the move down to 3,900, which obviously was resistance before and could not break, right? And then we broke through 39. Now you get the kind of bounce off 39, the sharp move down towards 39.05, almost 39. Like, it's going to bounce, right? It's going to bounce. So, I guess the real question is, are we sort of channeling here? Like, if we now break like 39.15 and rip back to 39.20, like these shorts are going to get smoked. But, if we consolidate here and move lower for like a final test of 3,900, then this is a great place to add. So that's kind of how I look at this overall meta trade, just kind of in tandem with ES, with NASDAQ, like where they are. And, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And also using this range here, this recycled range from before, but playing off that overall 172 level, like if we get back above that, then like things get ugly for the short that I'm in. So, patient and, scale into the trades.
Question coming in, why is Upstart sold down today? So Upstart actually has a negative catalyst. The CEO came out and mentioned that the outlook, which was previously already cut down by Upstart, now getting even more cut, basically mentioning that the concerns previously about the lending and so on are even more further more scarier from than previously mentioned. So cutting down their forecast from last time, which was already cut from the official, the first launch, which is not looking good. Here's a stock that actually could be something, or here's a play that could be something that we can think about. 20,000 shares on Upstart at 26.50, and we do know that SSR is on the stock, so we could look for a possible long scalp on this position, giving it 50 cents of risk to the downside, even if you don't want to lean on that risk, because it looks like 26 wants to hold up on the stock, and we know no one can really punch that size unless you are long right now and looking for an exit on that position. Why can't I go long on Upstart? Hello? What is the error message? Share. I'm not even trying to short it, but I'm trying to go long.
That's
there
weird.
you go. That works. So I don't know why I got the error message the first time, but the second time it went through right away cleanly without a problem. I'm going to take some more long over here, leaning on that $50 barrier. If 50 breaks, then I get out. If that 50 size on 50 breaks, we get out. If the size on 50 stays, we just keep taking some more size over here to the downside. No, come back down. Give me more size. Don't run away from me just yet. Don't make me chase you. Come back down. I don't want to take Phil's 50 cents higher than 5 cents higher than my price, because that ruins my risk to reward ratio. And I can't take the amount of size that I want to with my risk to reward ratio being warped up by now. So if the market can bring the stock down a little bit, allow me to take maximum 5 to 7 pennies risk, I can load up on the size over here and just watch the stock move in my profit as it's doing so right now.
I see someone in the chat, YOLO loser, saying, I missed the bull run and have the urge to revenge trade. So one thing I'll say, definitely do not revenge trade, because that is one way to give back everything, to lose money. It's almost a guarantee, you know, and there's probably better things you could spend money on. Like go buy something that you want, or something that you always wanted to buy, as opposed to revenge trade. Because then you're gonna, you know, like you're gonna probably make mistakes and lose, and then you're gonna say to yourself, I should have bought that thing instead of this, that. So, you know, I'll save you the trouble. You know, do not trade on emotions. This is a, you know, this is an unemotional game. Like, don't get attached to your trades. Just, you know, trade the setup that you see. You know, do what you think is the right trade. Like, obviously, trade your own book. You know, trade your own strategy. But, you know, don't get emotional. Just try to trade like the robots, because they're doing well. Probably they're making tons of money. So, you know, and they don't have emotions, right? They come back the very next day and they keep at it, right? So just keep that in mind. You know, like revenge is you know, it's not the best way to trade. It's not a way to trade, right? It's not a way to trade. And what else are you guys looking at? Yeah, Biden giving
Real quick, look at this comment from our buddy. Look at this comment. I'm not the only hater, okay? I'm not the only hater about the catering company. There's others in here. And I'm not going to mention anything further, just not get that person in trouble. But I'm not the only hater, okay? I'm not the only hater. I want to now go over to the Upstart Long, baby. Let's go. Are you not entertained? Are you not having fun? Free trade that just given to you. We've seen the setup play out so many times, back day in and day out. Thanks to this bear market, the setup has been so easy for us to take advantage of. Instantly 10 cents in the money. Yeah, 10 cents might not be much, but it depends on how much size you're pushing in. So 10 cents could be a lot for you. You could be already trying to take your scalp profits on that 10 cent. You're risking 5 cents to the downside. Based on my average, I'm risking 5 cents to the downside. I'm already a 1:1 trade over here, so I'm not taking profits at 1:1. But as soon as I get my 2:1 trade or 3:1 trade, I'll be able to start scaling out some profits over here on wait, it is a 2:1. It's 10 cents. What am I saying? But yeah, 2:1 trades time to take some profits over here. We're gonna go over to, not yet though. So Luca, you're gonna do your thing. Oh, we are. Okay, we are gonna go over to Brando at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go, and happy to be able to show you a positive board. We are back to the upside, 0.17 for the S&P and the Dow. It is small caps, and then the NASDAQ down here leading the way, 0.3, better part of 0.25% for the Russell 2000 once again, showing a little bit of relative strength back to the upside on a Friday. Good to see as we continue to chop around. A few things of note here. Apple trying to lead. It did take 2 or 3 attempts at 147.5 back to the downside for a brief trip below 147, but trying to push back higher right now. Volume still decent actually today on Apple. Oxy, we were talking about Warren Buffett getting back in there the past couple of days, buying more. It did fade that initial move, 63.25, back down to 61 here, but chopping around as oil came off finally, guys, after that early rally as well. Back over to you.
Over to me as the market now. Oh, look at that size actually on 2670 on UPSD. Could be someone taking profits off that 10-cent range trade that I just mentioned not too long ago, and me just taking out some profits too on 2670. And as you guys can see, these yellow lines over here are my profit targets all the way up to $27. Every 10 cents basically, I just have an order out there to take some profits on the way up. Not too worried about this trade, as it will for sure work for me. And if it doesn't work for me, then, you know, I take my 5-cent loss and I move on. Boo-hoo, sad story. Who's going to cry about that? Not me for sure. Let's go to the S&P 500 to see what the market's looking like at the moment, so I can regret about my cover or I can smile about my cover. Here's the S&P 500 micro futures. Looks like didn't go too much further than my last cover on the short side, but also the second point right here is a 39.15 level now acting as that barrier. That 39.15 level was the high yesterday on the S&P 500 futures. Here it is. Yeah, the line right there, 39.1425 is the high yesterday on the futures. We happen to go up to 39.22 today, but if we're going to start putting in that barrier back in again at 39.15, then clearly the market's in the bear territory once again for the day. And look at the sells coming in on the time of sales. Anything red or blue is sell. Anything green or yellow is buy. And yellow is basically above the bid. Blue is below the yellow is above the ask, and blue is below the bid. Market now pushing back to the downside slightly, still up on the day though for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, which is my market of choice, of the tech sector. I always be trading that. Let's go over to the Let's go over to the YouTube spiel as we are now at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It is lunchtime, perfect time to talk about some non-market stuff, but also stuff that is actually very useful for us, which is the YouTube algorithm. With 4,000 of you watching, 4 million of you watching in the arena, let's get that like number up there. Sorry? It's a gamer thing. There's this gamer who has like maybe 40K people watching him, and he says 4 million. He has 4 million subs, so he says 4 billion subs. He just like puts the number a little bit higher over there. It's just a gamer thing that a lot of the chat probably know exactly what gamer. Listen, man, I don't want to pick fights with you, okay? I don't want to get boxed out. I don't want to get boxed out for no reason. But yeah, please hit that like button, man. Smash that like button. We do the show every day as long as the U.S. markets are open, Monday to Friday, 8:30 till 4 o'clock. You guys have the morning show with the professional traders, and you guys have us, somewhat of not professional, but still learning our way to be the Neils, Seans, and Aruns of the show.
Professionals in the making.
Professionals in the making, that's right. So yeah, get that number up there. Would like to see 2K. 40% of you are not subscribed. Smash that subscribe button. For anyone, if you want to, new badges. Okay, Lizzie. Lizzie can be changing badges every day. Now we got $ badges over here. So if you want some of these badges next to your name, you can do so by becoming a member. As you guys can see in the chat, we have a bunch of people in the chat with green names, and the badges next to them basically tell you how long they've been supporting us on this channel over here. So you can do that, or you can send us super chats. And last but not least, we have our own merchandise that you can also purchase directly from the YouTube homepage. Go over to our YouTube homepage, click on store, and buy some merchandise. If you do choose to buy anything, make sure you tag us on Instagram and on Twitter so we can take a look at it. And now heading back to Luca.
Yeah, guys, make sure you hit the like button. Doing this for free, giving you guys solid levels to play off of, bringing that fire, bringing that entertainment. And I just had to run to the washroom really quickly, and I was like, I'm gonna leave my meta short. I tried to get short again, and I missed, and I was like, you know what? Like, it's better off that maybe I don't add to this while I'm not at my desk. So I missed the reload here at like 171.80. I was trying to get it at 171.90. I was like, okay, like let me just run out, maybe whatever, and go figure. Come back in the money. Everything's good. We're 20. Yeah, about 20 cents in the money on both these positions. Still kind of nursing this Apple trade. Extra slow. It's. I didn't add to this. It's obviously like dancing around. And this is what we were speaking about, right? Like we have the ES here. This is what we're speaking about. Bounced off 39.05, going for that bounce off 39.05 again. And like obviously this is what I'm looking at, right? Like I wanted to scale and I missed. Unfortunate, but maybe now we get back down to that 171 again. Hopefully hit some profit targets here. If we reverse from here and I don't hit any profit targets, I'll be very surprised. And it is what it is. But yeah, gonna be patient. And yeah, guys, make sure you hit the like. Where are we on this video here? I don't even know how to check this. I feel like we're close. We're probably close. Is this live here? We got like 1.8, 200. We got 4,000 people watching. We need 200 more likes. Let's go. Hit that like button. Smash the like button. If not for me, then for the trades that I'm providing you. Taking the first fill on this meta trade, profitable. Hopefully you guys are following these, but obviously trade your own book, There's the second fill. Awesome, let's go. And I'm just hands off now. Let's see how low this thing could go. Hopefully no whip back.
Yeah, hopefully no Willow Smith action, no whipping hair back and forth. Right now I'm looking at the level on 2650 that I was trying to trade off of does not have size on it anymore. So we are going to be done with this trade. The next opportunity we get to exit, my average price is 55. I'm gonna try and take any cent that I can get above 55 over here, just so I can walk out of this trade without getting damaged at all. We've already made our money on that trade off that scalp, but now that the size has disappeared or they pulled that order, it's no longer interesting for me. And bang, we made a little bit more money than expected as the market popped up over there for not the market, as the stock popped up for what was it, UPST. It was a joke that I'm going to go long on a down stock when Arun was saying it, but when the setup shows up, I'm going to take it. I didn't really mean to go long on UPST today at all, But when the setup showed up over there, I had to put some damage on the market for myself. Meta over here, man, right back to being $1 in the money. Don't really have too much size. Only have 40% of my size on Meta and Apple. So I'm not ready to take out my trade over here for profits just yet. If the market can help me out, take it out a little bit more to the downside, then I'll take some profits there. I want to hold these 40%ers for a bigger move in the market to see if I can make this trade a bigger trade for me than it already is at the moment. $1 in the money on the Meta, 50 cents in the money on Apple, and tons of opportunities, not just Apple and Meta. So let's go over to those opportunities right now, which is GVMD coming from the chat. A penny stock, 2 million shares traded on a penny stock. You know, I guess it's good, but it's actually popping up right now. That's the best part about it. So volume coming into GMVD. Highest volume of the day so far. Clearly there's a catalyst or something that's going on right now that wasn't going on earlier on in the day. Some sort of a buy program or insiders buying, or could be even a pump and dump. We saw this happen, I believe it was yesterday on WRTH or WTRH on NASDAQ. Yeah, we saw this happen yesterday on this stock, which went pretty crazy. Now it's on SSR day 2, apparently. I'm not sure if that's true. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, yesterday it's on SSR. Day before this was the one where we saw it go absolutely haywire.
Yeah, and let's see here. That's when I was actually going to bring up too. And Baba, what happened? I have no idea. Let's take a look at Baba here. Oh, slow move. Oof. We got a parabola going here. You know, when you get these kind of moves, that we're talking about, that, you know, that 125 level to the upside, like clean level break, extra strong. You know, and if you had the short here, and I loosely said it. Like if we get back to 125, and then I forgot about it, or maybe we're over here, I'm not even sure. But yeah, this is solid. But for anybody here who is short from potential top of what looks like, you know, like kind of consolidation here, you know, maybe we get a bounce off the lows of like 122, 121.80. You know, when you get these kind of parabolas in the making, you know, maybe you get some sideways action at towards low of day, and maybe the range is already set in. If I had to guess, this is probably the average range of Alibaba. So, you know, maybe you get some sideways action, maybe you get a bounce back going, you know. And yeah, guys, it's, you know, this is the type of market we're in, right? It's like, look, you take the shorts, right? You take the shorts, you have to scale out of them because you get the bounce back. You reload, you have to scale out of them because it just kind of bounces back. Like, gone are the clean moves. I just want to see this move through VWAP, but it's, you know, it's not going to happen unless obviously the overall market starts to collapse. But look, right? Manage your expectations. Market is flat on the day. Market is flat relative to yesterday. You know, holding above 39, but Friday, like not free fall Friday, but not really much action, right? You had a kind of little W over here. Now you have a little bit of a top, a little bit of a, you know, like head and shoulders, sort of, whatever, but it is what it is. Not really like to trade off, but you know, if we get that 39 test, we get the final flush, maybe I get the final fills on my positions, and at that point, I'll just be chilling. I'll go for another espresso and enjoy the weather.
The final countdown. I don't know why that played in my head as soon as you said the final, whatever you said. That just played in my head in that moment. Let's go back to, let's see what some of the stocks you guys are looking at. I don't want to be a broken record, man. That sounds really boring. The show gets stale with that. So let's go look at what you guys are looking at in the chat. And while I wait for you guys putting that in the chat for me, I'm going to go over to our trusty scanner, Trade Ideas. Thank you, Trade Ideas, for giving me this account to use on a day-to-day basis. Very, very useful tool. Look at how flat the market is, man. Look at this volume leaderboard. White. There's like barely any red. What boring market. Wow. Usually this volume leaderboard starts off as green as this big gainers green, and then later on goes into as red as this big losers board. But that's how boring this day is so far. But you know what? You really believe that just boring? Yeah. Yeah, look at the stocks, man. AMD flat, Ford flat, Apple flat. Yeah, but are you looking at the chart? That's boring. Flat, boring. Flat is boring. Anytime you see flat, it's just not worth it, man. It's got to have some, you know, some moves to it.
You know, guys, just to make a quick comment here, this is what I find kind of funny. You know, I'm early in my trading career, so, you know, I know some stuff, but I don't know any, like, it's like I don't know anything. And, like, I'm saying stuff, I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm seeing in the market, you know, we're getting some of this, okay, I'm doing some of that, and then I see, like, in the corner of my eye, like, Neil, like, shaking his head, and I just, like, glance over, and I was like, oh, like, maybe what did I say there? I'm like, oh, what did I say? I'm trying to multitask over here, maybe, you know, make a couple of mistakes, but, you know, live and learn, you know, like, you gotta kind of work it. You know, sometimes like things work really well. Like look at this setup here. Like I think every day is exciting. Like I'm excited when I come here. You know, like trading is the best job in the world. You know, until you make a whole bunch of mistakes and you're like, okay, this is the worst job in the world. I hate this. Then you go outside and you remember. You're like, wait a second. I'm just gonna hang out. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna enjoy the day. I'm gonna come back tomorrow. Have another chance. You know. And you just kind of live and learn, continue to try. Like, you know, this beats like any other job that I could think of. You know, but maybe if my soccer career worked out, maybe that would have been a little bit of a better job. But, you know, whatever is what it is. And Playmaker, thanks. Oh, and I saw you say what's up before. What's up? Thanks for the super chat. 420. Thanks for that. And know what backwards cap wearing means. I do not. Do you?
Huh? What?
Know what backwards cap wearing means.
No clue.
I have no idea what it means. Personally, I wear it forward, but, you know, I don't want to, like, cover, like, look, then I got the shadows on my eyes. It looks like, you know, like, oh, he's not having a good day. Like, he's got shadows. So at least this way, looking, you know, like you guys see the smile, like, all love all around. And only thing Luka doing wrong is being in the way of slipper toss. Yeah, exactly. You know, at any moment, I got to be elusive, right? So it's, like I said before, a good thing I trained boxing.
The more I sit here, though, the more it seems like
Hey, that's the way it's gotta be. You gotta get to the point where you're too far gone and there's no way of return, to the point where they give up trying. Okay, that's where you want to get to. My parents are already there after 28 years. Arun's there after 6 months. We made a fast advancement over here to the point where we made them tap out, man. That's the goal right there. Make them all tap. Here's what's that? Your slippers deserve better. Here's some size actually on WTRH, but man, we know the stock's a pump and dump. We don't want to be trading the stock at all. I don't want to be watching the stock at all. So let's go back to AMC, which is the absolute banger trade of the day, man. Let long. When Neil said he was going long, I should have just gone long instead of looking for that short opportunity near yesterday's high a day as AMC took off past that $15 level, gave you $1 per share. As yesterday, I think it gave you more than $1 per share. So pretty close to yesterday's move on AMC here, up 4%. Previously was up, I believe, 5-ish or so percent. So what insane move coming in on this stock here. Sadly, GME still down on the day though. Down 4% on the day and has pushed back to VWAP back under 130 for GME. I would like to see if GME can. Oh wait, GME is actually now in a 4-to-1 split. So I forgot. I was gonna say I would like to see if GME can get back to 200 at some point, but with that 4-to-1 split, clearly it's gonna go back down first, and then maybe we have some new apes joining the party, taking the stock right back to above 100.
Thank you, Crypto Newbie, for the super chat. Much love. Always appreciate that. And BBIG volume coming in. I haven't seen BBI. I haven't looked at them since they spun off something over there. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Cryptide.
This, but this, big volume. I mean, this is like, you know, when you see this, like this is not tradable. Like for me at least, like I'm not really looking to trade this. You know, maybe you recycle a lot of shares, like take a lot of rebates if you're on our platform, and you know, like. Make money that way. But in terms of me, I'm going to stay away from this one. I mean, big volume, 5-6 million notional in terms of overall traded. It's kind of slow. And like looking at the daily of this, like it really fell off after the 2 break gap down. And I'll show you what I mean here, just pulling up this other one here. Like this is the daily here, and it's like once it kind of broke lower, like broke this range, you're gonna get serious resistance at like 192. So if this actually pushes up to 2 somehow, this is probably a potential. This is actually an awesome short setup. But you know, we're very low right now, so at this point, no trade. But you know, thanks for the heads up there. Maybe I'll keep this on my radar for the next month or so.
Can you do your thing for a second?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So just to kind of cover, look, I mean. The more fills that I take, the prettier this chart looks. Pretty awesome here, but we're not breaking VWAP, so I'm thinking to myself, maybe I'm going to cover a little bit more in front of this 171 area. Every time I glance over at the tape, it just feels that people are reloading there. So maybe it's, a lot of people just actively like taking profits or whatever. But I mean, when you see that kind of reloading and like the moves up are very sharp, the overall market like looked like for a second, it looked like it wanted to go to that 3,900, didn't, popped back. I mean, this could easily bounce around. This could easily break moving average here, 39.10, and then pop another 5, which would bring this way back up to my average. Not really sure that I want to hold that. So yeah, I'm gonna actually cover here. I'll cover a little bit more right here. Take some off. It doesn't hurt. And we'll see. I mean, I'll hold hold a little. Obviously, you always want to hold like a little piece for like your profit targets, wherever my arbitrary profit targets are. I mean, at this point, I almost think that sometimes I think to myself and I say, if we're going to break VWAP and just go to like 170, 169, like it's not like maybe I covered too much in front, right? So like definitely want to hold a piece for the the potential move down, like if we're going to get this now and if the market's going to come lower, but just doesn't feel like it will, and we could easily pop back up, at which point I might just cover this anyways. So, we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, and we'll see where it goes.
And we'll see where it goes.
That's how you should be ending it, man. I don't know when you're done talking. If you don't end it with, we'll see where it goes.
It's like, over.
Yeah, it's like over, exactly. That's a good way to put it. I'm still hanging out at BBIG, just waiting for that volume spike or any move that you want, that you guys were talking about. There was a small little volume spike, but nothing too significant giving us any move coming in on said position. I'm looking at the chat to see, BBIG has a catalyst next week. Update on the company post the spinoff. Okay, thank you for that news. So next week we'll for sure. I'll actually even do you a favor and put BBIG over here on my little sticky note so I can have it ready for next week, as today is Friday and we will not be here for over the weekend, obviously. But you know what we will have for you over the weekend is fun educational content that I believe Neil and Arun will be recording. Is it? Who's recording the weekend content? Weekend review? Yeah, so we can review with the Brendan, actually, not Neil. Sorry, I forgot who does it. Brenda is going to be doing the weekend review for you guys, so stay tuned. Lots of still fun videos coming out, educational content on a daily basis coming out for you guys. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Roblox by Blind Jedi. What's up, Blind Jedi? That's our Discord moderator. Love that guy over there. Does me a lot of favors by moderating Discord for me. Thank you for everything on that side. And also Bears vs. Bull in the chat today, doing an amazing job. Thank you, Bears vs. Bull, for cleaning up everything on that side. Coming to Roblox. Roblox now pushing under VWAP. Pretty insane move coming in on Roblox, especially from the $20 move all the way up to $40. Happens to be the 100-period EMA on the daily chart here, as you guys can see on the bottom right corner. Let me just zoom in a little bit. It tapped the 100-period EMA at $44 and pushed right back down. Was that today at some point? It was today. 44.50 being the high of day, and now right back below VWAP. Still up 6% though. I want to be a broken record now. I'm sorry, because you know what? Let me first cry about my futures exit so Arun can beat me up about not trading this one properly. And then let's move over to Apple short, which is currently, I know Luca will talk about it for sure, which is now currently 82 cents in the money, and Meta Platforms $1.20 in the money. And while Luca takes over, I'm gonna go watch him.
Yeah, Prad just said the Apple short. I look over at my blotter and I'm in one position. I was like, where's my Apple position? I look, oh yeah, I covered. And you know what? That is the beauty. You're hanging out, you got your orders out, you're waiting, you take the fill, you made the money. That was solid. That was probably like, where'd I get it on this? Just over 147, held through. I should have added. I didn't. I mean, it's just kind of like a low, low stress, right? Like I didn't add here because I didn't really love it. I'm like, let me just be patient for this win. And I made like 60 cents, 70 cents on this. So like, it's solid trade, but more concerned about this Facebook trade, because obviously dancing around in front of 171, but I feel like once it really falls off, then it'll go. So I think next maybe we get a flush down like towards VWAP here. If we break VWAP, then maybe it does finally make the move towards like 169, maybe 170, 169 area. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I have a pretty good average on that, so I could just hold it and just kind of reevaluate, be very discretionary. I wanted to actually look at Amazon, because this falling off, now the market looking like, it's going for that 3,900 test, right? And I actually, this is unfortunate. And this is, I'm going to say, like, if at first you don't succeed, like keep trying, like as long as the risk makes sense. Look how bad this is. This was my morning trade. I wasn't like super convicted, but I like that 115.50 area. And you know, I was sort of playing like an over-under, just very discretionary. I tried it a few times and I just kind of stopped and I was like, okay, like let me stop. And I stop on the final candle that makes a high, and then it finally flushes lower without me. So I missed this trade. I walked away from it. That was terrible. That was terrible. But you know, you have good trades, you have bad trades, right? And I wanted to just share this. Like sometimes it pays to just have a wider stop and be patient as opposed to like playing an over-under game. Like this was embarrassing. This is embarrassing. But you know, obviously, you know, I love sharing like the good trades that I have. I love sharing the bad trades that I have. You know, everybody can learn from this. You know, not always is the execution style that you pick going to be the proper one for the type of setup. You know, obviously in the morning things are whipping around a little bit more. I had like relatively small size on this, so it's like I got chopped up, but I didn't really lose on it. But I kind of gave up, and I was like, I don't know, whatever. I thought it should have fell already. You know, it didn't. But that was solid. But now, you know, look at this, right? Bounces, so 115.50 being a sort of resistance, then falls, breaks through the level, and you get sort of that clean break on a big volume spike through the 115 level. Then it kind of runs through, bounces off that level, right? Bounces off that level, looks like it might potentially bounce again, then breaks and now goes back lower, right? So it's like you have the kind of setup, right? Let's say you take the short off the 115.50 level there, and I think Neil was actually talking about this level. You know, that was a solid trade, right? And then you scale out accordingly. And then when it comes back, maybe you try it again, it fails, okay, you lost. But you know, at this point, you take the win, you take the small loss, you see the bounce, right? So maybe you try it again back through, you lose on this one, you try it again, and now you're in the money again. And then at this point, maybe we get a 115 test for a potential, you know, if the market wants to keep going lower, maybe you get 115 test and a potential like 114 towards low of day. Keep in mind that, you know, and I think Pratt covered this, but Spencer had a really, really good trade on this yesterday off the 113.80 level.
Held all day.
And look at this, right? So obviously yesterday was up, like ran up, bounced off 113.80, bounced off 113.80, little consolidation, then you had the kind of spike through VWAP, and then the all-day run to the upside, right? And this is where I was like saying, okay, like let me like scale into a short, but it didn't end up working. But again, it was like basically a flat trade because, you know, this thing just kind of stayed sideways. But you know, that 113.80 level was definitely interesting from yesterday. And now you pull up today and go figure, where does this bounce from? 113.80. So, you know, if you have a level from yesterday and it worked, it's not necessarily that it's going to work again, like to the T. Like you have to kind of like look at the tape and like kind of like reevaluate. But like, you know, today you could have played the 113, you could have played the 113.80 level. And speaking of the short, let's see. Okay, so I took a fill in front of VWAP there on Meta. Now we're finally breaking down. Are we now going to go towards my initial targets? I'm still holding. I'm 85 cents in the money. Hopefully this pays me. Let's go.
Don't look at me. I know I screwed up.
Everyone's saying don't look at me.
Don't look at me.
Okay,
I know I screwed up.
I'm not going to look at anyone. What else are you guys looking at? Baba puts paying. Congratulations, KL.
I was looking at Arun for my future short over here, and he goes, "Don't look at me. You know you screwed up." And I go, "Yeah, I know I screwed up." I even meant it was in my head. Don't take that exit, Brad. Don't take that exit. It's gonna go lower. Don't take that exit. And I still took it just because I was like, in case it whips back, I don't want to go back into the negative state I was. I want to take my profits as I'm actually turning green on the day over here with the help of Meta. But this would have been helped me turn green a long time ago. So this market clearly is going back to the downside. Let's see if it holds up at VWAP or does it bounce off of VWAP as we are at almost $2 in the money on Meta platforms. And $1.20 in the money on Apple shorts, and clearly the direction was right. We just had to battle for that direction a little bit. We were in the wrong levels for Meta. We found the right levels later on. We were also on the wrong levels on Apple, and we found the right levels later on. I want to go over to AMC to see if we can find a short opportunity on AMC as the market's pushing down and looks like I don't want to be fighting for the short just yet. And maybe if AMC pops up, we can think about it then. But we're going to miss out on that one. And I'm seeing a lot of Ferrari flags being waved right now. Looks like Leclerc first?
No, Max.
Max first? And what's the... Okay. Max Leclerc signs. Okay. Max Leclerc signs. Okay, that looks like that's the lineup. The market is currently back into the negative for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. And we only have We'll go buy for Luca for the rest of the week, I guess.
Well, guys, you know, it's always been a pleasure. Everything seems to work out here. ES now finally back through 39, breaking VWAP. Are we going to the lows? We'll find out. You know, this is kind of this is what I expected to see. This is what I wanted to see. This is what I traded, and it worked out. And at this point, I'm going to nurse this short. Dollar in the money on Facebook. No other positions. We'll see if we can get to 170, 169 area. Hopefully you guys stay profitable for the rest of the day and have a great weekend and enjoy the weather, because for sure, as soon as I cover this, I'm going for a Spro and after work, ice cold beer, and I'm definitely going to enjoy this weekend.
A pink shirt under this, I would have killed it. Sadly, I don't have any pink shirt, but you know what? I've seen this man with the pink shirt before, and we're going to go over to him right now. That's going to be Brando at the big screen.
Salmon, Brad, salmon, yes. Here we go, back in the red for the S&P guys right now. A bit of a mixed board overall, as we saw earlier on this morning, but going back in the wrong direction here. It is the industrial group, the tech sector coming back into play to the downside here as well, being led by software names, mostly FTNT, the one standing out here, but the rest of the software names back in the red. Semiconductors still showing a bit of strength, but that's pretty much it as far as tech is concerned right now. Worth noting, didn't mention it earlier, but some of the banks under pressure here as well this afternoon. Interest rates going back to the upside today on this jobs number. So a bit of a weird move overall for the market to end the week. Real estate stocks, there's also some of the material names and communication names back in negative territory. I want to show you this though. Consumer discretionary names, that's Tesla, the green box there. Everything else here, very, very negative, including all of the cruise lines, 3+% to the downside. Healthcare stocks still the bright light, I guess, if you will, on the day, still positive, 3% for Moderna, some of the healthcare equipment makers as well, holding up. But yeah, back in the red we go, 0.3 for the S&P, guys. Back over to you.
I don't think I don't know if you've seen this video, Brando, before, but it's a video of a reporter talking to Jay-Z about his pink/salmon suit. It's actually a pretty good looking suit right here. Maybe we can get a better picture. And the reporter goes, "Nice suit, Jay-Z, nice pink." And he goes, "It's not pink, it's mauve." So that's what I start saying these days. Every time someone goes, "Nice pink suit" or "nice pink shirt," I hit them back with, "It's not pink, it's mauve." It's mauve, baby. That's right. So quick little reference to Jay-Z's recent meme that everyone's been talking about on the internet. AMC now pushing back to VWAP. So let's see if AMC can hold at VWAP, or does it crush below VWAP and struggle. Here's a real quick picture of Max Verstappen waving. Screw you, Max Verstappen. I hate you. Hopefully your car burns in the first. Now you get out alive and safe though, but hopefully your car ends up something bad with it.
You know, it's only qualifying for the sprint race, right? So there's still a sprint race, and then that's going to determine the order for the actual race on Sunday.
That's all I care about. Hope his car does not work. Sadly, though, our boys crashed.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe that. I was
Both
watching.
our boys
I was like,
crashed.
first Lewis's crashed, and then I'm like, okay, that's kind of bad. And then Russell too. I couldn't believe it, man. You see Toto, he's just like hating life right now.
Well, welcome to the hot seat, Ian.
Yeah, thank you guys. Hope everyone's having a good day, having a good Friday here, a profitable day. It's been a tough one for me. I won't lie. A bit of a frustrating morning, but it is what it is. I think I'm just looking forward to getting some better trades in, and looking forward to next week and kind of starting fresh a bit. I traded a few things here. We can kind of get into that. First one I'll talk about is Upstart. As I bring it up here, there we go. So I think the problem was today is I think I had like a long bias on Upstart, just because last time it did this like huge gap down, it bounced, right? It bounced pretty viciously to the upside and aggressively to the upside. So I saw it like kind of holding up here, 2680 there, and I thought it was going to break out, so I took that and then quickly stopped out there. Looks pretty bad on the chart. 26 seems to be the proper dip buy there. I tried it again around 27, that didn't work, and then obviously now the rest of the day it's just kind of consolidating or having more of an inside day. Down 21% is SSR, so maybe this one just kind of slowly trickles out, breaks new lows or breaks this 26. But yeah, probably just going to stay away from this one since didn't really trade that well. And then I traded BABA as well. Now BABA.
You said it wrong.
No, it's BOVESPA.
No, you said it wrong.
I saw the little trade of the day video yesterday. Neil kind of roasted me a little bit there, but that's cool. I was more short bias on BOVESPA. Short off the 125. I tried it here, like it made a high around 124.50. But I was like taking a little bit too much size, I guess. Stopping out, and then I thought if it gets up above 125, and then drops below, I was thinking like, oh, okay, maybe we could do like a fake out breakout or something like that, and flush below 25 or 125 there. But I guess I was a little bit preemptive on that short because now look, it's actually has rejected the 125, and we talked about 125 so many times. On the daily for BOVESPA, and how that's been a very key level, and rejecting that continuously every time it's come up here. So it seems like it was kind of bound to reject it eventually here, but you just have to be super patient with it. And now it's kind of testing 121, and I think that trade to the short side is probably done for now.
So you decided to go too, huh? I didn't notice that one.
Yeah, it's
I noticed it when the chat mentioned
like casual Fridays, right? Casual Fridays, so day I don't have to like do my hair kind of thing.
I was gonna go right over to that one. Is it part of the reason is because we don't want to do our hair? I woke up with a pretty messy hair today. I was like, I put in some product, and I was like, yeah, nope. This is not working out today. We're just gonna cover this one up today.
Hair a bit. I see a couple people in the chat there. Ian, why hide your hair? Always sleek. Thank you so much. I try. No, I'm kidding. Men are always feminine with enough without pink. Oh man, what are you talking about? That hair takes time to tame. Yeah, no, Prad's hair definitely, but. Yeah, there you go. Ian definitely practices saying BOVESPA properly every morning now. I definitely do, man. I got roasted a little bit too hard on it. Neil was calling me on the trade of the day video there. I need to get on top of that for sure. You won't catch me slipping anymore. Don't worry.
Pink Cat Pradini. Okay, I don't know what's up with the pink hat hate, man. You guys don't like the pink hat? Hey, listen, I love the pink hat.
I have a pink Mercedes hat.
Pink Mercedes hat.
I'm waiting for like a nice day to bust it out.
Yeah, I don't know what the hate was coming for. This mauve hat, ladies and gentlemen. It's mauve. It's not pink. It's mauve. Back to the market we go, though. Let's go see what the market is doing at the moment. Looks like we are trying to hold up. Oop, wrong box for me. Looks like we are trying to hold up at the... I don't need to show you MES. I can just go directly to ES. Around VWAP levels and not push too far to the downside. That 3,800 level to the downside is going to be a target for anyone who is short. And looks like, maybe we could just push to the low a day and then break the low a day if more weakness comes into the market, at which point then we go free fall Friday. So far, it's been Kangaroo Friday. We've been down, we've been up, we've been sideways. Nothing really too much exciting happening in my opinion because everyone has their own different opinion. Depends on what stocks you're trading. If you're trading those ridiculous stocks up 60, 100% on the day, you're probably laughing and enjoying on the day. But if you're trading or used to trading stocks such as these tech stocks that I'm used to trading on a day-to-day basis, nothing really exciting happening until now as the market is pushing lower. Yeehaw to the shorts. If you are short, ride that stock to the downside as everything is pushing lower. Apple and Meta, I did cover most of my trades. Now, whatever size I have left on Apple and Meta, I'm just going to hold it till the end of the day because I can do so. My average price being ridiculously good, $2.25 in the money on Meta, $1.50 in the money on Apple. I don't have to sweat anymore on these trades. The stress that I had before completely gone. I'm up on the day now. Previously, I wasn't. Pretty bad on the day to start off with, and now we turned it around completely. S&P 500 flushing down. That is right. I just mentioned that not too long ago. Now we're down 0.36% on S&P 500. NASDAQ, which was a lot stronger than the S&P 500, now a lot weaker than the S&P 500, down 0.6 on the NASDAQ. Tech sector pushing the market a little bit harder.
I just hopped into Amazon short, and I was actually more short bias on Amazon. Creeping up to this 116 area. I think that was one of the issues with me today, is that look at these longs down here. These were actually the good trades. Longing around 114, that was working very, very well. And then as soon as I kind of stopped, or as soon as the 114 broke down and showed a little bit of weakness, I tried shorting for some reason, and that was definitely a mistake. Obviously it gave the huge run up to 116 and push highs, but you know what? Now we're kind of reclaiming, or we're dropping below VWAP now, dropping below 115. So that's what I'm kind of going off of here. Hopped into the short, risking off a, basically reclaim of VWAP here. But now that I see the market kind of tanking further, I'm thinking now I got to start getting involved a bit to the short side. So for now, I'm liking this trade. It can quickly turn against me if the market reclaims VWAP, but that's what I'm kind of going for now. Ian, what's your ethnicity? I am. My father was born in Canada, and he's just like British background, and then my mother is Filipino. So I'm a mixed child.
British?
I'm a mixed child. Yeah. No.
Peas and crumpets.
I don't know about that, but yeah, no, I'm mixed. Welcome, Garrett George, to the Trader TV family. Thank you so much for joining the family there, the green side, if you will. Check out the channel if you haven't already. And smash that like button. I don't know if you did the YouTube spiel yet or recently.
You can go for it.
Yeah, we can do it again. Smash that like button, guys. We're at 3,700 people watching. Let's push this over to 200K now that I've come on the show, guys. Hit that subscribe button and the notification bell if you haven't. If you are a new member, don't be afraid to check out the videos here. We launch lots of videos, obviously, the live streams during the day, but we also do pre-market summaries, and then also, lots of educational content over the weekend and whatnot. So please check it out. And then, thank you again always for the constant support, guys. We obviously always really appreciate it.
Yeah, so as you were saying, as the market's pushing down, I want to be involved in the shorts, and I've used most of my trades so far for the original flush, but now I'm looking for new positions. I did mention the short that I wanted on NVIDIA 160, missed out that opportunity. Now, sadly, I am diddling in the middle, hence my size is very little on this trade, waiting for a possible short opportunity in front of 156 on NVIDIA as Microsoft, Meta platforms now $2.50 in the money and Apple $1.60 in the money. So they're waiting to see if NVIDIA can over here find some sort of a barrier in the opening 15-minute range. So this is the 5, 10, 15-minute, opening 15-minute range high of 157 and opening 15-minute range low of 154. I think if I can find a trade between these ORB 15-minute levels, with ORB standing for opening range break 15-minute, we're not trading the range break of it anymore. We are looking for the rejection of said range. So, we're away from that range, almost $1 away from that. So taking a quick little entry over here to see if we can work with this trade. If the market flushes, this should flush with it. If the market doesn't flush and starts popping back up in case to find some buyers, then I'll probably take that quick little loss on NVIDIA, come back near 157, which happens to be that 15-minute range high as I was talking about earlier, and slightly above VWAP 2, and also another nice even dollar level. Three factors and three catalysts for me, not catalysts, not really catalysts, but three confluencing setups over there setting up for me, making that setup almost an A+ setup for me. In case that trade comes into play, we will take that for sure with way more size than what we have right now.
Yeah, nice. Someone said thoughts on CCL kind of creeping towards this 9 level. I was looking at the daily on CCL, and I'll zoom up and bring this in because I think this is a little bit more interesting than the intraday. But this 8 is definitely a bottom, I think. To the upside is 11. Where are we right now? We're 9. So we're basically in the middle. If you will, like this is maybe like a little bit of a pattern here, like a little triangle pattern. I think there's like a bearish wedge maybe, with the continuation to the downside if it continues to break down to the downside. But, definitely some weakness with CCL. I feel like, there we go. I feel like with CCL, every sort of pop has been getting sold off, right? And, you're kind of just going off of this intraday or intra-week, if you will, resistance around 950, 940 area. Every pop to that area this week has been sold off, right? So initially in the morning, and then, as the market kind of ran up, it's rejected there and now pushing the lows on the day. So when something does that, it signals to me that it's very considerably weak, and, that's definitely CCL. There isn't that much of a positive catalyst for them, right? So until there is like some sort of positive catalyst with CCL, maybe the demand starts coming back for some of the cruise lines and travel and the travel sector and whatnot. Then you might start getting a bounce, but man, it just seems like there's so much negativity surrounding the travel sector. So to be honest, it kind of sucks because obviously we all like traveling, right? And we all love going on cruises, but they just seem to be getting repeatedly hurt. They just seem to get repeatedly getting beat down, which is pretty sad.
Yeah, I don't know what a vacation feels like. I don't know what a cruise line feels like. So maybe one day we will get there. Maybe we can take a cruise line to Monaco's F1 race one day. Maybe we can just take our yacht there instead. You know, there's a lot of maybes over here. We'll see what happens eventually. Lunchtime almost over. I have officially turned lunchtime to 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. You know, that is lunchtime now because market really does nothing from 12 to 2, man. And especially going into summertime trading, it's going to be a cold summer in the volume end, looks like, from all the conversations that I've been having with people on the floor. Everyone's expecting lower volume periods. I mean, that's normal for summer in general. So get ready for even more dead moves coming in on the market very soon. But right now, man, we are getting some good fun to trade with, especially the downside on the tech sector today, down about 0.5% on the tech sector, and the S&P 500 down 0.4. NVIDIA shorts are still playing out for me. I do have a stop sent out. Thankfully, that stop looks like it's not going to hit anytime soon, so that's going to be good for me. Will be another 3 years before peeps get over the Rona fear. Yeah, we'll see. You know, I don't want to predict that, nor do I want to talk about it, so I'm just going to move over that one. I don't watch racing, but Monaco is a beautiful place. Could be true. You know, I'm just there for the races and the parties. I'll be honest. You know me. Hey, look at the short now. The short's finally paying off on NVIDIA, pushing to the downside. Now only 10 cents in the money, not too much. But the market looks like it does not want to push up to the north side, so that's a good thing for me overall. Wait. It just completely turned back 30 cents to being flat. That's because NVIDIA whips around that easily, so this is why you don't take profits that quick.
It was funny because like I just jumped into AMD short, and I'm not risking too much on this, but basically I saw some size in the offer, and you know that's what I'm kind of risking off of. But it looks like it might get run over a bit. But
whoa, look at this. Just did a celebrity cruise, and we found 3 guys floating on a life raft in the middle of the ocean. Might end up on TMZ. Oh, ended up on TMZ.
What
That's
a
pretty
story
crazy.
that would be, eh? Like that's insane. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah. So I jumped in this AMD short. You know, might get stopped out. It's a small position again, like you know, midday positions like this. I'm taking small size. And then it's funny because you said you were in the money like 30 cents on Amazon. So was I, man. I was in the money 30 cents there, and I was like, it showed like it was like super weak, and then it bounced off the 50 area like very aggressively. And now it's like I'm basically flat again on the trade there. So maybe it's time to think about kind of covering this if the market is going to bounce here, and you know maybe wait for a better position. You know, and get into the short. I still like the short side because, you know, we obviously have shown weakness at a top around this 116 range, and, you know, obviously on the ES bouncing off 39.20, right? So I still like the short side, but I think I got to be a little bit more patient and selective with my entries here. So I think, you know what, I am just going to bid out here and just cover this position. If I get hit, then yeah, there you go. And then on AMD, that's pretty much almost at my stop, so I'll just kind of let that one go and see where it goes. But yeah, market moving up. Yeah, maybe if it reclaims a VWAP, then I think, you know, gonna have to be definitely more patient with the shorts here.
Someone's asking, what are your opinions about weed stocks or cannabis stocks in general? MJ.AM is what I look at as the overall ETF, or you can even look at HMMJ on Toronto, which is another marijuana ETF. Down 1.8% overall. Sean actually has a pretty good joke about marijuana ETFs. You might as well use this paper that the stock is printed on and just roll your cannabis in there and smoke it because it's not worth anything, right? Look how bad cannabis stocks have been as an investment. I just got stopped out of NVIDIA, but NVIDIA looks like it basically just tickled my stop and pushed right back to the downside, but that doesn't mean I'm going to get right back into this trade. Clearly, the market wants to push back to VWAP over here for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ. More kangaroo action in the market, maybe push back up, push back down, and wash people out on either direction. So just going to leave NVIDIA alone over here. As Ian mentioned, we can easily get back into it at a different price point, and my price point happens to be near 157, which is that opening 15-minute range high. Also happens to be this consolidation range low over here. So if we do push back above 157 or closer to 157 on NVIDIA, I'll gladly be waiting over there for that opportunity. Apple now, which was $1.50, $1.70 in the money, only $1.40 in the money, and my Meta Platforms, which was $3 in the money, now $2.50 in the money.
Yeah, a couple of people saying maybe the market is finding a little bit of support here. And you know what?
Fake support.
Yeah, you know what? Fake support, intraday support. I don't think it's going to start rallying and go crazy, break out new highs or anything like that. But yeah, no, definitely maybe time to consider taking some profits if you are short. I'm happy actually with the Amazon cover. As soon as it bounced off 114.50, I didn't like that trade at all anymore. So I took a flat trade on that. It is what it is. Gonna keep waiting. Like Pratt said, patiently for some better prices. I wanted to talk about BA. BA. It seems like it hasn't been on many people's radar, but it's been on my radar just because it's bouncing off this 142 level like every time it comes there. Every time it tested it yesterday, it broke out briefly and then rejected it. But then what's interesting today is that last time it did that, it gave a huge flush move, and I had that short, and I think I talked to you guys about it as well. But today it's having more of like an inside day now. Having a tighter range between like 138 and like 140.50 area, right? So maybe it's gearing up to actually break out of that 142. It's just something that I've been keeping tabs on just because it's like kind of like an intraday level right now. Something to kind of look forward to. Maybe if you're like structuring a swing trade as well, it could be an idea. RBLX. Let's take a quick look at RBLX. Someone's asking, what do I think about the long on RBLX? Man, RBLX has been super strong. Up another 5% today. The daily just looks incredible, right? I think if we can show some strength above 40 now, because that previously held for 3 days, basically all week. 40 is held on Tuesday there, the first day back after the holiday. It ran up to 40 and then, kind of stalled out right there. But today we broke out of 40. That was decent. Now it's kind of consolidating, trying to hold above. So I do like the long on Roblox. It's one of the strongest markets or one of the strongest names in the market right now, surprisingly. So if you're long Roblox or trying to swing long or something like that, keep going, keep holding that.
I don't get on boats with strangers, but man, that's where parties are. I'm on a boat. I got back into this NVIDIA short as the market looks like it did not want to push all the way back to VWAP. So like I said, fake pop, don't believe in it. Dark pool pop, nonsense.
Dark pool, that's a dark pool. That's a dark pool.
But it's an inside joke for those of you wondering why Ian and I are laughing about it. But yeah, over here as the market did push back up above 150, as NVIDIA pushed back above 156, I took a better price fill than the previous one I had. I believe the last one was under 156. This one slightly above 156, and I'll take more size closer to 150 or above 156 if they want to give me more size. I'm more convinced about the short now than I was previously. As the market popped, NVIDIA didn't really pop too much, but like I said, I'll give stuff like 2 or 3 tries, and if I get burned all 3 tries, then I'll come back at a different level or not come back at all. This happens to be my second try here. We'll see if this one can work out for us, and as Luca always says, we'll see where this one goes. Let's move away from some of these stocks that like Ian and I have been constantly trading for you guys. Don't want to be a broken record. That gets stale, that gets boring. So let's go over to the chat to see if we can find some positions that you guys want us to talk about. In the meantime, while you guys throw in those stocks, I'm gonna go find something to talk about from the scanners that we have over here. For example, MARA, we talked about that not too long ago. I'm trying to find maybe even OCGN back to $2. Wow, okay. I remember being pretty a monster of a trader on OCGN when it used to be less than $10, but then the second it got above $10, the liquidity on OCGN got disappeared. Like it got different. The way the stock traded was different completely, and I started taking losses on it. But now that we're back into these $2-3 ranges, it's time for me to be an absolute demon on this stock once again. It all depends on how the liquidity is on the book. I'm not really seeing good liquidity. Only 5 million shares traded today, but it is up almost 6% over here. Let's go see what the relative volume is real quick on this one. 1.78 relative volume. So clearly OCGN in play today.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to look around for some ideas. I have a couple of them, but for now I think I'm just going to stay out of it. Someone wanted to talk about a firm. Affirm is like, it's down 4% today, so they had a little bit of a gap down. But man, it just reclaimed, or it bounced off the lows really, really nicely, and rallied towards the upside and towards like the resistance levels from the past few days, right? So Affirm, even though it is having a down day, still looks relatively strong. Like if you just look at the daily candle, this is a very, very bullish candle, right? But it can also signal a reversal too. So we'll have to see on Monday where we gap on Affirm. More so, to the upside, looking at 24, of course. That seems like a pretty significant resistance, just because that's where it bounced before, and that's where it held over here, consolidated over here. Oh man, this Rogers outage is killing me. Okay, now some Canadians in the chat that can talk about this. We were talking about it earlier too. Man, like, how is it still out? How is the
Rogers
phone
sucks.
service
What are you
still
expecting from
out?
Rogers?
Like, if you guys are watching Rogers, and I doubt you are because you guys don't have internet right now, we need to get this
Why'd
back
you have
on
to do
track,
that to
man.
him?
We need to get this back on track, and it's funny because they tweeted like
They paid for Bell service to tweet that,
they,
man.
they had to sign up for another internet service to tweet out like, sorry guys, like we're kind of down right now.
It took
no
them
kidding.
4 hours to tweet that.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
They're a joke.
QCOM. Let's take a quick look at QCOM. That's being called on the chat. Someone said QCOM on a rocket. Oh man, it is. It is. You're definitely right about that one. It's pushing 136 is the high. 135.98. But man, I don't know what just happened with QCOM. But definitely some buying volume pouring in on QCOM just now.
Buying on NVIDIA. There's actually an inverse gateway on NVIDIA at 156.26, and they took all the fills. Let me pull it up on this screen over here. Don't think I'm going to be thinking about going short anymore, as they took all the fills on an inverse gateway. It was about 10,000 shares on 156.20, but it is actually pushing down, which is weird. It could be, we're going to go to Brendo. Yeah, let's go over to Brendo for Qualcomm update.
There's a very well-respected tech reporter out of China reporting, guys, that the new Samsung S23, I guess is the model they're on, is going to contain a Qualcomm chip and will be the sole chip in that new S23 from Samsung.
Wow, okay, yeah, Qualcomm obviously moving off that catalyst. You want to go over to Qualcomm?
Yeah, no, exactly. I was just kind of talking about Qualcomm before there, it had this huge buying momentum come in, but it rejected 135. I mean, it briefly broke, and then flushed below it, and now we're sitting at 134.50. So, going to keep tabs on this one. But for now, it seems like after that initial flurry of buying that came in, now it's kind of stalling, right? So this is why exactly, guys, you don't chase the moves. Like, if you were long here for some reason, you caught that move, like, that's awesome, right? It's always good to be on the right side of a news catalyst, right? And you get that huge move. But now, it's kind of getting sold off a bit because it's been relatively weak the later half of the day, like a lot of names, right? Today, so, rejecting that 136. That's obviously a very, very key level held here 2 days in a row back at the end of June, right? So, rejected again there today. So expect more weakness maybe to the downside, but we'll keep tabs on this to see if it can actually hold up maybe above this 134 area for Qualcomm.
Man, my stingy butt on GitLab will not want to buy anything above 50 for some reason. Stop console wars. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong about anything you just said in that message you said to me, which was take a look at GitLab. Maybe that $30, $40 level you were thinking about needs to be raised up to 50 now, as tech stocks do matter in the fall. Tech stocks will start picking back up in the fall. If that's the case, maybe we'll give summer to make it come down a little bit. Maybe we get some fills at 40. When is the next earnings date? I want to buy it before that for sure. So the next earnings date approximately 28th of September. So around then, hopefully the stock comes back to the downside a little bit, triple bottoms of some sort, or maybe even $40 areas. I'll think about buying that for my own portfolio. You guys know how much I love GitLab. It's a very big competitor for GitHub, which is actually owned by Microsoft. I can see GitLab getting bought out in the near future very easily, the same way GitHub got bought out by Microsoft. I think we're going to go over to the big screen soon to see what the volume leaders are doing with Bendo.
Hey guys, let's talk about some volume for Friday. Pretty quiet day overall as far as overall market movement, as you guys were talking about a little bit, basically flat for the S&P. This highlights all U.S. listings. So all indexes, all U.S. listings. In fact, 10,809 on here, 889 on here today. 3,705 of which are higher on the day, almost 6,000 to the downside, 1,200. Little change so far, 958 new lows, about 60 new highs being made right now. Top of the volume list so far, 142 million shares. ADTX, 27 cents. It's been a penny stock kind of week. We've had a few on here all week long. The TQs on here all week long, 104 million. There's Zila, speaking of penny stock. There's another one, ENDP, 60 cents. Clovis, back to $2.80. I remember trading Clovis when it was $30, $40. Now, yeah, amazing, $2 stock. SQs as well. On the volume list so far, down here, SRG, HGen, and Clovis, as far as performance, 60 million, 7, and almost 80 million shares traded so far today, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, that was volume leaders for anyone who was looking forward to find out what stocks are moving around with a bunch of volume on either side, up, down, left, right. I guess they don't go left, so just right. Here's a quick little topic about Qualcomm once again. I was just talking to Ian about Snapdragon, which is all over Ferrari's cars, and obviously any company in the world teamed up with Ferrari is my enemy. That happens to be Palantir, Qualcomm, and a bunch of other companies out there. But man, good move on Qualcomm. Possibly sole processor supplier for Samsung. That's a pretty big deal, man. And we know that, Apple said they're going to go back to Qualcomm too for a little bit at least until they start hacking into Qualcomm's PC parts and knowing exactly what Qualcomm's doing. And then they reverse engineer it back onto their end. And then you know what they do? Then they put it in a black box system so other people can't steal from them. This is why I hate Apple as a company. But as tech providers, they make amazing technology. But dude, don't steal from other people and then hide your own tech. Like, at least share your tech with people.
Yeah, like, doesn't Tesla like release all their?
I think their patents are free, right? I believe,
something like that. So that's.
He believes in raising population.
Yeah, there you go. Like Elon's like he's given all his all their tech ideas or whatever to the world.
All about his pullout game being weak is now being proved wrong for Elon. Because all about the Twitter game pulling out and the Dogecoin pulling out. Hey man, he's not pulling out. His pullout game weak clearly.
Brendan's laughing about that one too. Back to the market, guys. Back to the markets. I punched into this Baba long. I'm instantly starting to regret it here, but I want to give it some time. I think this move here to the downside is a little bit overdone now. Just looking at intraday here, I like that maybe the 120 level, 120.50 area will hold. So that's what I'm kind of going off of. Again, smaller position, so it's not gonna hurt me or anything like that if I get stopped out. But man, look at this move. Like it's just been getting hurt pretty much all the latter half of the day here. So I think it's due for a little bit of a reversion. Maybe not to VWAP, but maybe back to the 122 area where it kind of opened up a bit there. So just gonna be patient with this one. Now that the market is kind of just consolidating, not doing too much. I was liking the Amazon, maybe if that continued to break down below 114.50, that was like kind of was looking at because that held up so nicely here. But for now, that one's just kind of consolidating, diddling in the middle, not doing too much. So just going to leave that one alone. I even checked out NIO because I wanted to take a look at that. And no, I didn't trade today, guys. I didn't, break my rules on NIO today. As I struggling, bring it up there. There we go. I want to see if it tested. Oh yeah, it did. It tested the same highs from yesterday, right? 23 area, and now it's just kind of consolidating above 22, right? So I've been talking about how important this 22 level is, or maybe it was. Now it's kind of broken out. Maybe now it's just gonna get like recycled and reused a bit. Maybe moving up to 23 a bit more now. But yeah, NIO having more of an inside day today after having being so active the past few days with volatility and volume and whatnot. But today having more just like a chill day for NIO.
Sharif in our work chat saying Prad's a menace to society. Bro, where are you? We miss your muscle shirts. We miss your jerseys specifically. So, whatever you're busy with, we miss you. Hopefully you come back very soon, Sharif. He's hanging out in the chat. This man got the Super Sota Black Olives pizza or something. Fakat, no idea what that is, but sounds amazing. Someone in chat called out WTRH going crazy again. Yeah, look at the volume spike on this stock not too long ago. Still holding VWAP. Day 2 of SSR apparently. Let me go confirm that, man. I actually don't believe that thing anymore. So let me go here and type in NASDAQ. NASDAQ, I can't type, SSR list, and then we can quickly go over here, hit download, Control F, WTRH, it is on that list. So yeah, WTRH is SSR day 2 today, and it is popping up with 61 million shares traded so far. Let's see what some of the levels were from a couple of days ago. Never mind, those levels are not even in play as the stock is above the 50-period EMA and above those levels. Here's the day chart. Let me zoom out on it. I can't. Oh, this is, yeah. So those levels that were in play yesterday or the day before that, clearly not in play right now. And last but not least, my NVIDIA short was 40 cents in the money. Yeah, it's still 40 cents in the money. It is returning slightly back to the north side as the market is whipping back and forth. But it is paying me on the short side as I have been taking profits.
I also just punched into Amazon long. I quickly kind of switched my mind on that just because I was like thinking like, okay, what I said earlier, what Amazon held 114.50 nicely, right? And then it was kind of consolidating above. Maybe the market is bouncing here too. So that's why, I covered there. Maybe the short here, the short idea is wrong. Maybe you got to wait a little bit more until like 116 area. So why not just go long here? Again, more of like a starter position. And then if it reclaims VWAP, then the position will be looking pretty nice. But now both of my longs are in the money. Amazon, about 30 cents in the money. So that seems to be the right call. We'll kind of manage this one and see where it goes for now. But yeah, I like it, showing some strength here, breaking out of that 115 channel area as the market kind of gives a little bit of a bounce. So to me, that signals some bullishness in Amazon. What are you guys talking about in the chat here? Yeah, Upstart admit, yeah, we've already been touching on that, Upstart. So basically, it had the negative catalyst this morning. They basically said that they won't be able to hit their previously, bad forecast, which sounds even worse now. So, they obviously had the big gap down this morning. Showing some weakness, and it is SSR now, so you can't really push it down further. But now it's just kind of consolidating around this 27 area, which we can't really see here on the chart. But I know it dipped back down to 25 that one day, and then it bounced off of there. But now it's just consolidating at lower levels, which is pretty weak in my books for Upstart.
Yeah, Upstart, man, has been absolutely slapped to the downside. What's it called? What'd you say about Shopify? A stock split without the split?
Yeah. Shopify, basically they determined that they were going to do a 10-to-1 split, but they determined that not knowing that they're naturally going to get a 10-to-1 split anyways. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what happened to Upstart over there. So Upstart getting beat down quite a bit. I mean, same thing with any growth stock for the most part. Market is pushing back up north here. I mean, look at the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ showing us a nice 5-minute green candle. So NVIDIA, which was 30 cents in the money, is now out of the money by 3 pennies. So market pushing back up. Time to be ready to take those stops on the shorts and maybe come back in at a different price point. I actually need to fix my stop over here to the amount of size I have because I took some profits on NVIDIA to the downside. So my stop is fixed to the appropriate size. Let's see if it does stop me out, allowing me to get back in at a different price, maybe 157, maybe 157.50. Maybe that's where actually I should have my stop at instead, on the break of 157.50 instead. So I'll do that right now real quick. 150, sorry, not 157, 156.50 at 156.51. And how much size do I have? About 8 million shares. Awesome. awesome. We'll throw the stop out there.
Yeah, make sure you carry a tight stop if you're having 8 million shares. That's quite a huge position there. What stocks are you guys trading today, guys? List out some of the trades that you guys have been talking about. VLTA, do you know that one?
I've not heard it all day, so I'm not sure if it even doing any volume.
Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna try New York.
Nope.
Yeah, seems like it's only doing 1 million volume. Not too much going on today. We can quickly toss out some levels on the daily. 120, 125, that's a clear level. 175 here, that's a clear level as well, just because of this consolidation and rejecting that area and not being able to close above it. We did kind of touch there today. But if we look at the intraday chart today, having more of an inside day on lower volume.
Oh,
so
Microsoft just rallied $1.
You want to talk about that?
Not Microsoft. Meta just rallied an absolute $1.
Yeah,
from
now, okay, listen, guys. So this is exactly what I was kind of thinking about here with BABA. Now BABA, that's as I see size there on the offer, and I'm actually going to take it out here just because I saw that. Let me get out there. Yeah. I saw that size pop up on 25 on the offer there. So that's about a 30-cent scalp off BABA. So that was a nice trade. Here's the thing, guys. Like if I see size pop up on the offer there, I don't wanna, I don't wanna keep holding that in hope that it, breaks out or something like that. And you saw the tape there. Some selling kind of poured in. And this is what I've been talking about the past couple of days here. Is like when you see those, if you're long, for example, and you see those first sellers kind of pour in. You want to try and exit with those people just because that's where the volume is. That's maybe like the big money moving right out of the position because a couple of people probably were trying to get long in this consolidation area as well, had the same idea as me. I doubt that I was the only one with that idea, right? So I'll be happy with that one. That's a 30-cent win and a decent trade. And it seems like Amazon is kind of struggling with the VWAP area as well. So that one's at 30 cents in the money as well. I'm thinking about taking that one too. Adding to it if it dips closer. But for now, it seems like the market can maybe show some strength here if we actually break out a VWAP. Amazon, if the market breaks out a VWAP, I can see Amazon reclaiming VWAP and maybe pushing up to 116. So
there's
I'm
an
liking that
iceberg
as well.
There is a big iceberg at 156.49 on NVIDIA. I've been watching this 156.49 level for a hot 5 minutes now. It only shows 100 shares or 200 shares, but it's not able to get past that 156.49. Sorry, I probably said 146. 156.49. As we're pushing right back to that level, I want to see exactly how it plays out. Notice how it only shows one size, but notice the amount of size we start trading. There we go. Finally, that reserve breaking right now on 159 is going to make me get out of my shorts. But that 159 reserve was pretty obvious. It's just the size just kept trading 156.49, and it just wouldn't break past through it. Now that the volume dies off a little bit above it, time to focus on to see if any more buyers are able to come in above that price point and push NVIDIA all the way back to those 157s or so on. And it looks like NVIDIA might just be able to have that oomph a little bit. I'm not seeing buying coming in on the tape though. Let's filter the tape a little bit for a higher size so we see actually good amount of volume coming in, maybe 299 or more. Now we actually see where the big volume is. Okay, there we go. It's pushing up a little bit slightly. That 157 level price point is coming into play very soon for me, and that's going to be my last line in sand. As I said, that was my original trade from the 15-minute opening range high or so on. That reserve got taken out.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Here, I'll bring it up on the screen here. I took that trade and I accidentally flattened myself, so I just went back in. Gonna risk off maybe 20-30 cents here, give it a little bit of room. But like Pratt was saying, I don't like how there wasn't that much buying up there now. So just gonna be patient with that, see if it actually does, kind of rally off that iceberg there. Amazon is still, that's now flirting above VWAP, so still liking that one for now. Tesla bouncing back VWAP. 50. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Tesla. I know Tesla had that nice 750 breakout. That was super clean. And we've been waiting for some clean breakouts on Tesla because it's been kind of choppy. That was quickly in the money, like $2. So I talk about Tesla being a nice breakout stock. Today it was off the 750 level, and now it's just kind of consolidating around that area as well, not really doing too much, right? So hopefully Tesla now can consolidate higher than where it has been, and continue to start breaking out to the upside. That would be pretty nice for Tesla. Someone's saying here, pineapple on pizza is the best. Stop it. You know what? I'm actually not that much of a fan of pineapple on pizza too. That being said, like my girlfriend loves pineapple on pizza, so sometimes I do have to deal with it. That's a deal breaker. Well, here's the thing. Like I'll take the slice, and then she only likes to eat the toppings anyways. So she'll peel off the pineapple, she'll eat those. Man, it's a thing with her. Like she doesn't like eating the crust.
Right, it's okay. You would never know about it.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you gotta do that sacrifice.
This is why I don't get a girl, man. I don't want to do these sacrifices. Like I gotta wake up early morning, go on a jog with you. I gotta take you out to parks just because you're bored and you have nothing better to do. Go play a video game. Go do something. Go find a hobby. Why do I have to put my hobbies on the line for your entertainment? Why do I have to be your entertainment? Go find your own entertainment. I'm not a music box. I'm not your TV, right? This is why staying single, ladies and gentlemen, the best route to go.
That's
Listen,
why. Eh?
That's the best route to go. All right. You get to keep your own money. You get to talk to as many women as you want and not get yelled at. You get to look at your Instagram and look at women and not get yelled at. Right? There's so many reasons to just be in the boat that I am and not in the boat that these guys are all in. Okay. What's that? I get to keep my own money, man. Sean complains about his wife spending his money all the time. That's true. I didn't say it like that. Though. But listen, I'm trying to spend my money on Tarkov and Valorant. All right, that's just me. Now you spend wherever you want to spend it. Let it be oysters at Rodney's with one girl or three girls, however you want to go. I just know my avenues where I'm gonna be blowing my money at. All right. It's gonna be Valorant, man. Valorant deserves a lot of my money, that's for sure. This game has been scamming me for all my money, that's for sure. Pratt getting flamed. Hey, man, we're just having fun at the office. Nothing's going on. Market's sleeping. Whoever's controlling the market is passed out right now. Market's at VWAP. We're at 12,100 on the NASDAQ. Still down on the day, down about 0.5%. S&P 500 at 38.95. Not really at VWAP, but pretty close to VWAP. Still down on the day also. So market's bleeding. Market's bored. Market's asleep. What are we going to do? Rag on each other and have some fun while we're doing it.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's always fun, obviously, being here on the trading floor. Greg's back today.
I know.
Greg's back today.
Brankles was happy that he said, "Dad's back, Dad's back." So
yeah,
he was happy over there.
Brankles did a great job, obviously, but now the big dog is back, and he can start controlling the reins a bit more.
Yeah.
We need to know your rank. I'm assuming they're talking about you, Pred. Still,
Valorant, baby, you know it. Diamond. We all up in Diamond every season. It just sucks that Tarkov is out now, so we don't play Tarkov, or we don't play Valorant right now. We're playing Tarkov. We're trying to carry this guy in Tarkov right now.
Yeah, I need Prad to be my meat shield in Tarkov. But it was fun last time.
Yeah,
but it was
it was fun yesterday.
Here's the thing in Tarkov, it's like, if you die or whatever with like a quest, it's like all that time you spent, it was like all for nothing.
And it takes
which
so
was basically
long.
yesterday.
It's so long. It's like 30-minute raids. In 1 week, probably like 2 hours a day maybe. Yeah. Yeah, 2 hours a day maybe. You thought a lot worse, bro. It takes me 2 hours to get home. I don't have time to game. It takes me 2 hours just to get home. I don't have time for all that. But if I did have time, I would spend more time on that without doubt. Who's Brankles? Can he come on camera? He was on camera not too long ago, but now he's got a different job. He's got different duties. He's actually managing the floor. He trains people's too. That's why, as you can see, these floors are all empty right now. These seats are all empty because, what is it, two days a week? It's not supposed to be today. It's not supposed to be Friday, but 2 days a week, they go on meetings over there. They talk about trades. They share each other's trades and so on. And we learn like that.
I think they're doing like a little meeting with
Welcome back, Greg meeting?
With Greg there.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So let's get back to NVIDIA over here, which was out of the money for us slightly, went back to being flat, and now back to being out of the money. I'm not worried about this trade at all, as long as it doesn't break VWAP. And NASDAQ and S&P 500 both also hanging at VWAP. I don't have to worry about my trade at all. Just got to let them swing on me and pay me out at the end of the day on this. I see Justin Kozak. Hopefully I said it right. Damn, Brad, who hurt you? My ex. You can call her up and blame her for my broken heart.
Oh man, I'm trying to bid and add here on Amazon. Just because now it's coming back to this 115. Do I get it there? Do I get it there? Do I get it there? Yeah, I just got it here. I'll show it up here on my main screen. The reason being, guys, is like now it's creeping back to this 115, and I do like the price action above there, right? So now that we've reclaimed that 115 area potentially, can it push above VWAP? So that's what I'm basically going off of. On this one, I did get stopped out on NVIDIA on there. That's fine, you know, live with that trade. I took a shot on it and it didn't really work. Like Prad said, it struggled with VWAP there, right? So we'll kind of leave that one alone. Someone asked me a question. Kuya, could you please explain a little bit about average volume and volume on price action with the example of BNTX? So I did have that up before I talked about Amazon there.
Do you have a Kuya?
No, yeah, I do actually. I have a younger brother. Basically like average volume, relative volume. You can find relative volume in the likes of like, FinViz. I think Prad has a couple tools for finding relative volume. But you see how there's so much buying volume in the morning here, pushing around these levels like 165, 166. To me, that kind of signals like more demand down in this area, at least for today. And then as these pullbacks kind of happen, less volume on the pullbacks, right? So, as we're kind of trickling down to the area, maybe you can expect more people to kind of step in for buyers. Basically, you got to watch volume and how that reacts to a certain price action, right? So you see even on these upticks, for example, on this breakout of 170, you see how much volume pours in. I'm looking down here. See how much volume? That's a huge volume tick, right? For BNTX on the 170 breakout, right? So if you take that, you can see that there's a lot of buyers here, and you saw it ran all the way up to 172 and change, right? So that's how you can kind of use volume and mix it with price action and add confluence to your trades.
Read this, but probably not out loud. The Feds talk or something. The Feds talk. I don't think they talk today. The FOMC, which is the federal rate decision. You gave me the date yesterday.
July 27th.
July 27th. Ooh, around my birthday. So we'll see how the rate hikes come in for this month. Are we expecting 0.5?
I think it's 0.75 expected pretty much, right?
So
here, I can bring it up and I'll show it.
Yeah, so we're waiting to see how that one plays out in the market for us. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are now rejecting VWAP most likely and pushed down, so our shorts are looking good still. Let's go over to AMC, which was the stock that everyone has been talking about for the past few days now. Still up on the day, still bouncing VWAP, not wanting to go lower than VWAP. Currently slightly under $15 for AMC. We still like the fact that AMC is moving around the way it is. I personally would have probably bought some shares of AMC on my own account around $10. We never got down there, but it gave us some amazing long opportunities on the break of 12 yesterday, or 13 yesterday, sorry, and the break of 14 today to the north side also. You had to battle this $14 level though a little bit more than you wanted to, but if you were able to work out of that trade for yourself, that was a banger of a trade for everyone who was in part of it. Sadly, GME, who's also the other meme stock basket. Actually, we talked about GME enough today. Let's go over to Bed Bath & Beyond, which was a stock in play yesterday, to see how Bed Bath & Beyond is trading today. This one has not been mentioned all day, down 6.8% after this nasty up move that we got out of Bed Bath & Beyond to the north side. I can't remember how much percentage it was up yesterday, but it was up pretty decent, right? Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, I had a decent day today. I can't remember.
And now it's just absolutely flat near the prices that it closed at. So Bed Bath & Beyond also struggling along with GME. Looks like all the fun was in Amy.
I want to talk about this, and actually you were right. It seems like now it's
0.5,
0.5.
right?
Yeah. So it seems like this thing is always changing by the day now.
Well, it changes by the day.
Yeah, well, it changed yesterday, obviously, with the minutes drop, or on Wednesday there, obviously with the minutes dropping and whatnot. But now it looks highly likely that it's going to be a 0.5 rate increase for the July 27th meeting. So going to keep tabs on that. It's important, if you are, swing trading or day trading to kind of keep tabs on that to see where possible market movements are going to be going. Oh, here, man, all the Filipinos are now coming out in the chat too. That's pretty cool. I don't know Tagalog, so I can't really understand what you were saying there. Adajar, Casey Jones, I can't really understand what you were saying there, so maybe you can translate that one. But I think it means, do you speak Tagalog? And the answer is no, if that's what you're trying to say.
Is it Tagalog or Tagalog?
Tagalog?
Tagalog? There's a C?
No. It's like T-A, like how he spelled it in the chat.
I don't even see. Let me see.
T-A-G-A-L-O-G.
Okay.
Not a true Filipino? No. So what essentially happened is I used to be able to speak Tagalog when I was a kid. And then, my grandma, she lived with us, so always speaking with her all the time. And then eventually, she moved out, and then I just lost it. I never really spoke it after that, so yeah.
Where we're going to tag a log. Yeah, I guess tag a log.
Yeah,
Tagalog.
pretty much. That's pretty much what it's like.
I thought it was always spelled Tighalo, Tagalog. But clearly, I have no clue what I'm talking about. Where we're moving on from tagging a log is fun. Okay, guys, take it easy on that. What is high float? So that's a good question. I'm gonna have to actually Google that because I know there's a specific numbers that is defined as a low flow or a high flow. Low flow meaning, and anything that's not low flow, it's clearly not low float. So what is the price range or the float range for low flow? I think it's below 50 million. Yeah, anything below 50 million is considered a low float stock. So anything above 50 million or better than 50 million shares on the float is not considered low flow. Yo, Brad, let me tag along with you on these profits. Yeah, man, you can tag along. This is gonna not stop for sure today. All right, where are we going to? Food, please don't talk about food. I don't get to eat for another half an hour. I don't want to start starving already. Om Shanti Om for you yoga buffs. Yeah, Om Shanti Om. Let's see some stocks. BBBY is a one-hit wonder. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond. Back in the meme stock rally days, those stocks were almost every day in play. But now it looks like only one or the other is in play, and all the rest of them just completely die off. Since I'm gonna. I'm not really finding anything in the chat to talk about. I'm gonna move over to find some in the watch list or the scanners over here. PSNY, PlayStation Network. It's actually Polestar on NASDAQ. Yeah, Polestar on NASDAQ. Right back to its SPAC price before this SPAC took place, which is the $10 price on PSNY. Up 4% though after being at $10. So that means Polestar has been struggling ever since that merger has happened. Here's the Polestar chart. It looks like we went as high as $13.50 or so and a low of $8.05. $8.50, currently holding up at that SPAC price of 10 as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are pushing back above VWAP. NASDAQ pushing back above VWAP, S&P 500 pushing towards VWAP. Let's see if NVIDIA is going to break VWAP this time and push towards 157 or give us profits one more time.
I'm thinking about another bob along here. I saw size kind of get taken out on the offer there. So, maybe more as, it creeps back down to this price that I originally had on BABA. Maybe it continues to kind of bounce from here. Again, it is, I feel like it's a little bit overextended now to the downside. So, on these little pops, I'll look to kind of take it out if it does that towards the 120, 150 area. But yeah, now long back again on BABA. As Amazon continues to work for me as well. Actually, let me just put my stop in for BABA just in case. So we got it now. Yeah, Amazon seems to be working a bit better now as well. Someone said in the chat, I want to see the SPY breakout. Man, me too. I want to see the SPY breakout now. And, we test back up to the upside here and, show some more strength above VWAP here. I would really help my longs as BABA, quickly goes in the money, a few cents for me there. So, I think for Amazon, it rejected this 115.50 area. So I think if I see sellers kind of step up there again, I might just take this trade out and restructure it another way. Don't want to get too greedy with one of these midday moves. If it's a little scalp, then we'll take that one and walk away with it. And you can always get back in. That's the beauty of it, right? So again, just waiting patiently for those 50 areas. It's kind of creeping up there. There's some buyers in the 30s here, but I want to see if sellers actually step up near the 50 area there, and then I'll take this one out.
Yeah, so I took that stop on the NVIDIA short, and as I said, I'll be looking to get back in around those 157 areas as we are closer to 157 now. S&P 500 getting towards VWAP. Let's see if we can break 157. There we go. We just now broke 157 to the upside. Is there any more buying coming in with actual volume on NVIDIA to the upside? Why is my chart not loading? Don't give me 16 seconds. Just load up already. But I'm not really seeing any buying coming in, allowing the stock to really push too far to the north side. Oh, look at that actually. And as soon as we say that, 2,000 shares on a dark pool, 2,000 shares on Gateway K. I forget what Gateway K is. Is that
K is Edge A.
Edge A? So Gateway.
Oh no, Edge X. My bad.
Edge X on K, 2,000 shares on that, punching above the ask. So clearly volume is trying to come in over here. So be careful for the shorts. Looks like the 157 level will not help you. I'm going to have to give it at least a 50-cent range to the upside just because of how I trade. So we're going to let the stock move for a 50-cent range. If it works for me, then I'll add to it on the way down. If it doesn't, we'll get out of it. Keep in mind, NASDAQ is really pushing north right now. So you want to be careful about that.
Yeah, no, NASDAQ is pushing north now, and I'm watching the tape on Amazon. It seems like that seems to be working. I want to see it break out of 50. That's what I'm basically waiting for. I'm waiting to see it, test 50 at least. It looks like that's imminent here. And if the buyers actually show up above, then, I'm going to be chilling with this position. I'll keep holding. But if it rejects below, I might just take it. But it does seem like the market now is breaking out a bit. And that being said, I know you guys love it when I say that because you guys keep calling it out in the chat. I think someone said take a shot every time Ian says that being said. You'd probably be drunk by now. Yeah, that being said, I'm looking at BOVESPA as well. And now it's like, pushing up a bit higher now, 30 cents in the money as well. So I'm getting the price action that I was looking for. And I think actually I'll take some of my position out on BOVESPA. This is better where my exit. It was a better exit than last time, right? So now I'm still holding a piece. I'll hold that for a bigger move. And it seems like Amazon kind of rejected that area as well again, right? So I think I might think about taking that one. Yeah, I'll take that one too. So yeah, now I punched out both my longs there. It might be premature, but 30 cents in the money for both of them. Midday moves, scalps, whatever. That's pretty decent, and I'll take that one.
Yeah, just scaling into my short here near 156 as we watch the market very closely like a hawk, man. Not letting the market move without telling me what it's trying to do, right? Gotta be very careful, especially if you're trying to short when the market's trying to go back to those high days, very kangarooing around, not the free fall Friday we're hoping for, but opportunities are still there every single day. Opportunities are dime a dozen. We have about 30 minutes left in this market with Ian and myself. So in that 30 minutes, please make sure to go spam that like button, spam that subscribe button. And for anyone who does want to help us out on the more than just with likes and subscribes, you can go become a member on YouTube or even send us super chats. And we also have merchandise on the store over here on our YouTube homepage. So lots of ways to support your favorite YouTube channel, your go-to YouTube channel for trading on a day-to-day basis. I want to quickly go over to Meta Platforms, which was originally $2.30 in the money, now only 1.9 in the money because of the market move back up. It did move back to VWAP, and let's see if it rejects VWAP over here. Kind of same on Apple. Apple did move below VWAP where we took profits, but now Apple moving right back above VWAP. Only 70 cents in the money on Apple. Let's see if we can load up on the Apple shorts once again near the high day, or does the market really turn this complete short trade that we had around and whip right back to the high day and make a new high day on Apple, on S&P 500, on NASDAQ, and actually give us that green day on the market that a lot of you guys in the chat have been calling out?
Yeah, it seems like, a few things continuously to push to the upside. I know the ES is kind of struggling with 3,900 here, round number, if you will. But, man, it's been a recycle level, right? So I don't really put too much significance to it. I'm putting more significance if it can actually reclaim VWAP here and continue to push up towards these highs like 39.20, 39.25 area. I am watching some of the big cap tech stocks as well, like the likes of Amazon. I know I already punched out of that long. I want to see. I'm still waiting for this 50 area to give some action. See if there's buyers stepping up above there. And if there is, I might go long again. on that one. SPY, massive breakout in the making. Let's take a quick look at the SPY. Obviously it traces the ES and whatnot, but let's see the closer price action here on the SPY. Maybe like the 388.50 area that held here right at open, as resistance, and obviously got reclaimed and whatnot. Flush below, but yeah, I guess if it reclaims that area again, maybe we do see the highs of 390 again on the SPY. Yeah, I think I don't really trade the SPY too much unless there's like some sort of what's it called, like a FOMC thing. Then I'll go to the SPY, or you can even just trade like the likes of Apple, or obviously the futures and whatnot. The SPY is not breaking out. I mean, it's like putting in like higher lows here. I wouldn't necessarily say this is breaking out. If it breaks out the tops, then that's going to be a solid breakout. Yeah. What are you guys talking about here? Amish use. I don't know. Justin from our team said, Ian, I ran out of alcohol hours ago when I was talking about that drinking game, and a couple people are going off about that. Man, sometimes I don't know what it is. I just repeat the same words because it just constantly relates to what I'm talking about.
Not everyone's as well spoken as Neil. Okay, you gotta understand that. Okay, we're still children.
Yeah,
we're not as old as those guys. Okay,
as much as I am, obviously, new to trading and learning trading, I'm also learning how to be on the show and articulate my thoughts and present them to you guys. And I hope I'm doing a good job. I think I'm doing a decent job. I love being here, obviously, and talking about the market and talking about trades.
Yeah, these people who've been on Earth for 40 years and are criticizing people who've been on Earth for 20 years. Come on, man. No, I'm just joking. Market's still trying to go green. Not good for me. Not good for me. Not good for me. Come on, Market. You were paying me first, and now you're burning me once again. What's going on over here? Push back down. That way, NVIDIA can pay me out one more time. Where are we going? Ian does a great job. Honestly, kudos. Yeah, Ian does an amazing job. We do appreciate for everything that Ian has been helping us out over here after the loss of Miss V. She's not dead. I'm sorry. The way I put it sounded so bad. The way I put it sounded so bad. She's not dead. She's still alive. She just doesn't work with us anymore. But she doesn't work with us anymore. So Ian and Luca have been doing a great job helping me out on the show over here. The boomers used to beat our butts for doing stupid things. You have it good nowadays. Hey, man, I come from those era where I used to get beat. I still get beat, but, we don't talk about that live.
Someone's asking how long I've been trading. I've been trading. I traded by myself, alone at home, for about a year. I started, full-time trading, I guess. March 2021 was it? And then I just watched the show religiously every day, trying to learn as much and soak up as much from these guys before. And then I got hired at the firm back in February. At the end of February, I started live trading on the floor in March, and I graduated 3.5 months later. I've been a graduate for pretty much a month now. So I guess in total was a year and a half full-time trading. I used to kind of dabble a bit before with trading. That's where I kind of developed my love for it, I guess. I was trading the likes of options trading and whatnot. Some of the meme craze. I used to trade BABA options a lot in 2020. I traded the weed stocks before as well. So I have been trading for a while now, but yeah, more so day trading, I guess, full time for about a year and a half. Yeah, so always learning and always trying to get better, and I've enjoyed my time on the floor so far.
Since you were talking about day trading and whatnot and your experience, for some reason I just got that clip of Bill Burr talking in that movie. I wasn't gambling, I was day trading.
I just watched that movie last night because you guys were talking about it. I've seen that movie,
King of
before.
Staten Island,
Yeah, King of Staten Island with, what's his name? I forget his name now.
Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson. Yeah, that movie's hilarious.
That movie was pretty good, man. I like Bill Burr. Bill Burr did good.
It's not gambling.
I'm day trading. Yeah, that was fun. That was a good little clip from Bill Burr in that movie. I don't know why that came to my head, but it just feels like that's what we're doing right now. I'm not gambling, Mom. I'm day trading. All right, beard looking solid, buddy. Need to toss some sandalwood beard oil on it. I do have some sandalwood beard oil on it at all times. Actually, I think this time is it's not sandalwood, maybe. What does it smell like? I think it's like pine or something else this time. Usually I do put sandalwood on though. Market's not really moving north, but it's not really moving south either. So we're just gotta wait over here, wait patiently to see what goes on. Good news for you guys though. It looks like Justin Kozak, who's in the chat, will be on at 3 p.m. or so for a quick little chat with you guys. So if you guys missed him, the man with the beard, the Viking himself, stay tuned for around 3 o'clock or so. It is Friday. Do we have any special guests for Friday? Neil?
I don't think we do.
Small exchange, yeah. We got small exchange coming on too, so stay tuned for that. That's a very valuable resource over there. Tons of information about how the market's moving, and even the overall futures are moving on a day-to-day basis. I love listening to that interview, and every time they come on there too. So don't go anywhere. I know there's only 20 minutes left between Ian and I over here for the wrap up of this week. But for you guys have an amazing 2 more hours session with the closing guys. Why did I say Netflix? With the closing guys, Neil, Sean.
I think you saw it in the chat.
Yeah, I know. That's why. Neil, Arun, and Brando.
I wanted to explain my thoughts here on BOVA as I get triggered
market
into
going up.
Yeah, actually, let me talk about this here. Now I got triggered into this long on Amazon. I did take the 1:15.50 breakout just because I want to see, like, is there continuation? Tight stop on this, guys. Tight stop on this one. If there is, continuation, then, we'll like this one. If not, quickly stop out and, maybe the 1:15.50 area rejects. But right now, I'm triggered back into that long on Amazon. I want to see the market break out, Amazon to kind of go with it. I want to explain my reasoning on taking my profits on BOVA like I did. And you see now it's trickled back down to this 121 area. BOVA is clearly super, super weak after rejecting that 125. So if I can get like a quick bounce, 30 cents in the money, 40 cents in the money, like I got to start taking those profits. What can I expect? Like, am I expecting this to go all the way back to 125? No, that's ridiculous, right? So, I got to take profits when they're offered to me. Still holding a piece in case it does kind of keep trickling up there. But you know what? Now that's how I manage this position. And now it's just kind of consolidating above this area, not doing too much, right? So for now, I'll just, leave that small size position alone for now. If it creeps up, keeps going, then great. If not, I'm not going to try adding it or anything like that. I've done it twice now, and, I don't want to overstay my welcome, if you will. Yeah, do you have something to say?
No. I'm overstaying my welcome right now on NVIDIA longer than I should be, honestly. But I'm waiting to see if the market's going to break 3,900 to the upside and actually run past it. And if that happens, then I'm just going to walk away from this trade one more time for another loss, which sucks because it was a pretty good trade for me. It was my #1 stock of the day, and now it's going to be no longer the #1 stock of the day. We're keeping my eyes very closely on the S&P 500, 3,900 as we are clearing that level right now to the north side. NASDAQ also ripping to the north side from 12,100 to trading currently at 12,129, 12,130. So just waiting patiently to see if NVIDIA can turn back downside for me. Currently 50 cents out of the money, so I can hold it a little bit longer for me. But for the size that I am taking, it's going to be time to getting out of this trade very shortly for myself.
Someone said AMC heading up. Yeah, it is kind of testing the highs here a bit, right? The high of the day was 1532. Right, so 1530, let's just call it. It is kind of reclaiming this 15 area pretty nicely. So, maybe it continues to push up. Less volume than yesterday, though, right? So I think, yesterday was kind of maybe trading in sympathy with GME a bit. They had like that, split news or whatever. I know GME kind of faded the news, but AMC was pretty strong yesterday. I think we had that long. Was that yesterday? We had that long on AMC, so that worked out nicely. And now it's kind of testing above 15 again, right? So I kind of left AMC alone today. I was actually thinking more short bias on it, so I'm glad I actually didn't trade it and get run over on that one. But yeah, for now, probably just going to leave AMC alone. I'm trying to see, okay, let's look on the daily for another upside level here on AMC. I talk about AMC kind of respecting these 50 cent ranges. So maybe 1550 it turns around. There's so much consolidation areas around here. 18 should be big. There's a lot of action around there. And again, around this 1550 to 16 range. And obviously it rejected that day. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if AMC can actually, hold these breakouts, if you will. I know like every time AMC has gapped up or broken out, it's just been faded after that. So, maybe some strength comes into AMC and, helps out the apes a bit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to manage my positions here. All right. Market clearly S&P 500 trying to push back above the 3,900 level here. Let me pull up the S&P 500 chart. Trying to push back above 3,900. We'll see if we can actually have the power to break through it, because I feel like NASDAQ is going to try and push all the way back to the high of day, at which point, we're going to burn on the shorts over here for NVIDIA. Thankfully, at Meta, still $1.70 in the money on the shorts. Apple's still 60 cents in the money on the shorts. So we get to work with those trades a little bit longer, especially if Apple comes back to the high days. I'm taking that trade. And Meta for sure taking that trade back at the high day, and taking Meta with more size than I would take Apple, because Meta was a very easier, way cleaner trade to the downside than Apple was at the same areas that I was trading, the same setup basically on both of them. Let's see what the chat is looking at. Head and shoulders on SPY 5 minutes, right shoulder just completed. If that is true on the S&P 500, on the 5-minute chart, I believe is what you were talking about. 5-minute right shoulder just completed. Yeah, SPY. So let's go over to SPY, I guess, on Amex, because I didn't really see that head and shoulder pattern that you were talking about on the ETF side. But I guess this is what you're talking about, the head and the shoulder. That's the head, that's the right shoulder, that's the left shoulder, sorry, that's the right shoulder. We'll see if it actually plays out by bringing the market right back to the downside and failing the 3,900 level on the S&P 500 futures, which just so happens to be, I believe it should be 38.8850. I think that's the same level as 3,900 on S&P 500, but it should be 390 honestly. But I don't know. We'll see how that one plays out. As my short has yet to stop me out, that's good for me. Let's see if the market can now flush from these levels and take us to lower days, or at least to the previous range low on the S&P 500 futures. On your ETF side, it happens to be at $387.
I was actually just looking at Apple just because I want to see if that's going to reject this 147 area. And you talk about, as I get wicked out of Amazon, that's fine. You talk about this pattern on the ES and the SPY and whatnot. So I looked at Apple to see if there's like any sort of similar price action on Apple. And it seems like, maybe... did I not get wicked out? Oh, I got wicked out of BOVA, not Amazon. I'm looking at 147, right? 147, there was all this action here, and it couldn't really truly claim the level. It eventually just flushed below. We are testing closer to that, so maybe it turns around at 147. And if it turns around there, it hasn't made a new high. And then, the market is turning around there, so maybe Apple's a little bit more weaker on the day. We'll see. My Amazon is not really doing too much. I thought I got wicked out of Amazon. I actually trailed my stop a bit higher on BOVA. I didn't really like it too much. So I just kind of, stopped out break even on that one. But, Amazon is like flirting with this 50 area, and it seems like it wants to break out. It seems like it wants to kind of hold this this trend here, this EMA trend, and break out. And the market seems like it wants to push up as well. So I'm just going to continue to be patient with this one. I haven't adjusted my stop or anything like that. I am running a tighter stop. If it wicks me out, then so be it. But for now, I don't hate this trade. I don't hate this trade at all. I know Prad's like kind of managing his short trades a bit. To the upside there, but maybe the market does break out here and pushes Amazon a little bit further up with it, and then we'll be loving life on that one.
Yeah, so someone in the chat was asking, I thought head and shoulders means we go up. So this is the basic idea for head and shoulders. I don't really use these technical patterns by any means, but I can explain to you what the idea is behind this pattern. So the idea is the first time around when it goes up, it makes a high. The second time around, it makes a new high. But the third time around, it makes the same high as the first high over here, which is indicating to you that buyers are dying out at the same level as the first time, and sellers sellers are coming in at the same level as the first time, which means selling pressure coming in, and technically the idea is kaboom, price drop, as this picture puts it so easily. Kaboom, price drop. Right now we're not getting that, as the S&P 500 futures are pushing north, and market is absolutely booming to the north side. So get ready for more long actions coming into the play, as NVIDIA is absolutely pushing to the north side. 158 coming into play. Might just have to take this loss on NVIDIA if 158 breaks, and just call it a day on the stock, as we don't have the read on it. Might as well just go fiddle with AMD and Microsoft. Sorry, not Microsoft, Meta platforms, as we do have the read on those stocks instead of Meta.
Yeah, it looks like Amazon's breaking out a bit now. The market is breaking out a bit. Someone said QCOM. So let's check back on QCOM now. It looks like it's pushing that high a day, 136. Maybe that 136 break would be decent. But although, I talked about how it's a resistance level on the chart here on the daily. So I'm going to keep that one on watch on my side screen here. Potentially, if there is size there, potentially taking the breakout on that one. Obviously, they have a little bit of a positive catalyst. That's why you saw all the buying come in. But now it's kind of creeping back steadily to the upside again, to that resistance area. So going to keep that one on close watch. Had a bottom on AMD and got out early. Let's take a quick look at AMD. I haven't traded AMD too much. I have a couple executions on it. Obviously I tried the shorts there with you guys. I tried the short early on. That was a nothing trade. And then so I think this 80 area, that's going to be very key. Rejected earlier today, held above this consolidation area there. But man, AMD has been so strong off this 73. And what I actually want to show you guys is the weekly chart on AMD. And I'll bring it up here. Just look at this 70 as I try to make it bigger there. Look at this 73 area, and I know I have a lot of lines on this, but it's basically this line right here. But 73 has been tested so many times on the weekly for AMD, and it bounced right there again, right? So definitely, looking for it to kind of give a bounce, maybe some continuation to the upside if it breaks out of this 80 area, and that'll be good for the chip sector overall. I know that Samsung had that positive news, and that kind of caused AMD and the likes of NVIDIA and whatnot to kind of rally a bit. Looking for AMD to kind of push up to the upside. Do you have AMD in your long term? No, I know you just kind of like that stock or whatever.
Oh, actually, I do have AMD in my long term, yeah.
Okay, yeah. As Amazon, creeps up here, I'm about 20 cents in the money. I am going to start taking some of these profits again, as I offered out there. Are you going to hit me where I offer out 68? Oh man, come on. You're going to run away from me now? Don't make me cross. I'll cross. I'll get out there. So adding to I've traded Amazon pretty well here off these bottoms, just kind of grinding it up to the upside. I still have a small piece of it now. Going to keep holding that one. Maybe I'll kind of trail my stop or something like that and manage that position. But it seems like now the longs seem to be working a bit better. With the likes of Amazon reclaiming VWAP, the market reclaiming VWAP. Maybe gonna wait for 116 to take out my last piece on Amazon, as that was kind of the resistance area from this morning.
Yeah, so I took that stop on NVIDIA. NVIDIA went to 158 and actually broke 158, and I'm going to stick to my rule on that side. It did break that high, so we're going to be out of that trade. Looks like it wants to keep on going. NASDAQ now absolutely flat on the day in the positive territory. S&P 500 pretty close to being flat, only down 0.06. So we'll watch if NVIDIA, or not NVIDIA, if S&P 500 can also get back to being flat in the positive territory the same way NASDAQ did not too long ago. Market, man, has been pretty fun today for sure. I think NVIDIA, I for sure paper-handed the stop. Watch it go back down now and be in the money. And I'm going to be crying about how I took that stop. Yeah, notice how size is also piling in on the ask now. For sure, it's going to go back down, and I'm going to be crying about how I took that stop and I took that loss on it. But it is what it is. You probably could have sized better on this. I'm talking to myself basically. I'm basically speaking out loud so you guys can understand. I could have not taken as much size as I did. I could have waited for the 158 maybe, which happens to be this area high or this pre-market area high. A lot of reasons for that I could have done this better, but obviously at the end of the day, everything's hindsight, 2020 on the hindsight for sure. Right at that moment, it did seem like a great trade. Did not work out.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like obviously, hindsight 2020, guys. You know, I'm a millionaire in my hindsight account. That's for sure. But it's about kind of not repeating the same mistakes, and this is something that I really try to focus on in my trading. Is if I notice that myself, I make the mistake the first time. Maybe I don't catch it that first time, but if I do catch it the second time, I write that down like right away, and you know, I read it over at night, I read it over in the morning, and I make a conscious effort to try and not make that same mistake. Yet obviously this week I have been kind of trading a little bit more poorly, but that's okay. You know, you can't be perfect all the time. Although you know, obviously that's what we strive for. We always strive to be better and strive to be better traders. But that's what it's all about, just like improving. But I'm the richest man in my hindsight account. Yeah, exactly. You know, hindsight. Yeah, exactly. I can't really. You said it best there.
Richest man in my hindsight account. I like that.
What else are you guys talking about? I know we only have a few minutes left here on the midday show. I think Bears versus Bulls here, and you always do a great job. You know, I wish we can communicate with you a bit more there. 2.1K likes, guys. If you haven't done it already, smash that like button. 3,300 people watching. Let's try and get that ratio up a little bit more. Subscribe, hit the notification bell if you haven't already. Check out the channel. If you are new to the channel, I always like to see this because I actually didn't know this before Prad showed me. But if you scroll down here, you can search here. So let's say pre-market. Let's just see. Let's search there, and yeah, now you can get all the pre-market summaries that we've been doing, right, every morning, right? So you know, you can search on the bar here for whatever you're kind of interested in, and there's so much content on the channel, guys. But as always, you know, we appreciate your support.
Yeah, we appreciate all the support for sure. And obviously markets have been wonderful this week, all the way to the upside and a little bit to the downside too. But we love seeing the market go back up. It's a great month so far already. We are enjoying it. It's been what? I guess it's the first official month of the week. First official week of the month.
Yeah, and, you know, I always like when the week or when the month starts on the Friday, like July 1st was Friday. I always kind of count that as like part of this week kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like it pretty much is like, but yeah, I guess the first week of July now done.
Yeah, so we gotta love the fact that the market wants to stay green now after creating a nice little bottom not too long ago. We'll see if that bottom holds for a little bit longer, obviously, but we're waiting to see how the stock market behaves from here on out. How the stock market behaves from here on out for the future, coming in for the next July. You know, the rest of the July, August, and then the fall coming in. Does volume come back in? Does volume not come back in because the market has been beat down quite a bit and people have been taking losses? A lot of questions over there. Here's Nvidia now pushing back to the downside and making me obviously mad at it. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna throw my keyboard on my desk.
Yeah, you know, it always sucks when you get out of the position and it does what you expected it to do anyways. But, you know, you got to look at your reasoning, right? Your reasoning behind getting out of the position and kind of look at that and assess that, right? No one knows what's going to happen, of course, right?
I do. I did. I called it out. Okay, I called it out. Whatever, man. Market just wants to take my money. Market can take it.
It is what it is. You know, you live to tell a tale, live to fight. Find other trades and, you know, trade. Keep trading. That's the thing.
That's right. Keep trading. You got to have enough shots in the revolver to keep on taking the next shot. Thankfully, we do have that opportunity over here. As the market what am I saying? As the market seems to be curling off that 39.05 level, which was a level I tried to short yesterday, I believe. I can't remember perfectly if it was 39.05 or 39.15, but 39.05 coming in as a little bit of a barrier for the market. Let's see if we can push right back to VWAP and find buyers so the market can actually stay green, or find sellers so the market can actually stay red. Like this whole up and down whipsaw movement has been so annoying, honestly. So I would like for it to figure out a way, finally stick to that direction and stop burning the long, stop burning the shorts.
It definitely, you know, makes it difficult to trade. In that, you know, Pratt said the market is kind of curling off this 39.05. I brought up Tesla. And Tesla, you know, look at this red candle here. It rejected here, right? So, you know, I don't think this is any sort of significant level, like 758, 760, you know, obviously a whole number, whatever. But yeah, I'm just looking at some of the big tech stocks or big cap stocks and see if they're rejecting as well. So Tesla is, let's take a quick look at Apple. It was fun because I saw that red come in on Tesla, and I quickly looked over to my Amazon trade, and then the red started pouring in on the time of sales as well. So, you can use different names to kind of add confluence to your trades. And I trailed my stops. It looks like I'm probably going to get wicked out on Amazon, but that's fine. I already took those profits earlier. But yeah, it looks like, Apple's not really pulling back as hard as Tesla did, but running into that area again, the 147 area again. So it seems like maybe this is an area where obviously some profit taking is going to happen if you were long down here, right? So all these longs are probably now covering around this 147 area. For me, I wanted to see if Amazon could come up to 116, but it looks like it's kind of running out of steam a little bit earlier. But man, I had some good longs down here, and I traded that pretty well. So, we'll take that one to the bank.
Yeah, take it to the bank, the same way NVIDIA did my money. Take it to the bank, baby. Willing to do this, what else will they do? Hey, man, I got to laugh at my losses. Who else is, right? You got to laugh at these losses. It's working to the key exactly how I said it. I planned it out. I just had way too much size for me not to be able to hold that to that level, so it's pretty annoying. But you know what? We are short on the futures here. As I said, we're waiting for futures to pop up and get onto the short side. Let's be a little bit honest with ourselves. Part of this was a revenge trade on the NVIDIA. Not part of it, probably 100% of it was a revenge trade off that NVIDIA, stopping me out over there. But we are in a winning position right now, 5 points in the money on the future short. Let's see if we could work with this one over here. But I am gonna go for a walk as soon as the show ends because I need to not go into a revenge state mode.
Yeah, you can't start tilt trading, you can't start revenge trading. That's where it's going to lead you down a dark path essentially, and you're going to start making mistakes. Usually when you kind of feel yourself, you got to kind of step away. Do what you got to do. Take a walk, like Prad said. Go grab some lunch or something. You don't have it every day. That's the thing, guys. Like trading the market is so tough. I don't think I had it today. I made some mistakes, but that's fine. You can't obviously be perfect every day. But that's why, that's the beauty of it is that it's going to be open on Monday. We're going to have more opportunities come Monday and more chances then. So we live to tell a tale, and we'll trade again. We'll trade again Monday, and we'll be here for sure. But I think we're just about wrapping it up now. But as always, guys, thanks again for having me on the show. It's been a good week. Hope everyone's been profitable this week, and you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, have a great weekend,
say?
ladies and gentlemen. Nothing really, we're going to be watching Formula 1 for anyone who's going to be watching that. Let's hope that your racers win, and I hope my racers win. Have a great time. Ciao.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. Friday afternoon. It's a jobs kind of Friday. It's a flat overall market, even though the jobs number was a huge beat. We're going to talk about the market itself coming up here, but back and forth we go. A little bit higher, a little bit lower, a little bit higher, a little bit lower, back to basically break even at the moment. Down 0.15 there for the S&P, the Dow about 0.07. Same story for the NASDAQ, a tenth to the downside. We've been back and forth all